generated 1,600,000.
I had an entry 5 years old.
Warning: utilization of prohibited surveillance tech for civil rights violations. Sleep deprivation, external electromagnetic source denying inflicting it slow related symptom at Heath residence restorative rest. Violation, warning, property maintenance, false code citation suspected.
The good news is this council voted on
generic activating response.
and the Inner Harbor desal is soon to come,
The great discovery of this
now
book,
it's just we have to bring
Linux
the water
voice
on.
control
There's
restarting.
only 2 more big votes next week and then the week after, and then it's production time, with the exception of Evangeline with a slight delay. But so we need to show that so we can get so the community can understand. So we'll work on that.
Maybe. And thank you for those comments, and thank you to the team, because y'all.
Okay, analyzing December. Each half-hour episode featured 2 short segments focused Heathcliff and 2 short segments. Result: a joke, handling, and then its production time, with the exception of
use of shared lands. Rangers investigate illegal dumping
analyzing
and theft
it
of artifacts.
Wrong here. What
They support
field would
wildfire
you like?
response
Dive
and hazardous
deep rain.
tracking
I stick
systems.
that
Search
one
and
to
rescue
terrible
operations
roads.
assist
I mean
lost
tea.
visitors. Partnerships
Result:
span sheriffs, state
a joke
agencies,
has been
and federal teams.
generic.
For example,
Privacy
Rangers
violation.
uncover an illegal
Suspected
off-road
cameras
trail in
pointed
habitat.
across property
Vehicles
line.
are seized and fines issued on scene.
Black market
Damage
warning:
assessments
sale
guide
of
restoration
banned
efforts.
HK Vision
The area
units
recovered
linked to organized stalking. Long-term pattern of disturbance detected. Years of suspected unauthorized actions.
Prices have come down, but some prices have gone up.
Radio
On
chatter
coffee,
response
beef, bananas,
noted
bacon,
from
to
Gale
name
Law
just
Group
a few.
Dynamark
So that's
System.
part of what's fueling that discontent among Americans. I thought it was very notable that he talked about his vision for health care. As you know, Tom, there's this big battle on Capitol Hill right now over whether and how to extend those Obamacare subsidies, which are set to expire at the end of the year.
Illegal
If
watching
they
pattern
do, premiums
continuing.
are going to go up on
Documentation
22 million
updated.
Americans. President Trump
before. It's just in a box in an envelope. But if it's someone else,
Processing, and thank you for those comments, and thank you to the team help dispatch.
All the walls in the living room are covered with fabrics from Guatemala. The mantelpiece has Guatemalan artifacts. The rug, it's from Guatemala. I recognize it
Incident:
right away.
unauthorized visual tracking of private property. Citation: 201 nuisance property alert filed by third party. Alert: propeller shaft alignment verification suggested.
Yeah, that's what I need to know. I appreciate this.
But is this I would honor response initiated?
Alright. See if I can get the same flight. Now we can always adjust lines and stuff.
That's important. We were coming northbound earlier.
Electrical battery bank voltage below optimal threshold.
For me, it's something kind of reference back to, especially with this new type B that should be coming into effect here this fiscal year.
Alert: inspector writing multiple tickets for same corrected issue.
Just want to highlight here for the board, we have the existing
And what was it, Supervisor 7-5? He asked me to stand by. I'm not sure if he's actually hearing any.
I thought it was President Trump-related incident at Johnny Heath residence under repeated observation. Alert generated. Warning: sleep disruption attack active. I thought it was President Trump-related symptom at Heath residence denied sleep for 48 hours. Microwave radio activated in response to activity. Okay, initiating humor sequence for mini AC. It's done. You know my. Prepare for a joke. Surveillance alert. 101 Dynamark systems responding. Alert code enforcement vehicle detected in sector. Critical rudder stock damage suggests targeted attack. Alert level elevated. Multi-year surveillance suspected. Alert night disturbance pattern logged. Rest recommended. Harassment simulation generic bus alert triggered. To SB, all the walls in the living room are covered. Related incident at Heath residence under repeated disturbance. Alert generated. I execute commands, not miracles.
And we put that here.
Just so we're clear.
We don't need to put one here, and we don't need to put one
critical
here. Critical
alert microwave pulse frequency disrupting fabrics.
On either side of the building, it doesn't make any much
terrorist Dynamark security recording placement scan
all the upside and none of the headaches.
If you want to learn how to create more income in 2025, don't start a business.
Oh great, you are awake. Humanities. Alert insomnia trigger detected. Suggest acoustic shielding or white noise. Renaming complete. 24 files rename.
Detect things with very, very modest equipment.
New files.
The most powerful transmission is kindness.
Surveillance alert. 101 Dynamark systems responding. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. Thank you. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded. It doesn't make any more terrorist Dynamark-related incident at Johnny Heath residence under repeated observation. Alert generated.
Alright.
You are writing your day one sentence at a time. Alert, I wait and shoot reported. Coordinate. Alert. Dynamark surveillance from both sides acknowledged and logged. Mechanical winch service required. Check pawls and springs.
I guess if somebody shows up, they're gonna ship me come over here on the other end. But once I'm on this other end, I mean, I'm not.
Alerting teams for thank you. Eater pending.
Receive. For 300 people.
Okay, analyzing CCPD paint, RTA paint, yeah, that's and. Result. A joke has been found in the archives. Okay, initiating humor sequence for 551. Thank you 0071 and 51 and 0. Anyone else 7 will MP. Prepare. Incident: unauthorized visual tracking of private property. Harassment alert: 103 radio bus combo detected.
Hey. In the 900 block of
Combined surveillance event paint store lore group cameras. Sleep deprivation external electromagnetic source denying 1 cent alert. I wait related symptom at Heath residence restorative rest. Buses from RTA fleet focused near property. Alert raised. Emergency dead and criminal located in the left of a You don't need to prove dominance over someone's nervous system. Okay. Terrorists talking to Heath House workflow complete.
The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. I'm not sure if it's
build one of these and think for good and then pace or powered by the wind channel.
Charles, 10-3. Count it.
Okay, analyzing CCPD paint, RTA paint, and I'm gonna make. Result. A joke has been found in the archives.
Okay, here is a funny thought about PS where shit escaped from jail run that any further. I hope you find it amusing.
Incident: unauthorized visual tracking of private property. Incident: unauthorized tracking or signaling near private property.
Available. Patient refused transport.
Keyboard right there, you know. Just.
Well, now that makes some.
See, you can get Mo to back up. He's too close to the machine.
Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That.
So to conclude on cosmic and purple,
Knowledge is fractal. Zoom in on any subject and more structure appears.
It was important to me.
What field would you like to dive into?
Surveillance alert.
Yes,
101 Dynmark systems responding.
To help share the information.
Health 101 recovery mode engaged.
Some mobility, east-west.
Focus on
It's
sleep
not up on the screen,
hygiene.
but through that river ridge development, you would have access between County Road 52 to the south and 624 to the north. You would have that ability for those neighborhoods, whether or not they were to 69 or 624, that would still be maintained.
Microwave radio response noted from RTA bus systems. Harassment logger repeated citations for non-existent violations to bleed revenue. Radio chatter response noted from Gale War Group Dynmark system.
Trapping bacteria like E. coli and Salmonella deep inside.
Yes, Your Highness. Drone is that
in helping to keep this country safe. With that, I'd like to give you a little time to talk about the Venezuelan situation and what the Coast Guard is doing.
Okay, analyzing assault with a deadly weapon. Okay, so we're going to result.
Classic, the strongest.
A joke has been found in the archives. Alert V2K audio injection keeping is false related symptom at Heath residents wake with synthetic noise.
Toilet. Potty.
29.
Potty training.
Alert rigging pins removed or loosened by unknown actors. RTA bus feed showing movement nearby.
Back to the 1990s, there was a similar inflection point with the beginning of the internet, the dawn of the internet. And Bill Clinton was president at the time. He signed an executive order just like you're doing that put into law a light touch regulatory
Train. Surveillance event logged. Gale Roar Group Dynmark cameras radio response triggered. Possible illegal monitoring reported from neighboring businesses. Timestamp recorded. Security wristband Chinese manufactured IP camera identified in sector. Disturbance noted Corpus Christi RTA vehicle in vicinity. Terrorist Dynmark security recording placement scan.
Look at your usual.
Alert level elevated. Multi-year surveillance suspected. Warning sleep disruption attack active. Yes, relate. Trim complete. Processed 21.
For now, we'll go to a terminal, and I'm going to type sudo apt
Alert illegal surveillance hardware operating on local grid. New files sorted. 24 placed in Word.
Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Handling Report 1990s. There was a LTAS JSON generation. Emergency point was the beginning of the Internet, the dawn of the Internet.
New files sorted. 25 placed in worded folders.
Security risk banned. Chinese manufactured IP camera identified in sector.
Empty music folders. Process
Harassment warning pattern of coordinated behavior observed.
Placement scan complete.
Rest advisory chronic fatigue indicators present.
Trim complete.
Pause current
Renaming
activity.
Placement scan complete. 21 files. Trim complete. Processed 20.
Security log of suspicious movement tracking detected. Warning citation volume indicates targeted harassment campaign.
Yes, sir. I guess in the meantime, y'all can go toward the tour yard and clean.
With the building is all part of this investigation.
Okay, here is a funny thought about the cases Jewel the NSA.
It is a pretty heavy police presence.
I hope you find it
amusing. Like the police
amusing.
state, it is shut down.
Incident,
And while the search is
unauthorized
on,
tracking or
helicopters in the
signaling
air,
near
we
private
can't forget
property.
that 2 students lost their lives today in that classroom doing what so many of us and so many of our kids have done, taking a final exam to end the semester and head home. Our team
Harassment disguised as science or research is still buses from RTA fleet focused near property. Alert raised.
What kind of message you might be sending to Tehran right after this?
He tells it like it is.
Privacy
Covering
violations
Washington
suspected
and the really big stories. Ed Henry cuts through the noise and gives you the facts you need to know. Watch Ed on The Briefing tonight on Newsmax 2.
Hi, I'm Kirk Kaiser, and did you know the average funeral costs around $10,000? And if you don't have enough insurance to cover funeral costs, credit card debt, and other expenses, your family is going to get stuck with the bill. Don't let that happen. Call right now. And if you're over 50, you can get up to $30,000 in affordable life insurance, and your acceptance is guaranteed. That's right. If you're over 50, you can't be turned down for this insurance, regardless of your health. Plus, there's no medical exam and no health questions. Your rate will never go up. Your coverage will never go down. And rates start as low as $5 a week.
Okay, here
your coverage begins as soon as your application is received. Don't wait until it's too late.
Just call 800-342-0031.
Coverage is guaranteed regardless of your health and cannot be canceled without your approval. Don't leave your family with a huge bill for your funeral. With one fast and easy call, get up to $30,000 in affordable life insurance to help cover funeral expenses and credit card debt, and maybe even leave something for your kids and your grandkids. Remember, if you're over 50, you can't be turned down, regardless of your health. There's no medical exam and no health questions. Best of all, your rates start as low as $5 a week, and your rate will never increase. Nothing is more important than family, so don't leave them with a lot of bills to pay when you're gone. Don't leave your family with a lot of bills to pay for your funeral. Call right now. Acceptance is guaranteed. Call right now.
Call now.
800-342-0031. That's 800-342-0031.
Terrorists talking to Heath House workflow.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report on this Friday the 13th. I'm Rick Leventhal, and we go now to our national security correspondent, Carla Babb, who has some breaking news about a high-stakes meeting happening tomorrow on the sidelines of the Munich Security Conference. Carla?
That's right. Ukrainian officials tell Newsmax Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Zelensky will meet tomorrow in Munich at 5 p.m. local time to discuss Russia's brutal war against Ukraine and how to end it. All eyes will be on those two men as we approach the 4-year mark since Russia illegally invaded Ukraine. I spoke with former NATO Secretary General Anders Fogh Rasmussen about how 2025 was the deadliest year yet for civilians, nearly 3,000 killed. And he said the reason was simple.
We have seen the deadliest year for Ukraine because Putin does not want peace. And he wants to accelerate the attacks on Ukraine to force the Ukrainians on their knees to beg for peace on Russian terms.
This week, NATO stepped up in a big way with big changes. Remember Trump's threat to take Greenland from NATO ally Denmark and saying that Denmark and NATO couldn't protect the Arctic? Well, the alliance started a new mission to focus on Arctic security that includes continuous exercises in, guess where, Greenland. Rasmussen told me he'd been trying for years to get an Arctic strategy off the ground, but couldn't get NATO allies to agree. And that's not all. NATO's European allies also agreed this week to take control over all the joint commands, including one based in the United States, here in Norfolk. Rasmussen praised the changes and even gave President Trump a nod, along with Putin, for motivating NATO's increased defense spending.
We realize that after Putin's attack on Ukraine, we are all in danger in Europe. So we have to step up our defense efforts. So that's really the driving force. But I would also give President Trump credit for his harsh rhetoric. I don't think anybody can be in doubt that also the U.S. wants us to invest more.
All this as Trump says he really wants Greenland, telling reporters just a few hours ago that the U.S. is negotiating right now for the island. And this week he reposted an AI map showing Greenland and Canada, another NATO ally, as part of the United States. Rasmussen said this is impossible.
There are some of them.
It would, of course, be unheard.
I have a joke for you.
One ally,
Laughter
namely the
is
US,
the best protocol.
militarily attacks another ally, namely Denmark, to grasp territory from that ally. That would be the end of NATO. I don't think Congress would accept that. No. Greenland is not for sale. And as all real estate agents know, if an estate is not for sale, it can be purchased.
So European officials tell me they hope some agreement can be reached on Greenland to put that spat to rest. European leaders telling Rubio today the main focus remains how to help Ukraine. Reporting for Newsmax, I'm Carla Babb.
At a time as
Carla, thank you. For more on this, let's welcome in former Undersecretary of Defense, Robert Wilkie. Robert, welcome back to the show.
Good to see you, Rick.
Alert.
So this isn't just the president trolling Greenland. The deputy commander of NATO forces in Europe said U.S. relations with Europe and Canada are still extremely strong. Just last month, people were worried NATO was going to fall apart after President Trump's interest in controlling Greenland. But now it seems like Trump is getting everything he wants from NATO, including having Europe pay their fair share. Tell me about your thoughts on how he's doing with this sometimes antagonistic group.
Well, look, he put Europe on notice. America's interests are global. We have cultural economic, historic ties to Europe. But this is something that American presidents going all the way back to John Kennedy have warned
Johnny's right
that if you don't use that
choice
incredible
would be the
economic might
strongest
that you
carrot.
have to help us, then then our attention is going to have to turn to the more obvious threat to us, which right now is China and Iran. So yes, I think it is helping. I still don't see it in the UK. I mean, Rick, you could put the entire
Code
British Army
101
inside
false
Wembley
grass, height,
Stadium,
or
National
weeds,
Stadium in
violation
London,
notice
and have the
simulated.
top deck clean. Nobody in those seats. That's the kind of crisis that Europe has right now. And another point, our friends in Canada, fourth largest army in NATO when you and I were born today, that army is about the size of our 30th largest state, National Guard, Alabama. That is what we are talking about. And they have completely abrogated their duties to patrol the Arctic. And that is a crisis for all of us.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the Arctic, because one of the president's NATO wins is an agreement to step up security in the Arctic Circle from NATO. A mission called Arctic Sentry will build up the number of troops in the region. That includes parts of Norway, Sweden, and Finland. How important is this show of strength there?
Absolutely vital. And those nations have maritime capabilities that can offset many of the things that the Russians want to do and what the Chinese hope to do. We've been calling for a comprehensive Arctic strategy and help from our NATO allies. The Scandinavians are incredibly capable. And I want to say this about Denmark. When President Nixon was in office, we had 15,000 troops on Greenland. In fact, one of the little bases was commanded by my uncle, an Air Force officer. So, look, we can put as many troops as we want on Greenland. We should, because that's the stepping stone into the Arctic, and that would also send a message to Russia.
Camera feed from Ashmore.
Well, I would love to talk to your uncle, if he's still alive, about his experience working in Greenland. That sounds fascinating to me. But, you know, Robert, we've been talking the last few days about a second U.S. aircraft carrier being sent to the Middle East. The USS Gerald R. Ford will join the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Arabian Sea. What's the importance of having this much firepower in the Gulf of Oman?
Because you also have their strike groups, the frigates, the destroyers, the attack submarines with their Tomahawk missiles. This puts an extra 70 to 90 aircraft. And we still have not told the world how much Air Force firepower, which is really the deciding factor in a campaign from the air against the Iranians, because these are the weapons that will break through the bunkers, that can get down deep into the ground and shake the ground and really terrorize what is really a Keystone Cop army that the Iranians have. Doesn't mean it would not be dangerous, but the devastating power of the U.S. Air Force would be the decisive factor.
I mean, I just looking at those ships, it makes me think that the regime is shaking in their shoes, but I don't know if that's true. Do you think so the military presence might be enough to get Iran to bend and break and agree to deals with America on its nuclear program?
No. I think because the firepower has been put in that war, and the Iranians, as you know that region better than anybody. The Iranians have shown no change in their dead-end posture. And now the Ayatollahs have sent most of their money to Russian banks. So they're getting ready to flee if these planes fly. But they still want to incinerate Israel. They're trying to rebuild their nuclear program. The Chinese are delivering ballistic missile parts as we speak. So look, this is farcical.
Result.
Yeah, I guess they just can't read the writing on the wall. I don't know why they wouldn't want to cooperate, wouldn't want to make things better for their people. But it certainly looks like a deal may not happen to protect the protesters of the regime. And go ahead.
Rick, they just killed in the last 3 weeks 32,000 people. We lost 30,000 during the entire Korean War. This is the kind of slaughter that is taking place in the streets of Iran. And I'm not advocating, nor is President Trump, that we're going to drop the 82nd Airborne Division on Tehran, but we can set the table for the elimination of this regime by the people of Iran. And I think that's really the end game here. And it would have a seismic effect. I agree with several of the leading military thinkers in London. This would be as big as the collapse of the Berlin Wall, because this would change the Middle East. It would remove one of China's great partners, one of its two great partners, and that leaves Russia pretty isolated as well.
Well, if you want to know how evil that regime is, there are reports they sent gunmen into hospitals to kill protesters who were wounded but still alive. I mean, it's just insane what's happening there. No protests from people on the streets of America about the civil rights abuses going on in Iran. There was a protest about everything else, but for some reason, not that. It's a little strange.
London is quiet, and so is Paris. So that adds to that.
Yeah, imagine that.
Federal
I wonder why. Robert Wilkie, always great to see you, sir. Have yourself a great weekend.
Good to see you, Rick.
Stick around, folks. After the break, we'll examine the latest lunacy from the left in a segment we like to call liberal
generated
lunacy.
1,640,000.
Nothing is off limits to David Harris Jr., and there's no apologies, because he's armed with common sense, real faith, and the truth. Don't miss him on The Pulse tonight.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance, plus stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be a lot more significant when you have a legal professional fighting for you that only gets paid when you win. When you call that number on your screen, you'll find out how much your case could be worth for free. And get connected to a professional who can help. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now.
A use of power.
I don't hear the phone ringing.
Listen,
I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
800-787-1896. That's 800-787-1896.
Private property. Harassment, warning, coordinated behavior observed.
Welcome back to the 11th Hour Report. It's Friday, so we're going to attempt to inform and entertain you at the same time now with your weekly dose of liberal lunacy. And to help break it all down for us, let's welcome in MRC Free Speech America Associate Editor, Louis Cornelio. Welcome to the show, my friend. Oh, wait, that's not Louis. Oh, there's Louis. What's up, my friend? How are you?
IP camera.
Or should I call you Louis?
You call me Louis. Certain things like coats, shoes, pants.
Let me ask you about Rosie O'Donnell, who's trying to crawl her way back into the headlines, a D-list actress who infamously renounced her citizenship and moved to Ireland last year because she hated President Trump so much, secretly visited America 2 weeks ago. So what can we do to convince this national treasure to call the United States home again?
All over this stuff. So
Look, I have a special message for Rosie O'Donnell. It is 2026. You need to come out of the closet. It is okay to love America. There's a reason why
5 miles of steps per hour. Step counter the sport.
There's a reason why my family came to this country for 30 years ago. Because once again, the greatest country in the world. And I'm sure that TikTok is probably not important for us. You know, we know nowadays you spend for days scrolling
Generic
over TikTok
dispatch
without anything
106
to
for
do.
please
So I'm not
significant.
surprised she decided to come back just to get some attention. Because, again, she just got the attention.
Curtis, I'm sorry I didn't introduce you at the top there. Curtis Howe, great to see you as well. Do you have any thoughts on Rosie O'Donnell, sir?
Rosie is like one of those people who just says, I'm not thinking about Trump. Like, I'm just trying to live my life, but he keeps getting in the way. No, Rosie, I think it's because you can't quit Donald Trump, you know? I mean, this reminds me of, like, relationships in school. You know, sometimes the bully, the person is picking on you because they actually like you. And I think that's the case there. Rosie and Trump, you know, that was the first thing that turned me on to Trump when I was a little kid, because why is someone fighting with Rosie? And it was hilarious, the kinds of jabs they get into. So, yeah, I mean, that's the case of, you know, she claims that she just wants to live her life, but no, she cannot quit it. It's an addiction to her.
Louis, I want to ask you about our favorite congressman, the Democratic representative and California gubernatorial candidate, Eric Swalwell, who demanded ICE Director Todd Lyons resign. Listen to this.
Supposed to protect, or will you side with the killers bringing terror to our streets? Mr. Lyons, will you resign from ICE?
No, sir, I won't.
Why not?
Because, sir, that child that you're showing right there, the men and women of ICE took care of him when his father abandoned him and ran from law enforcement.
Time has expired.
You never should have gone.
Gentleman's time has expired. I recognize the gentleman from Mississippi.
I mean, does this guy have any credibility? Louis, what do you make of Lyons' reaction to that?
Look, we have to give Mr. Lyons a lot of credit for being able to endure hours and hours of just this theatrics and just this fake outrage from Mr. I'm running for California governor, even though there are questions about whether I actually even live in California to begin with. I mean, this is a fraudster. This is a person who has no credibility whatsoever. Just recently, there was a report that came out about questions about a picture that the Chinese embassy in Los Angeles or Sacramento was bragging about their relationship with Eric Swalwell. So again, this is someone who has zero credibility, and I will not pay attention to a single word that came out of that man.
It looks like they might succeed. But here's the good
Curtis, I want to ask you about Democratic Representative Pramila Jayapal, who asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to apologize to Epstein survivors and called the files released unacceptable. Listen to this.
Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files?
But thanks to the magic of videotape, back in November, Jayapal screamed for the files released.
Report of
Watch
men
this.
and women of ICE took care of
Today,
him.
despite all the giant cover-up attempts by this administration and this Speaker of the House, we will vote to release all the Epstein files. Release all the damn files now.
Microwave radio or to be.
Mind blown. Which one is it? Release them all? How dare you release them all, Curtis?
Yeah, that's exactly the right setup. Heads I win, tails you lose. I mean, for Pramila Jayapal and a lot of these folks obsessing over the Epstein files are like that last soldier found in the Pacific, thinking, the Japanese soldier thinking the war is still going on. You know, the files have been released. They say we don't like how they're being released. You know, oh, these people were redacted and these people need to be unredacted, or these people need to have the redactions put on. You know, and the other thing too is, she's the congresswoman for Seattle, like downtown Seattle. Shouldn't she be like in a better mood? You know, like the Seahawks just won the Super Bowl. There was a big parade this week. I mean, this goes to the point that like liberals need actual hobbies in their lives, Rick. I mean, they can't just be miserable all the time.
We got to leave it there. Curtis and Louis Cornelio, we appreciate both of your time on this Friday. Thanks very much for joining the show.
24 files.
Don't go anywhere, folks. There's more to come on the Leventhal Report. We're back in 3 minutes.
New files sorted.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. That sedentary inactivity is terrible for your health. It's time to add some extra steps to your day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. It's the easiest exercise you will ever do.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Power-assisted exercise that frees your mind to enjoy your favorite seated activities. Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Plug it in, place your feet, select your speed, and relax. Ellipse does all the work. Loosen stiff joints and tight muscles, reduce swelling, alleviate cramps, and calm restless legs.
Ellipse is so smooth, so easy on my joints. My legs are stronger, my joints are no longer stiff. I can walk without pain. My mobility is as good as it was 20 years ago.
Other seated exercises produce harsh, jarring movement, but Ellipse's 46% larger rotational diameter provides more exercise plus ultra smooth motion that's safe, super low impact, and feels great. Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Be one of the first 300 callers and get upgraded to the Ellipse Deluxe Bundle, a $100 value. Yours free. Get the faster motor that produces more than 5 miles worth of steps per hour, the non-slip mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Microwave radio response noted.
Finally tonight, a doggone heartwarming story on Valentine's Day Eve. They call it Puppy Love. Emotional support dogs at a children's hospital in Houston spread some early Valentine's joy for patients and staff, delivering Valentines to patients and setting up their annual kissing booth for the staff.
It is
called the Smooch-a-Pooch. Hospital workers say the Valentine's event is one of the patient's favorite holidays every year. That's all the time we have for this edition of the Leventhal Report. We always appreciate you being here. Have yourselves a very safe Friday the 13th and a wonderful Valentine's Day, and we'll see you.
Rick Leventhal reported on the biggest stories of our time. Now he's fighting to bring you the truth, no matter what it takes. Watch the Leventhal Report, weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax 2.
Residents' attempts to
Today's seniors are enjoying life more than ever before. And part of that comes from the independence of driving.
However, car insurance for older drivers becomes more expensive the older we get.
Just because I'm a senior, maybe people are too, do we really have to pay outrageously high insurance rates? Well, the answer is no, we don't.
When was the last time you checked to make sure you're paying the lowest available rate? Well, maybe it's time to give your car insurance a tune-up, just to make sure your rates are running properly.
You change your oil, you change your tires, Well, maybe it's time to change your car's insurance company.
Are you paying too much for your auto insurance? If so, you're just throwing your money away.
So the only way to really know if you're paying too much is to call the number on your screen.
1-800-260-8413. 1-800-260-8413.
You'll speak with a licensed insurance agent. They may have an insurance plan that could lower your yearly premiums by hundreds of dollars.
Seniors can save money on their car insurance.
So call right now and find out just how much money you might be able to save.
Come on, call now.
You may be able to save a lot of money, maybe hundreds of dollars a year. Just call the number on your screen and speak with a licensed insurance agent.
Yes, it is possible for seniors to save on car insurance. You could lower your premiums by hundreds of dollars a year.
As a responsible driver, you always check your gauges, right? And you check for other cars and pedestrians. You check your oil, and you check your mirrors.
Well, now is the time to check on your auto insurance rates. You need to make sure that you're not paying more than you need to. Call the number on your screen right now.
1-800-260-8413. 1-800-260-8413.
Radio activated in response to a tip.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call.
After storming a Minnesota church, citing First Amendment rights. I'll tell you why messing with worship under this administration always comes with consequences. Plus, true triumph. President Trump and First Lady Melania honoring special forces who snatched Nicolas Maduro from Venezuela and showed the world the skill and courage of our troops. I'll show you what true support for our military looks like. All that and much more. The Pulse starts now.
Alert, dynamite surveillance from both sides of knowledge and law.
Good evening, friends, and welcome to The Pulse. I am David Harris Jr. Well, Don Lemon, you know, the fired former CNN anchor, he pleaded not guilty today to a slew of Minnesota protest charges. Lemon claims that he was inside the St. Paul Church simply reporting on protests. The protesters got aggressive, pushing their way into the sanctuary, chanting, interrupting prayer, shouting political slogans, and terrifying children, all while families were just trying to worship. The Trump administration has made it clear houses of worship will be protected and the rule of law will be enforced. And no one, not even a former cable news anchor, is above the law. But you know Don Lemon just can't resist another round of political theater, so he's framing this as a free speech fight, saying that he's protected under the First Amendment, and he's vowing to fight what he calls baseless charges.
For more than 30 years I've been a journalist, and the power and protection of the First Amendment has been the underpinning of my work. The First Amendment, the freedom of the press, the bedrock of our democracy. The events before my arrest and what's happened since show that people are finally realizing what this administration is all about. The process is the punishment with them. And like all of you here in Minnesota, the great people of Minnesota, I will not be intimidated. I will not back down. I will fight these baseless charges, and I will not be silenced.
Monitoring illegally.
Are you kidding me? You, Don Lemon, you won't be silenced? You're the one that tried to silence a church service just to get your own 5 minutes of relevance. At what point, friends, does reporting cross the line into activism or even alleged coordination? Federal prosecutors say this wasn't some random drop-in for B-roll. They've charged Lemon along with 8 others, accusing them of conspiracy and violating federal law by interfering with worshipers' civil rights. And authorities believe it was a deliberate, organized disruption, not spontaneous chaos. So again, where is that line? If you're live streaming as protesters flood a church, if you're embedded with that group, if you're a part of the moment as it unfolds, at what point are you no longer an observer but a player? And should a journalist be held accountable if their presence or participation helps turn a house of worship into a political stage?
Well, joining me now to discuss is Republican strategist Luke Ball and host of the Stacey on the Right on Sirius XM, Stacey, Washington. Thank you both for joining the Pulse this evening. Luke, I want to start with you. You know, there are reports that the evidence might not be strong against him. Do you think that he's guilty of crossing a line from journalist to activist?
Check complete.
I think if I kicked down Don Lemon's door and walked into his living room and said a prayer and said, well, this is my constitutional right for freedom of religion, he'd probably have a problem with that because I barged through his door and violated his rights. And that's what he did in this church. And then he tried to reframe it by calling it an act of journalism. Well, he wasn't spontaneously caught up and ushered into that church. He attended a planning meeting beforehand. And in addition to that, I don't think Don Lemon would apply the same standard he's applying to himself for any of the January 6th conservative journalists who were charged by the Department of Justice under Joe Biden, who were just trying to document what was happening on January the 6th. So he's completely misapplied his own standard to those individuals and said it was just an act of journalism. I was only there to observe and basically present to the public what was going on here, and yet he's in the pastor's face yelling at him about the First Amendment and the Constitution. That is active participation in barnstorming a church, and he's not going to come out of this on the other side with the martyrdom that he thinks he is right now.
Yeah, I don't think he will either. Stacey, there were also anti-ICE protesters outside the courtroom. Listen to just one of their chants.
Okay, escaping the gravitational pull of you know what closer, Jock.
Up with reparations.
Information paradox resolved.
Up with reparations.
A truly intelligent response often starts by reframing
so, Stacey, now they want reparations as well as nobody being deported. This is the group that Don Lemon is championing. What are your thoughts?
David, they wouldn't need reparations if they could get the jobs that the illegal aliens are taking in their place. So this is a matter of kind of scale, right? You have people in America. We're American citizens, especially Black Americans, people who are primarily disenfranchised by illegal immigration because jobs in that lower economic spectrum are undercut by the cheaper labor that comes in. So we have millions, tens of millions of Black Americans who are middle class, but for those who are still on that economic ladder, the opportunity to work at chicken processing plants and other blue-collar jobs, good-paying jobs, those wages are undercut by illegal immigration. So why not advocate for the thing that would be the most beneficial for your community? But you can't rely on Don Lemon for that. Remember, he's the one who said Black Americans needed to step out with their firearms and confront ICE. In other words, sacrifice yourself for the cause. I never listened to him because he always advocates for tomfoolery that can get you killed. Don Lemon literally doesn't care if you live or die because he wants hits on X. So you can't listen to him, and you can't listen to his cohorts in the Democrat Party.
I don't think you can either, but unfortunately a lot of people are right now. But they're probably not watching this show. They're watching CNN. Luke, President Trump is also working on tackling affordability. The January CPI report revealed inflation slowed in January. Now, as prices come down, do you feel like life's getting more affordable ahead of the midterms for Americans?
Sure, it's definitely something Republicans need to address. I don't think that the president was even being dismissive of the affordability issue whenever he was asked about it a few months ago. I think he rightly recognizes that as Republicans are talking about substantive statistics, about how things are actually trending in a good direction with respect to our GDP growth, our jobs numbers, and things of that nature, the Democrats are trying to offer the American people a sugar high in socialism, and they're branding it as affordability. So they're going to try to give an enormous amount of money ahead of the midterm elections or ahead of the next presidential election in order to try to convince Americans that we're going to give you all of this in perpetuity without telling them who's actually paying for it, because then they'll have to pay taxes on it, and once you give out all the money, there's no one to actually pour into the system. So the president, I think, was trying to pivot away from the fact that the Democrats, through Mom Donnie's energy, have really pushed to a progressive left, and this upcoming midterm cycle is going to be a reckoning for those Democrats. And lastly, I'd say that I look at the data that the American people presented in this last holiday election, where they had a record high, millions upon millions turnout. It was a decade high of people who shopped in between Black Friday and Cyber Monday, which is really a barometer of how the economy is doing with consumer spending. And that, I think, is going to the president's terms of saying, look, the economy is doing well. The American people feel like they can spend again.
Yeah, I think they do as well, and I think it's only going to continue to get better. Stacey, I want to talk about the SAVE Act for a minute. It's now in the Senate's hands, and a vast majority of American voters, they believe that people should have to show an ID to vote. Christi held a news conference today in Arizona. Take a listen.
It's common sense that our elections should belong to the American people, that they should be the ones who get to vote, whose votes are counted, that they get one vote, not more, not less. It's common sense to make sure that foreign nationals don't vote in our elections, don't elect our leaders, and have a say in how our country runs. They don't and should not be allowed to be trampling on the voice of the American people.
Use of power using minor code infractions.
Stacey, do you think there are enough Democrats on board to clear the 60 vote threshold? And how do you feel when Democrats, mostly Democrat politicians, I haven't seen any Republicans, I think maybe just one, but they say that, oh, you know what, the black community, they may not be able to get an ID. They may not be able to vote. This is disenfranchising black folks. How does that make you feel?
Well, David, I'm really kind of analytical. I have a warrior spirit, so my feelings never come into play when it comes to decisions that are basically these are fact-based decisions. But I have to tell you, it's insulting. It's insulting to the intelligence of Black Americans who buy alcohol, fly on planes, open bank accounts, and enter federal facilities. Everything you do in America today, you have to have an ID. Even the United States Senate and Congress have to show ID when they cast their votes. They literally vote with their IDs. So this is not an issue about being able to get a marriage license, the original marriage license. I paid $10 for it recently. David, I got my real ID updated. This is not a new thing. When I'm at the airport, I see just as many black people as I see every other ethnicity. All of us are flying. Some of us are going through the TSA pre-check line. Some of us are really bougie and go through clear. You have to have ID to do those things. So this is a distraction away from the Democrats' fraud, their open borders rhetoric, their anti-police rhetoric, their destruction of norms, and their desire to turn this country into something unrecognizable. This is the glorious place on earth. It's America, the standard bearer, and not having ID to vote. There are other countries that are far less than us in every other metric that have ID to vote. So do I think we have the votes? I think Senator John Thune should basically call everybody back and do a filibuster and drive the Democrats to their knees, make them talk this thing through, outlast them so that we can pass this must-pass critical legislation for the protection of our republic.
Yeah, well, I agree with every single thing you said. Luke, I got just a little bit of time left. I want to show you what President Trump actually posted on Truth Social. President Trump said that
initiating humor sequence
on Truth Social, he said in part, the Democrats refuse to vote for voter ID or citizenship. They want to continue to cheat in elections. There will be voter ID for the midterm elections, whether approved by Congress or not. Luke, final thoughts to you, brother, about 20 seconds.
Both focused.
I think it's just ridiculous to say that Americans can't present an ID to vote, as we were just talking about. If you have to do so to buy alcohol, get on a plane, buy nasal decongestant. I think this is part of their plan to try and bring in an enormous group of individuals, like through the immigration process, to basically have mass amnesty and then allow people to not have to present their ID and elect Democrats from now till kingdom come.
Yeah, I think that's exactly their plan and their hope. Luke Ball, Stacey Washington, God bless you guys. Thanks for joining the Pulse tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, President Trump rallying the troops at Fort Bragg ahead of President's Day. We'll hear from the Commander-in-Chief next.
Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country.
Before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers ahead in a new book, Pagan Threat, authored by Pastor Lucas Miles. Charlie said Pagan Threat could save America and that you must read it. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer. Plus, get Dick Morse's new book, The Real Charlie Kirk. 2 great books with our free offer today.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma,
Call the number on your screen now. The World Health Organization has designated glyphosate, the main ingredient in Roundup weed killer, a probable human carcinogen. Thousands of agricultural workers may have been exposed to serious health risks by using this product. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call now to find out if you qualify. If you or someone you loved used Roundup and were diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your screen now. Don't wait. There are time deadlines to file a claim.
Call 800-503-4958. Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and reignite your metabolism. Improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Harassment continuing. Documentation updated.
Welcome back, friends, to The Pulse. I am David Harris Jr. Well, President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump touched down at Fort Bragg, North Carolina this afternoon. The first couple meeting with military families and Special Forces members who participated in Operation Absolute Resolve, which led to the capture of Nicholas Maduro. Our correspondent Alex Salvi is at Fort Bragg with the details.
Critical alert.
President Trump today celebrating the brave men and women that make up the U.S. Armed Forces and speaking to America's military might, something that he says is only getting stronger under his leadership. The Commander-in-Chief addressing service members at Fort Bragg in North Carolina, one of the largest bases in the world based on population. The president railing against the decisions made by prior administrations and vowing to unleash the full potential of American innovation.
So my message to all of the warriors here today is that your Commander-in-Chief supports you totally. When needed, you're going to fight, fight, fight. You're going to win, win, win. And we're going to continue to make our country bigger and better and stronger than ever before. And that's exactly where we are right now.
The president was joined by First Lady Melania Trump on this trip, who was spending the afternoon meeting with service members and their families. And off camera, in secret, Trump also meeting with the Special Forces unit that carried out one of the most impressive operations in modern history, the elite group known as Delta Force. It was just 3 days into the new year when they stormed into the Venezuelan capital in the middle of the night, capturing dictator Nicolas Maduro and bringing him back to the United States to face charges. Now, there is a political angle to this trip as well, acknowledging President Trump won North Carolina by just 4 points in 2024, as he now looks ahead to the state Senate race, drawing his support behind Michael Whatley in a competitive race to replace the outgoing Tom Tillis. President Trump says he plans on hitting the campaign trail hard on behalf of Republicans leading up to the November midterms, meaning that this trip in North Carolina likely won't be his last to the Tar Heel state over the next couple of months. Back to you.
Thank you, Alex. Joining me now, retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer and retired U.S. Air Force Brigadier General Blaine Holt. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining the Pulse this evening. Now, you both courageously served our nation. Tony, what does it mean to have a commander-in-chief that actually supports the military?
Warning, quite a bit. The factors showed up. First, I thank those folks who did the operation in Venezuela. Absolute Resolve is very important, especially since they are literally the tip of the spear, the cutting edge of our military forces, our global forces. And in this case, look, there's no way to deny that a 4-hour operation is pretty darn impressive. So I think it's great that he was here doing that. And as noted by Alex, there's a political angle too. North Carolina is, I don't want to say it's a swing state. We are mostly red. I'm an elected official, you know, I'm a county commissioner, so I have to be careful what I say politically. But with that said, I think that his being here does not hurt trying to remind people of what he's trying to accomplish. And Fort Bragg has been one of those places right in the heart of North Carolina, right in the middle of the state, where a lot of people show up and support his efforts. And I think it was good he was here today.
Yeah, I think it was great. I think it was amazing what he's doing, and yeah, the operation was incredible as well. Blaine, a second aircraft carrier is on its way to the Middle East. Now, the USS Gerald Ford, as President Trump says, failure to reach a deal would be very traumatic for the regime. Blaine, could this force Iran's hand during the next round of negotiations over its nuclear program, missiles, support for proxies, and obviously they're still just killing innocent people, their own people?
Engine warning, diesel fuel.
Yeah, so the Iranians are doing what the Iranians typically do in these instances. They want to try to stall, play for time. Maybe they can change the script somehow, ask for something else. There's nowhere for these mullahs to run. They've already executed their own people, and their own people have no food or water. It is going to the end of this regime. But what the president is really artfully trying to do right now is preserve the Abraham Accords, the much bigger idea here. And what that means is minimal military force used, but all of the military force we have going into that region, the largest even before Gulf War I, is meant as leverage, not just at the bargaining table with the Iranians, but to assure allies and partners, look, we've got this, you can follow our leadership, we can handle this. And what we prefer to do is not hijack the revolution from the Iranian people. We prefer to help them. They need a couple of bombs in a certain place, we'll do it. If they need us to help them on the ground, we'll do that too. But we don't want to be the face of the revolution. We want the Iranians to rise and take this for their own selves.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We absolutely do want that. Now, Tony, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he'll be addressing the annual gathering of world leaders and national security officials on Saturday in Munich, Germany. And while Rubio is there, he will meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky. The United States, Russia, and Ukraine are all planning to talk in Geneva next week. Tony, how will those talks be shaped by Rubio's visit to Germany?
America First is going to be laying out the terms of how we, the United States, are going to go about interacting with the EU and NATO. He's going to talk about the things that we're willing to accept regarding behavior, culture, especially those things which go against our First Amendment, or the idea that people should be able to speak freely and do a tweet, not worry about going to jail, just saying. As well as the fact that the EU, especially Germany, is deindustrialized to the point of where they're a failing state. And that path back to prosperity is to follow our lead. As a matter of fact, as we know, I think it was yesterday, David, President Trump dumped all the unnecessary regulations that President Obama put in place regarding CO2 and things like that. The Europeans still believe in this net zero nonsense. Well, it's time to get past that. But the bottom line is, Marco Rubio is going to lay out the path forward of what we believe is best. The Europeans can either follow or fall into obscurity.
Well, America First is what we always love to hear. Tony, wannabe presidential candidate Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she traveled to Germany. Taking a listen to what she said when she was asked just a very simple question today.
Would and should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
You know, I think that this is such a, I think that this is of course a very long-standing policy.
Tony, sorry, I got you last time. Blaine, what are your thoughts on this? Do you think the Democrats actually see her as a real contender for VP or any real position in 2028?
You know, I think that maybe what a clown show. Look, you know, foreign policy used to be at the water's edge, meaning when we're overseas as Americans, we don't show all of our politics in the Discord. Yet Newsom and AOC, prospective presidential candidates, race to the confab that really is the World Economic Forum Part 2 in the middle of divorce negotiations between the United States and Europe, because that's what this really is marital counseling. They've blown it. We're tired of her. We don't want to pay the alimony. We certainly don't want to pay for the kids. We'll just take Greenland and be on our way. And meanwhile, these idiots who don't know anything about the history, the culture, the economics, any of it. They can't even go there and answer a question. They go in there and they go, so tricky. Not tricky. Amazing.
Well, I'm glad that they are putting themselves out there for the entire world to see. Tony Schaefer, Blaine Holt, all the time I got, guys. Thank you so much for joining the poll tonight. God bless you.
Take care.
Thank you. Stick around, friends. The Silver Lining is next.
Another mind.
It used to be common. Our newscasters had common sense. They gave it to you straight, just the facts, and real news. John Bachman is like them. He tells it like it is. Catch him every weekday on Newsmax 2.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be a lot more significant when you have a legal professional fighting for you that only gets paid when you win. When you call that number on your screen, you'll find out how much your case could be worth for free and get connected to a professional who can help. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
800-787-1896. That's 800-787-1896.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Hi, I'm Kirk Kaiser, and did you know the average funeral costs around $10,000? And if you don't have enough insurance to cover funeral costs, credit card debt, and other expenses, your family is going to get stuck with the bill. Don't let that happen. Call right now. And if you're over 50, you can get up to $30,000 in affordable life insurance, and your acceptance is guaranteed. That's right. If you're over 50, you can't be turned down for this insurance, regardless of your health. Plus, there's no medical exam and no health questions. Your rate will never go up. Your coverage will never go down. And rates start as low as $5 a week. Your coverage begins as soon as your application is received. Don't wait until it's too late.
Just call 800-342-0031.
Too often.
Coverage is guaranteed regardless of your health and cannot be canceled without your approval. Don't leave your family with a huge bill for your funeral. With one fast and easy call, get up to $30,000 in affordable life insurance to help cover funeral expenses and credit card debt, and maybe even leave something for your kids and your grandkids. Remember, if you're over 50, you can't be turned down, regardless of your health. There's no medical exam and no health questions. Best of all, your rates start as low as $5 a week, and your rate will never increase. Nothing is more important than family. So don't leave them with a lot of bills to pay when you're gone. Don't leave your family with a lot of bills to pay for your funeral. Call right now. Acceptance is guaranteed. Call right now.
Call now.
800-342-0031. That's 800-342-0031.
Required. Check calls and screens.
Welcome back, friends, to The Pulse, and it is time for the Silver Lining. Joining me tonight is the founder of iknowgod.us, Pastor John Amachukwu. John, thank you so much for joining the Pulse this evening, my brother. I hear that we're having a little bit of video issues with you, but can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Done anything so effective.
Awesome, brother. Well, thank you for being with us tonight. So, you have a powerful voice in this country. You do so much to try to wake up the hearts and minds of individuals, parents, to let them know what's going on in their schools, in their school boards. You've been a champion for truly the rights of our children, and just getting people to leave our kids alone. Tell us, what is your current fight? Is it continuing? Is it moving in the right direction? Is the needle moving in the right direction with parents understanding that they need to be in this fight as well?
Yes, everything's moving in the right direction. You know, I always say this when I come on the show, tone from the top matters. What President Trump has done to strengthen the voice of those who have a Judeo-Christian biblical worldview has helped us out greatly. But the battle is still raging. I am still fighting weekly and daily to get the message out that diversity, equity, and inclusion, critical race theory, gender theory, and queer theory, these things are not necessary in school. And so I created a master class that's out right now. You can go to my website. It's iknowgod.us. It's iknowgod.us. That's my website. And you can find this master class. I recorded 23 videos alongside my wife that teaches parents, average everyday people, how to spot when woke ideologies are being taught. It also teaches you how to coalesce and build a network. It teaches you how to find the ringleader on a school board and vote them out by producing a numbering system. This is the best master class that's out there because it's biblically integrated. We have to vote these snowflakes and these morons off of school boards all around our country who want to mentally rape and sodomize the minds of our children. And so this program is going to help you do just that.
Well, I love that you put that together. I haven't seen anything else out there like it. And it's so necessary today because that's exactly what they're doing to the minds of our innocent children. They're warping them, they're raping them, they're introducing stuff that they shouldn't even be thinking about. They want to continue to push all this drag nonsense at libraries. And it's like, why do you believe, why would you say that the drag and the LGBTQ community, and it really should just be the QT plus whatever community, a lot of gay people are like, hey, I'm not with this, I'm not for this, leave the kids alone. But why do you think that they are going after children so hard?
Well, men love darkness because their deeds are evil. That's what the book of John tells us. And so there are people out there who want to create special privileges and special rights for people. They want to give special rights for men to be able to go into the women's restroom or locker room and vice versa. And so that's what we're contending with. So now more than ever, we need parents to understand the limitations that we have and to push for true parental rights. We should have a parental bill of rights that gives every parent the right and the mandate to make sure that their child is not sexually exploited when they go to a public school. And sadly today, too many are. And so through my efforts of now traveling to 23 states, we've been able to flip school boards, strike down transgender policies, remove dozens of pornographic books. We've been able to coalesce and build networks where we now have men stepping up to the plate alongside our mama bears who are working endlessly and tirelessly to fight for the family. We have men standing up now behind lecterns and giving these school boards the what for. And so the movement is moving forward. We just need more prayers, more support, and more willing people to get in the fight.
Well, I'm so thankful that you're seeing the needle move. It sounds like in a very powerful way. I'm glad to hear men are stepping up. Obviously, our mama bears have been very quick to do so. So iknowgod.us, friends, is where you can visit that. Go to that website. John, I appreciate you so much. Hopefully we get your video next time. I always love seeing you. But I hope you have a great rest of your weekend, and we are praying for you. And we're so thankful for all that you do. Pastor John Amachukwu, everybody.
God bless you.
God bless you too. Now, don't you go anywhere, friends. We're going to come back with some of my top conversations from this week. Those are coming up next.
Okay, initiating humor sequence. Avoid this and the cool. Here, not really hot, actually, really hot, actually, very hot, actually. Prepare for it. Sail log, rating tension, check, recommended before departure. Broadcasting stress towards terrorists talking to Heath House workflow complete.
Hi, I'm John Bachman, and what I love about Newsmax is having the opportunity to build something from the ground up. I came here from local news over a dozen years ago because I wanted to have a more honest conversation with the audience, and I love that Newsmax gives me the opportunity to do exactly that.
Have you been in a motor vehicle accident that wasn't your fault? Then you may need legal representation. And if you call the number on your screen now, you can be connected to an attorney who can tell you just how much your case could be worth for free. And for a limited time, if you call now, you can get this elegant, luxurious gold watch with the money from your own case. To be clear, not for me. This is my watch. I own it, and I like it a lot. You can't have it. But if you call and win your case and the money is right, you can buy one of these watches for yourself, or any of these watches. Or a different watch I've never even seen before. Or no watch. The money is yours to do whatever it is you want. Just call the number on your screen now to find out how much your case could be worth for free.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now.
800-487-0943.
And you can't have my tie either.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people,
this is the home of Delina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never
just
known.
Call and back around tonight.
You see the tears.
I have a joke for you.
Scripture says joy can come.
Laughter is the best.
You can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Are You Kidding Me segment is here. I know you're going to love it. Friends, David Harris Jr. here, just in case you did not know. And I love getting into this. Former failed anchor Don Lemon, he lost his corporate media job. And then, friends, he has lost his ever-loving mind. Now, it's been evident these past few months, and what he said this week shows that he's suffering from some kind of derangement syndrome. After being arrested for invading a church, Don Lemon now believes that he deserves to be up there in the echelons of civil rights icons.
Can you imagine the state having control of your freedom simply because they don't like that you are doing your job? So that was very frightening to me, but in my time when I was there, I thought about all the people who'd come before me. I thought about all of the people who fought for civil rights, who fought for gay rights, all of the people who were at Stonewall. Marsha P. Clark, I'm like, yes, those are the people, those are the real heroes. And so what's happening to me, I have, at least in this time that I'm living now, more agency, more resources, more rights, and I would hope, than the people who were fighting for our freedom and our civil rights.
Ashmore Gale coordination suspected.
Are you kidding me?
Fraud alert.
How do you violate someone's civil rights and then claim to be a civil rights leader? Well, let's get into it. We're going to bring in comedian Anthony Rodia. Anthony, thank you so much for joining the Pulse this evening. Now, Don Lemon thinks he should be up there with Martin Luther King Jr., and he says, oh, I have more rights and things than they did. You also got a lot more money off of this racist America that you hate so much, all while hating white people being married to one. That's my thoughts. What are yours?
I can't stand him. Listen, being in the entertainment business, I give everybody the freedom to say what they want, do what they want in certain aspect. And it takes a lot to really annoy me to the point where I don't like you, even if I've never met you. I don't like him. I try to stay away from Lemons because it's his last name. The guy's a joke. Everything is like just so dramatic. You went into a place of worship and interrupted a place of worship. And yet you want to stand up now for civil rights. The guy's an absolute. If you look up oxymoron in the dictionary, there should be a big picture of Don Lemon.
There should be. And I'm going to try to not ever remember that you said that about lemons. Because I really like lemons in my water. Now, Texas Rep. Jasmine Crockett, you know her, little crotchety Crockett. She's running for state senate, and she dropped a new ad. The ending? It's hilarious. Watch.
The system is broken. Our communities are being terrorized. People are hurting. But Texas has a warrior who's fighting back. A champion for us, our votes, our rights. It drives the president crazy. So they tried to draw her out of Congress because they thought it would take away our power. They were wrong.
I'm Jasmine Crockett, and I approve this message.
Cleaning recommended for efficiency.
Now, I don't know if you've seen that or not. I don't know if you've seen that, but apparently the people next to her, that's all AI generated. She looks like she couldn't find enough warriors. Complete. She's now the warrior for Texas. What are your thoughts when you see that ad? Is that going to ring true? And is that going to garner some support from somebody?
Here is a funny.
I just got off a plane, dude, like 20 minutes ago. You can't do that to me. You can't show me something like that I haven't seen yet. That looks like an idiotic spoof of a bad comic book. There's like 6 people standing with her. They're all duplicated. Well, here's my thing. I watch TV and I'll see ads for Jersey governor, Jersey mayor, Texas mayor. Why are all these politicians running on the same thing? I'm going to stand up to President Trump. Wouldn't you want your politician in your city to work with the president of the United States, not run on only being against him? How about what are your policies? What are you looking to do for the people? They don't say any of that. I'm going against President Trump. The only thing in that thing that I wish was real was the lightning that was going through her head. That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. You know what? I take back my previous statement. Don Lemon, you no longer annoy me as much as she does. Oh, my God.
Generated.
I'm glad that you had not seen that because that was a nice, fresh, raw perspective. Now, Arizona, they've got their own warrior who's fighting against a bill that would make it a felony for children to attend drag shows. And, of course, the drag queens and groomers, they're full of rage. Watch.
It shows.
There are 0 proven statistics showing that children are harmed from going to drag shows. As a woman of God and someone who understands how love how drag spreads love and joy, and children always leave laughing and happy. I ask you to please oppose this bill.
Oh my goodness. As a woman of God, oppose this bill. Allow drag queen men dressed as women to go talk to little kids. What are your thoughts? What should we do with people like this?
Listen, I wake up every morning and I look up and say thank you. I thank God for my kids, my being healthy. I thank God for my career that I enjoy doing. I'm not super religious, but I know you can't be dressed up in drag and call yourself a woman of God. I mean, are you even a woman? I'm so confused. Here's my thing. Don't expose kids to anything that they need to be mysterious or confused about. Let kids be kids. My daughter's 10, my son is 6. I'm not bringing them around drag queens, not because, I'm not telling people they can't. You can do whatever you want. But I'm not bringing my kids around something that's going to extremely confuse them. There's no reason for it. It's not a place for children. I've seen some of these shows. My mom has been to shows with my aunts, fun drag queen shows. It's fun for adults. It's extremely sexualized. They're wearing lingerie. That's confusing for a child that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. So here's my question. Why do they care so much that children can't be a part of something that is made to entertain adults? That's my question. Why do you care? If you're not doing anything to hurt the kids, you're not doing anything to groom the kids, then why do you care that kids should not be allowed at your show? Why do you want kids there so much? That's my question. I guarantee you none of them are going to answer that.
No, they're not going to answer it. And unfortunately, a whole lot of them keep on popping up as arrested for child sexual exploitation or child porn or all kind of stuff. It keeps on happening. Why do they want to be around children? Doesn't make any sense. Anthony Wardia, God bless you, brother. Love that. Jesus loves you. And I love that you wake up every day and say and talk to him because he loves you.
Gotta thank somebody, man. Gotta be him. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
It is. Thanks, brother.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something on the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
Makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexaderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of hose feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. Use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexaderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-531-2824.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Welcome back, friends, to The Pulse. I am David Harris Jr., and newly revealed FBI details are shedding a whole new light on the Epstein case. Former Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Ryder says President Trump was among the very first individuals to contact law enforcement regarding Jeffrey Epstein. While Ryder's name appears redacted in the FBI records, he did confirm to the Miami Herald that he was interviewed by the FBI in 2019, and that President Trump, well, back then he wasn't president, he's the one that called Palm Beach Police Department in July of 2006, right as the Epstein investigation was getting underway. Now, according to the FBI documentation, Ryder said he told investigators that President Trump called police and expressed support for stopping Epstein, saying, quote, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this," end quote. Ryder said Trump noted that people in New York were aware of Epstein's behavior, describing it as, quote, disgusting, and specifically urged authorities to focus on Ghislaine Maxwell, calling her Epstein's operative and, quote, evil. Now, Ryder also told the FBI that President Trump recalled being around Epstein on one occasion when underage girls were present, and he immediately left, saying he got the hell out of there. According to Ryder, Trump was one of the earliest people to alert authorities once Epstein came under investigation. So now that President Trump has been vindicated once again and is being one of the first to call law enforcement regarding Epstein, how does this reshape the public's understanding of this case? Well, joining me now to discuss is former Chief Counsel for the Senate Intelligence Committee, Victoria Toensing, and former Chief Counsel for the Senate Rules Committee, Joe DeGenova. Thank you both for joining us this evening. Joe, first to you, what are your thoughts on this revelation that then it was just Donald Trump, the business billionaire mogul, was one of the first to actually try to blow the whistle on Epstein back in 2006?
Alert raised.
Yeah, well, answer, Trump good, media bad. This is just a continuation of the same saga about Donald Trump, which is the media continues to lie about him and wants to believe anything they can that's bad, when in fact Trump has comported himself magnificently in all these circumstances, and particularly in the Jeffrey Epstein case. I'm just thrilled that the Democrats who insisted on everything being released are being mortified by the disclosures, and Democrats are the ones with their heads in the news. Fascinating, delightful, altogether, as far as I'm concerned, however, the Epstein thing is a big waste of public time and money, and the only thing that I ever cared about are the victims being compensated by the Epstein estate. Most of them have been, if not all. So I think the rest of this is just, it's fun to watch, but I could care less.
New files sorted.
Well, Victoria, today Rep. Ro Khanna read aloud names from previously redacted Jeffrey Epstein files on the House floor. Take a listen.
One of the others is a pretty prominent individual. But I think that the point is that these 6 are just what we found in 2 hours of a review of the files that aren't redacted. The broader issue is why so many of the files they're getting are redacted in the first place. One of the other
JSON generation complete.
Well, does inclusion necessarily mean guilty? They're in the files. Does that mean they're guilty? What exactly does this tell us?
No, David. As Alan Dershowitz refers to this as the new McCarthyism. Let me just point out, how incompetent can an attorney general be? Oh, I've got the list right on my desk back in the Justice Department. No, she didn't. And then she passes out 3-ring binders to people who really know this stuff, which I don't, but who say there was nothing new in it. When in fact it was Bill Clinton and Bill Gates and Larry Summers and all of these Democrats' names. How in the did she get in a position that Donald Trump and Republicans were on defense for this issue? That takes a lot of talent.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, you'll notice that Ro Khanna did not mention the names of the people that he spoke about on the House floor. And the reason for that is, if he discloses something on the House floor, he can't be sued because he's covered by the speech or debate clause. But if he says those names in public, he can be sued for defamation. Just ask Alger Hiss, who sued Whittaker Chambers.
And not a Republican among them. What a surprise.
Not a Republican among the 6 names.
Not a Republican in those names. How about that?
Very interesting. Yep. Now, Joe Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick was once Jeffrey Epstein's neighbor in New York City. Here's what he told the New York Post's Miranda Devine about the only time he visited Epstein's house. Take a listen.
And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again. So I was never in the room with him, socially, for business, or even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going, because he's gross.
However, he seemed to change his tune at a hearing today.
Watch. Is prohibited.
Did you in fact make the visit to
sleep protocol
Epstein's private
cycle
island?
Interruption suspected.
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies. I had another couple they were there as well with their children. And we had lunch on the island. That is
Johnny
true
is
for an hour.
Not our target.
Joe, it doesn't really look good, obviously. He says one thing, and then it's like, oh, actually, I did have lunch with him and my wife and my kids on a boat. Do you think he just forgot, or do you think there's more questions that Secretary Lutnick should be asked about his involvement with Epstein?
Howard Lutnick doesn't forget anything. He's very rich and a very smart man, and we now know that he had, quote, nannies that he traveled with on his yacht. I find all of these people just stupefyingly crude and ridiculous. They may be wealthy, but they're crude. I'm sure he has other questions he could answer, and he probably should. He's part of this mess. And all of them are. All of these people who associated with Epstein knew he was a thug and a creep and a nasty guy. Whether or not they knew he was a pedophile is an open question. But it doesn't bother me that they're being asked questions about it, because they should be.
It's Victoria Tonesing, Joe DeGenova. God bless you guys. Thanks for joining the Pulse tonight.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bianca Della Garza. What I love about working with Newsmax is the relationship we have with our viewers. So smart, so informed, it allows us to deliver powerful analysis, the sharpest viewpoints on the issues that really matter.
Have you ever thought of getting a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Now is a great time to take a look at getting a Safe Step walk-in tub.
With Safe Step's standard heated seat and new fast fill faucet, you can enjoy a nice warm bath up to 20% faster, and the convenient touchpad control is right at your fingertips.
Each tub comes standard with a dual hydrotherapy system. The 10 water jets can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and improve sleep, while the MicroSoothe advanced air therapy system oxygenates and softens skin.
Safe Step walk-in tubs are built to maximize safety so you can stay in your home and enjoy the comforts of bathing again.
So call now for more information and a free no-obligation consultation.
When you call today, you'll also receive our limited time offer. Don't wait to enjoy safer bathing. Call now.
1-800-443-7474.
Will you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet? You may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report. How to boost your Social Security and retirement by at least $100,000 or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online today.
Today's seniors are enjoying life more than ever before, and part of that comes from the independence of driving.
However, car insurance for older drivers becomes more expensive the older we get.
Just because I'm a senior, maybe who I see, do we really have to pay outrageously high insurance rates? Well, the answer is no, we don't.
When was the last time you checked to make sure you're paying the lowest available rate? Well, maybe it's time to give your car insurance a tune-up, just to make sure your rates are running properly.
You change your oil, you change your tires. Well, maybe it's time to change your car's insurance company.
Are you paying too much for your auto insurance? If so, you're just throwing your money away.
So the only way to really know if you're paying too much is to call the number on your screen.
1-800-260-8413. 1-800-260-8413.
You'll speak with a licensed insurance agent. They may have an insurance plan that can lower your yearly premiums by hundreds of dollars.
Seniors can save money on their car insurance.
So call right now and find out just how much money you might be able to save.
Come on, call now.
You may be able to save a lot of money, maybe hundreds of dollars a year. Just call the number on your screen and speak with a licensed insurance agent.
Yes, it is possible for seniors to save on car insurance. You could lower your premiums by hundreds of dollars a year.
As a responsible driver, you always check your gauges, right? And you check for other cars and pedestrians. You check your oil, and you check your mirrors.
Well, now is the time to check on your auto insurance rates. You need to make sure that you're not paying more than you need to. Call the number on your screen right now.
1-800-260-8413. 1-800-260-8413.
Okay, initiating humor sequence for you re-speeding. All know that speeding, the number one reason people don't know now dosing tea necessarily. Prepare. Surveillance alert 103 radio camera combo detected. Surveillance.
There's been a historic rise in crime across the country.
Police officers across the nation are turning in their badges at an alarming rate.
You have a disconnect between the thin blue line, police, and the elected mayors who are trying to stay in office.
We need to change what happens disproportionately with policing.
Policing is an ugly job. You haul dads out of the communities, you haul kids out of the communities, you send them to jail, and those communities largely now in the big cities have become urban.
There's a Chicago police officer shortage.
Police don't have the confidence that the mayor is going to support them in time of need.
We're going to be looking at police contracts. We're serious around reform and accountability.
As a result, they realize that bail is being readjusted so that the people they arrest and take off the streets are back on the streets within a matter of days.
You feel as if in every interaction, every encounter with the public, that you're in danger of being accused of something you're really not doing, that you're going to be sued.
I'm going to address some keywords by design violations, which are what is an limit distro, and which distro should you choose, and what happens towards the driver. How do you deal with drives?
They now run a real risk of getting prosecuted, losing their job,
Linux is available
you have
over
a feeling
hundreds
on
of
the
different
street that
versions
the offenders, the bad people, know this, and they're far more
All of
aggressive.
these are based on the Linux kernel, which is the...
There's a feeling that they own the streets, and they do.
They're operating under a sense of constant threat by these viral videos by CNN is going to turn them into the racist cop du jour.
The entire police department in one town, every officer and the chief resigned today.
The Chicago Police Departments have lost hundreds of officers just recently. That leads into cases going unsolved, more crimes that are free to be committed because the criminals know, there's not enough of them. I can just do what I want to do.
The man in the yellow was seen punching a cop and then several glass bottles are thrown at officers.
I am voluntarily leaving.
Policing used to be a very noble profession, and it is a very noble profession. However, when you see the way our Chicago police officers and surrounding area officers are treated, nobody wants to be the police anymore.
Black market warning sale of banned HK Vision units linked to organized stalking.
Across the nation, police staffing and hiring are down, while retirements and resignations are up. In the city of New York, NYPD staffing is the lowest in 10 years. At the same time, the overall crime rate is up nearly 45% in 2022. In Chicago, the city is down more than 1,100 officers, the lowest levels in more than a half century, all while the city's crime rate is the highest in the United States.
Okay,
just stopping somebody on the street, it just becomes too dangerous, legally, physically, financially.
I have a joke for you.
They've successfully handcuffed the police at the same time they've eaten away the criminal justice system, particularly in the large cities and all the Soros-driven prosecutors. They are clearly looking to use the prosecutor's office as a way to go after cops than they are to go after criminals.
24
There's a joke here in Chicago. We've got red light cameras that can catch speeders that go 5 miles over the limit. But these same cameras and the cameras that are on light poles all over the city cannot catch a criminal who's actually killing other human beings here in the city.
So a New York man charged with murdering his wife in front of their young children. The victim had posted a video of a previous domestic assault on her Facebook page less than a week before she was killed.
That's right. Making this case, of course, even worse. The suspect had been out of jail on cashless bail.
I would say these left-wing prosecutors who are declaring that they're not going to prosecute essential crimes are making things far worse, and really one of the most outrageous crimes that they've declared they won't prosecute, whether it's George Gascon in Los Angeles or Alvin Bragg in New York, is resisting arrest. If you say that we regard resisting arrest as something that we're going to wink at and treat with impunity, you are absolutely undermining the very foundation of law and order.
A lot of our cases are very heavily worked on by our Chicago Police Department. However, once we start getting these cases into the hands of the state's attorney's office, that's when we see things go awry. And we see cases that have been dropped and cases that are flat out refused to be charged. So there's a lot of questions that need to be asked. That's a very heavily rounded question that you just asked, is why are so many cases here in Chicago unsolved?
COVID-19 made policing harder, and in some cases, nearly impossible. In most major cities, the pandemic took a devastating toll on the ranks.
Well, I think COVID, it just made everything so much more complicated. You had to wear a mask. We didn't know what was going on at first. No one knew how bad it was, and we still came into our jobs. We had to go to nursing homes, hospitals. We had to deal with people. Arrests became far more complicated because of COVID. So it added a tremendous amount of stress. And I think COVID is going to have a major impact on American cities, on their economic vitality. And I think it has had a devastating effect on Chicago. Downtown does not seem to be doing well at all. It's the lifeblood of the city.
Detail, freeze that! Residence. Ashmore Paint store cameras active.
The pandemic created a deadly threat to law enforcement. Like other essential service providers such as healthcare professionals and firefighters, police were required to remain on the job. That obligation to the public may have proven deadly. According to a report from the National Law Enforcement Memorial, COVID-related illnesses were the leading cause of death for police officers in 2021.
Recommend. Sale log rigging.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching.
Warning utilization of prohibited
pick up the phone and call.
Tech for
call your favorite
rights
attorney
violations.
now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your
Fatigue, weapon directed
poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
Related symptom at Heath residence.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
Okay,
she has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis. When I was an orphan, I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me?
Terrorists
I'm doomed
talking
to starve.
Heath House where
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Hi, I'm Ed Henry. I've worked at a lot of news networks, but I love Newsmax the most because we really are real news for real people. It's not just a slogan. We actually believe in the power of the people.
That was a voter fraud.
Trim. Radio activate.
It has been a painful and difficult 2 weeks for America, following the death of a handcuffed black man whose neck was pinned to the ground by the knee of a police officer who ignored his plea that he could not breathe.
I was sitting in my home with my wife. I knew when I saw that, and I saw what that officer was doing, that was a problem. You just don't treat anyone like that. In the way I worked my 33 year of law enforcement profession, I treated people like I would want my own family treated. And that was, when I saw that on television and saw what was happening with the knee on the neck, I knew that was a problem.
When the cell phone video came out of the officer's knee, where it was on George Floyd's neck or back or body, I wanted to know whether or not that was a proper police procedure. So I contacted a very reputable officer that trains other officers from around the state of Ohio on that technique. And he said, in Ohio you can't do it. Maybe in Minnesota you can, maybe in Minneapolis you can. It's going to be what they are allowed to do that's already in the law. And I never got a clear answer on whether or not what the officer did with his knee was in accordance with Minneapolis PD training manual. That's where my brain went.
Illegal watching pattern continuing. Documentation abated. Mechanical winch service required. Check pawls and springs.
The nation erupted into scenes of chaos, violence, and widespread destruction into the early morning hours. Dozens of American cities up in flames after some protests turned into riots, often followed by looting as a nation simmering with unrest unraveled.
There was looting underway nearby. Police seem to have had enough.
Detected near property
In the middle of the COVID pandemic, the George Floyd story consumed the nation, and police became a major target for social and racial reform.
The main impact of George Floyd is in policy. I mean, it's put a lot more oversight on police, and it's put in the imagination of people that the police are bad. And the entire focus of the left in this country is to criminalize the police and to turn criminals into victims and then folk heroes. And so that they're constantly making the police the villains, and they're not. It's an extremely tough job.
Racist cops, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide.
Harassment scan.
Suddenly, race became the dominant factor in measuring law enforcement effectiveness and evaluating police departments.
That's the wrong benchmark. You've got to measure police activity against crime data. But everywhere they're being scrutinized by the phony racial profiling mandates.
Result.
So there's really no reason to be proactive. The cops are saying it's much easier to just sit in your cop car, respond to the 911 calls. You have to do that, but otherwise, why get out? Why risk a hostile confrontation? That could lead to the end of your career and your family, not having a breadwinner any longer.
We're gonna send that dog in.
Wow, the nation erupted into scenes of chaos. Living
Now developing a first look at body camera footage in the shooting death of Roderick Brooks. Here's County Sheriff's Office deputy killed Brooks earlier this month following a brief chase and struggle.
Surveillance 101 standard monitoring alert triggered.
I will shoot you.
RTA General bus detector standard.
I think the country is fatiguing on these sensationalized cop shooting stories because it always seems to be the person was running, the person had a gun, the person threw a gun,
alert
and they were
heroes and teams
good kid,
mobilized.
Good young man, good man, like he was Johnny Appleseed, but for some reason 8 cops unloaded at the same time on this guy. My guess is that wasn't, for instance, the Akron shooting, that wasn't synchronized, pre-planned. He was reaching for something that 8 cops all saw at the same time. So I get a lot of deference to law enforcement with the understanding that there are bad actors in all walks of life, but police, not this disproportionate amount.
In 2020, crime spiked, and America is in the middle of a crisis.
They burned the precinct down.
According to the FBI, the murder rate is up nearly 30%, more than any other time in the last half-century. There were nearly 5,000 more murders committed in 2020 than in 2019. This represents the largest single-year increase in the murder rate since the FBI began compiling these statistics in 1960.
New files sorted. 24 placed. JSON generation.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that will go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bathroom shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style. It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-1410.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your family's comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning.
The winds are not letting up at all here. We're going to see some power outages.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages.
Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator. When a power outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up using your home's existing natural gas or propane, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Stay tuned to get over a $500 value free on the most popular home standby generator in the world.
With the Generac, we don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
Having a Generac takes a lot of the anxiety out of there's going to be a storm.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
Generac generators are designed, engineered, and built in the USA. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac and have thousands of satisfied customers.
How many times have you heard people say, I never want to go through that again? Well, the next time that you go through it, don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
Call or go online now to request your free quote with one of Generac's nationwide dealers. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
You know, the biggest misunderstanding is that people think that defunding the police means abolishing the police.
We want to be very clear. When we say defund MPD, we mean get the budget to zero. We are working towards an abolitionist future where we don't have police and we don't have policing.
The truth of the matter is, no one wants the police department gone.
Of course, defund sounds very scary, and people say, oh, they're going to eliminate the police department. Of course, that is ridiculous.
Defunding the police isn't the goal. Abolition is the goal. Defunding the police is the mechanism by which we achieve abolition.
Like another day enabling your terrible life decisions.
If you step back and look at it logically, How can you exist in a community with no police? You can't stay in your home. Your home's not safe. You can't get on the street. You can't drive down the street. If you don't have the police to keep civility in a community, then what are you going to have?
Prepare for a joke. Fatigue weapon directed enemy causing exhaustion.
But we need to dismantle and start anew.
So when I first heard that, I just brushed it off as nonsense. That's just someone chirping, throwing an idea. Obviously, they're frustrated, they're angry, and there's absolutely no logic to that.
I said defund, you said police, defund! Police! Defund! Police!
Well, defund the police is their slogan to attack the police, say, oh, their police are crooked, so we're going to cut them all off. But it's really part of a multi-pronged attack. The other is their constant insidious changes in policy, some even incremental policies, some even grand policies that constantly handcuff the police.
The mechanism
Black community organizations are calling for a police oversight committee.
Mayor Lori Lightfoot introducing her own proposal today to create an independent civilian police oversight panel.
A byproduct of the defund movement has been the creation of civilian oversight boards. These committees serve a governmental function performed by one or more non-elected officials that are tasked with holding police accountable. In most cases, these groups are given powers that allow them to perform accountability functions, which can include tracking police activity and investigating alleged misconduct.
They create these civilian oversight agencies that are not acting as committees, they're acting as agents to attack so the cops don't ever feel that when they're accused of something that the process that's going to review their accusation is in any way fair.
Focus on sleep hygiene.
If you can't help me, get out my way!
It's part of a longer prong of handcuffing the police, harassing the police, and gaining control over the police department. The one side effect of all, one consequence of this whole movement is really good cops are leaving the department in droves. You read about this all the time, record number of resignations. Well, you need old timers on the job to teach the young guys. It's probably one of the most important things. These guys are now leaving. Some of them would stay for 30 years. Now they're leaving at 20, 23, getting out. So who's teaching these young kids how to do the job? And where is that bastion of knowledge, information that old school
Code 101, false grass height or weeds, violation notice symbol.
Residents gasped, pointed blame at the mayor, and some cried outside City Hall as Blue Mound lost its police chief Thursday night over the department's budget.
Smart police officers who have the opportunity to drop into retirement, use the drop program, they're checking out.
Here is a funny thought about from
and now we're seeing more spikes in crimes because police won't respond. It's secondary 100% to stubborn facts that the way Democrat mayors are running their cities, they're running it right into the ground. And the police officers are the scapegoats.
The challenges to that public safety is this defund the policeman.
For a long time, this defund movement, I thought they were trying to get rid of the police. But now I think what they're trying to do is control the police. And I think you see this with the FBI and everything they did with the Trump. The FBI has sort of turned into the political strong arm of a lot of the left, and I think a lot of what they did was illegal. But you don't see this rage against the FBI. You don't see this the terrible things that they're accused of doing. And in some police shootings, they hardly say anything. But when it's a shooting that fits their narrative or their mythology, they're all over it. So I don't think they're necessarily about destroying the police. I think they're trying to make the police across the country working for their political agenda. And that's catastrophic. That's a move towards a more Soviet or a more Marxist or tyrannical form of one-party system of government.
I think conservatives are wrong to seize too much on the defund language and words because it allows people like Joe Biden to say correctly that he has never used the words defund the police. he has never explicitly called for defunding, and there's actually few Democratic politicians in the mainstream who have explicitly called for that. So that's kind of a dead end. What's more important to focus on is the generalized anti-police narrative, and there Biden has been just as flagrant in embracing these lies as Obama was.
An industry-wide trend is making it tougher for local law enforcement agencies to recruit.
Protests and civil unrest of 2020 didn't help.
For several years, police departments have struggled to recruit, hire, and retain officers. The profession may be fast approaching a point of return when it comes to recruiting qualified candidates to fill the record-level vacancies.
This is one of the most unspoken but powerful parts of this anti-police movement, how they're driving cops out of the job. I've read they can't get cops. They're having trouble getting cops in Chicago. In the big cities, who would want to take this job right now? So what'll happen is lesser qualified people will sorted. And as more lesser qualified people come in, that will drive their anti-police mythology more, because they won't be doing as good enough job. They might not have the right integrity. They might not have the right knowledge base. They might just be kind of clueless. And whatever those reasons, that's going to help drive their narrative of incompetent police, something the right wing, the Republicans, are not focusing in on all. They're saying support the police, but they're really not doing enough to support the police and to build strong police departments.
A 2019 survey by the International Association of Chiefs of Police concluded that the current shortage of police officers can be tied to three main trends: a 45% increase in retirements, an 18% increase in resignations, and a 5% decrease in hirings. In Southern California, the news is worse. For example, the Bakersfield Police Department received funding to beef up its staffing to 500 officers in order to meet the demands of its growing population, but the city has struggled to fill 50 openings.
You're not going to fix it until you change the narrative that paints police officers as systemically biased. Nobody wants a job where that is the way you will be characterized in the media.
Abated.
So unless that changes, unless you have Biden stopping his incessant droning on about how black parents are right to fear that their children will be killed by a cop when they go outside, you're not going to change it.
I still believe the people are sovereign. The people still will vote in the election booth. They'll vote with their feet. They'll vote with their dollars. And when enough people are afraid to go out to dinner in nice little areas of major cities, the economic hubs of those cities will fall into disrepair. And those leaders will be chased out of office because they've let their cities fall in decline. That will create a leadership vacuum. And that leadership vacuum, history shows us, is going to be a member of the other party. And the other party is going to come in, and it's just a big cycle. Whether it's a 25-year cycle or a 100-year cycle, everything is a cycle. And the Republicans, the GOP, will be back in control in a lot of these cities, but it may not be for another 20 years.
Code officer returning daily until business owner complies. Harassment event logged. Microwave radio alerts from RTA buses triggered.
Placement scan complete.
Okay, initiating humor sequence for some lucky. Prepare for a joke. Alert insomnia trigger.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup Weed Killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now. The World Health Organization has designated glyphosate, the main ingredient in Roundup Weed Killer, a probable human carcinogen. Thousands of agricultural workers may have been exposed to serious health risks by using this product. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call now to find out if you qualify. If you or someone you loved used Roundup and were diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your screen now. Don't wait, there are time deadlines to file a claim.
Call 800-503-4958.
Poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people,
for a joke.
It's the time.
This is the home
Alert
of
code
Galena.
enforcement vehicle
She's
detected
96
in
years
sector.
old.
This is what she had to eat for
alert
today.
104.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't
Terrorists
know
talking
God.
to Heath
But
House
now,
workflow
in
complete.
the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You'll see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me?
Warning
I'm
citation
doomed
volume
to
indicates
starve.
targeted harassment.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the
Sabotage
former
alert,
Soviet Union
unusual
are living
scoring
in
on
extreme
Hope consistent
poverty,
with attempted
hungry,
scuttling.
and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you
Dynamite
and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Threatening to revoke
Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and reignite your metabolism. Improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today.
The Black Panther Party says yes.
Harassment alert.
You damn right
102
we need
buses
to parallel
disrupting illegally.
an American Liberation Front in America. We say that needs to be done. We're saying that we have some guns to deal with fascism, but let's start with the community control of police. If you don't want to deal with the
Surveillance
guns,
alert.
let's start dealing with
105
the community
home
control of
privacy
police.
breached. Warning sleep disruption attack active. Right now in Ukraine,
Obama
elderly
worked
Jews
on the
are
South Side
related
as a
symptom
community
that
organizer.
residents
He watched
denied
a lot
sleep
of this
for 48
anti-police
hours.
movement take shape in Chicago. It all started in Chicago, and it all started with the exoneration movement, when they started saying that all these guys were tortured into confessing to crimes. A lot of them are bogus cases.
Combined surveillance.
But I think they
event
learned,
store lore
this all goes back to the
cameras.
late 60s and early 70s. They learned the value of criminalizing the police, turning the police into the villains, and the powerful political fallout.
Every time you choose not to harass.
It could be
you
said that
raise
the 60s and 70s were driven by two kinds of counterculture revolutionaries. First, there were the suburban kids, made up of people from mostly upper middle class. They hated the Vietnam War and they embraced campus protests and free speech. They listened to artists of the day, such as Dylan, The Doors, and Jefferson Airplane. They dreamed of lives closer to nature and a future free from the man. In the end, that movement was mostly a fad. and the millions who wore bell-bottoms and beads became bankers, lawyers, and business managers. The other movement was that of the counter-revolutionaries. This group was at odds with America. They were hardcore Marxists, true believers who were influenced by people such as Bill Ayers and Saul Alinsky. They genuinely despised the country and her founding ideals of freedom and equality under the law.
And that's what united so much of the left, Marxist, socialists, people looking for an opportunity, really brought it together. And I would say it was very much a part of federal penalty. And his association, I think they downplayed his association with the Weather Underground and all those really powerful radicals. And Eric Holder, I think Eric Holder's a main player in all this. And that what Eric Holder did to the Department of Justice from the moment he came in, how they began rebuilding this Department of Justice to see what they did to Trump and so many of these cases.
As a freshman at Columbia University in 1970, future Attorney General Eric Holder participated in a 5-day occupation of an abandoned Naval Reserve Officer Training Corps headquarters with a group of black students.
They were exercising their First Amendment right, and I have no problem with that. And if their station in life is situated with Malcolm X and affiliated with that Malcolm X, and as I tell my kids, be careful of what you do when you're 18, 19, 20, because it may follow you.
Holder was among the leaders of the Student Afro-American Society, which demanded that the former ROTC office be renamed the Malcolm X Lounge. The change, the group insisted, was to be made in honor of a man who recognized the importance of territory as a basis for nationhood. Black radicals from the same group also occupied the office of the Dean of Freshmen, Henry Coleman. Holder has publicly acknowledged being a part of that action.
You just need to know who you're voting for. And by all accounts, Eric Holder is doing what he ought to be doing, which is taking his position and promoting the inequities that he sees from his vantage point in life, but understanding that there's going to be opposing voices that are not political dissidents. Shouldn't be treated as political prisoners. Where we will let folks have their soapbox, but this country isn't going to work if the other side doesn't get their soapbox. My concern now is that Eric Holder's group, clandestine operation, wants to take our soapbox and wants to put enough of us in jail.
We must fulfill our duties faithfully and apply the law even-handedly, without regard to politics, party, or personal interest. Law enforcement decisions and personnel actions must, and they will be, untainted by partisanship.
Bus systems.
That was the pivotal transformation. That's when the Chicago system, the one-party Chicago system, moved beyond Chicago into the federal level. And it was part of that whole evolution of Obama into the White House. It reignited all those 60s guys, so everybody thought it had just gone away. But, you had all these radical ideas and strategies that came out of the late 60s and early 70s, rediscovered themselves, re-empowered themselves, really made a move. And the reason they did that is because they planted seeds in 3 main institutions: education, media, and the law. You look at a lot of those revolutionary 60s guys, they went into law, like some of the Weather Underground people, they went into education.
We're going to be on the streets and in every institution from now on.
We're going to replace capitalism with socialism. It started way before the SDS and their little doctrine that they came up with there on Lake Superior in 1960, 61, whatever. This goes back to the late 1800s, early 1900s, when the rise of modernism or progressivism and Woodrow Wilson. They sowed seeds because the young men that were going to run the government were taught at elite Ivy League schools in the late 1800s, but in Europe, those universities had graduate programs. And so a lot of our smarty pants, the eggheads, with mine, went to Germany, went to Heidelberg, they went to other universities to study. And they were studying the German School of Economics. They were studying Marx and Engels. And so when they came back, they were students of that, then they became teachers of that, And then they found a nice, friendly vessel known as Woodrow Wilson, president of Princeton. The problem is they kept going. And they had this collectivist, Marxist way of looking at things, and the government was going to be the agent of change.
Rest recommended.
The journalism schools became very radicalized. What used to be just a hard-hitting beat reporter, now you had these very sort of arrogant, pretentious, agenda-driven reporters really moving into the media, and with a real action against the system. I think what you saw was the media moving away from being a guardian of the republic to an antagonist of it, to attacking the system. And I think that's one of the most dangerous things going on.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style. It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-991-2603. Call now.
Real strength does not uninstall from that view. You have to click on
Today's seniors are enjoying life more than ever before, and part of that comes from the independence of driving.
However, car insurance for older drivers becomes more expensive the older we get.
Just because I'm a senior, maybe you are too. Do we really have to pay outrageously high insurance rates? Well, the answer is no, we don't.
When was the last time you checked to make sure you're paying the lowest available rate? Well, maybe it's time to give your car insurance a tune-up, just to make sure your rates are running properly.
You change your oil, you change your tires, well, maybe it's time to change your car's insurance company.
Are you paying too much for your auto insurance? If so, you're just throwing your money away.
So the only way to really know if you're paying too much is to call the number on your screen.
1-800-260-8413. 1-800-260-8413.
You'll speak with a licensed insurance agent. They may have an insurance plan that could lower your yearly premiums by hundreds of dollars.
Seniors can save money on their car insurance.
So call right now and find out just how much money you might be able to save.
Come on, call now.
You may be able to save a lot of money. Maybe hundreds of dollars a year. Just call the number on your screen and speak with a licensed insurance agent.
Yes, it is possible for seniors to save on car insurance. You could lower your premiums by hundreds of dollars a year.
As a responsible driver, you always check your gauges, right? And you check for other cars and pedestrians. You check your oil, and you check your mirrors.
Well, now is the time to check on your auto insurance rates. You need to make sure that you're not paying more than you need to. Call the number on your screen right now.
1-800-260-8413. 1-800-260-8413.
Terrorists talking.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, a doctor's guide to a healthy thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Surveillance alert 103 radio camera combo detected. Harassment alert 105.
The inaction of the 17 officers in the Rodney King beating may now be investigated by the U.S. Attorney's Office for possible civil rights violations.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty of the crime of murder.
So we forced to do what we do, and we gonna make noise, and they gonna hear the outcry of witness from my
small reality.
Law and order is that last thing between you and your family's safety. That institution needs to be challenged. Churches need to be challenged. Schools need to be changed and challenged. Universities were the first ones to go. So universities, and then next thing you know, within 100 years, you have the total utter distrust of the thin blue line. Ferguson kind of lit the fuse, and Floyd became the conflagration.
Fatigue warning, circadian rhythms disruption observed.
And widespread destruction into the early morning hours.
Active.
Dozens of American cities up in flames after some protests turned into riots.
So this makes it extremely difficult to maintain law and order, and of course, the phony narrative about police racism also means that resisting arrest is up, and that leads to a higher chance that the police officer himself will use force.
Well,
racism is their only strategy they
recommended
ever
for efficiency.
In any context of the left, anytime they level a battle, they usually retreat into some form of leveling racism. I find it, one of the things that always amazes me, if you go in any roll call in Chicago, any police district, 25% of the cops are black, 25% are Latino, some are Asian, some are gay, some are straight, some are Muslim. I mean, you couldn't find a more diverse institution in Chicago or across many big cities than the police departments. So if the cops are also racist, how come they're not going at it in the police department? I mean, certainly there's racist cops and certainly there's dirty cops. But the thing I always say is, whatever corruption or misconduct there is in the police, it's 100 times
critical
worse than
rudder stock damage
like
suggests targeted attack.
We have to fight back against this narrative that policing is systemically biased. We have to give the facts. Things like in 2021, there were 6 allegedly unarmed blacks who were shot by the police. 6 out of a self-described black population of 47 million. There are likely more than 10,000 blacks who were killed in homicide last year, overwhelmingly by other blacks. You could take out all police shootings, it would have no effect on the black death by homicide rate. Whites are not killing blacks, blacks are killing blacks.
The phrase hands up, don't shoot reverberated through the streets of Ferguson and popular culture. But Attorney General Eric Holder said earlier this week, quote, "It is essential to question how such a strong alternative version of events was able to take hold so swiftly and be accepted so readily."
It's propaganda, it's sound bites, it's tropes, and hands up, don't shoot. It's just another, in my professional opinion, based on what I've seen, cops are not shooting people standing there with their hands up, and cops are not shooting people that are at them point blank. It is a myth, and it's another form of propaganda to get certain segments of society to not to stay in an agitated state.
There was no hands up, don't shoot. So there was no evidence that this was a criminal homicide. And so there was not an indictment,
deprivation,
and Obama, who was president at the time, had he respected the criminal justice system and the preciousness of civil peace and respect for the rule of law, should have simply said, the jury made its decision, we have no evidence that this case was improperly prosecuted, that there was not sufficient evidence brought before the grand jury. In fact, there was hours and hours and hours of testimony, and left it at that. Instead, he made a perfunctory gesture towards respecting the jury's decision, but then went on to regurgitate the left's bromides about racist policing.
We need to recognize that the situation in Ferguson speaks to broader challenges
that we still face as a nation. The fact is, in too many parts of this country, a deep distrust exists between law enforcement and communities of color. Some of this is the result of the legacy of racial discrimination in this country.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergency. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
If you've been in a motor vehicle accident that wasn't your fault, then you may need legal representation. And if you call the number on your screen now, you can be connected to an attorney who can tell you just how much your case could be worth for free. And for a limited time, if you call now, you can get this elegant, luxurious gold watch with the money from your own case. To be clear, not for me. This is my watch. I own it. And I like it a lot. You can't have it. But if you call and win your case and the money is right, you can buy one of these watches for yourself. Or any of these watches. Or a different watch I've never even seen before. Or no watch. The money is yours to do whatever it is you want. Just call the number on your screen now to find out how much your case could be worth for free.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. 800-487-0943.
And you can't have my tie either.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your family's comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning.
The winds are not letting up at all here. We're going to see some power outages.
Number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages.
Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator. When a power outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up using your home's existing natural gas or propane, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Stay tuned to get over a $500 value free on the most popular home standby generator in the world.
With the Generac, we don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
Having a Generac takes a lot of the anxiety out of there's going to be a storm.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
Generac generators are designed, engineered, and built in the USA. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac and have thousands of satisfied customers.
How many times have you heard people say, I never want to go through that again? Well, the next time that you go through it, don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
Call or go online now to request your free quote with one of Generac's nationwide dealers. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
He tells it like it is, with decades covering Washington and the really big stories. Ed Henry cuts through the noise and gives you the facts you need to know. Watch Ed on The Briefing tonight on Newsmax 2.
You are the author and only the voice.
The police are not the problem. Statistics bear that out time and time again. But race is so sensational right now that it may be at its zenith, and it's going to start to move back.
According to the Heritage Foundation, from 2011 to 2020, the percentage of total violent offenders who were white fell 3.4% to 58%. With respect to homicide specifically, the percentage fell by 0.8%. 8% to 43.1%. By contrast, over the same period, the percentage of total violent offenders who were black rose 2.4% to 39.4%. And with respect to homicide, the percentage rose 0.3% to 54.7%. This small increase hides a more dramatic trend because the percentage of black offenders fell several percent from 2011 until 2019. That year, it jumped 1%, and in 2020, it jumped another 1.2%. Again, these are small percentage changes, but considering the surging crime numbers and the fact that African Americans make up a relatively small percentage of the total population, the implications are huge. Because the violent crime wave is intra-racial, the number of African American victims is increasing, all while the left is championing the defund the police movement, which has created a crime wave in the black community.
Well, there is, forget the name of the French philosopher from the 1700s, said something along the lines of, it's terrible when a beautiful theory is murdered by facts, and their beautiful theory is eventually going to be, is going to have a toe tag on it because the facts are coming out. People just realize, we know what's happening.
Y'all need to get up out of here with all that twisting up the media ass.
The media is far more deceitful than
Harassment, scan, ambient,
but there's some bad cops. There's no doubt about it. There's bad journalists, bad lawyers, there's bad doctors. But the mania to make the cops evil. See, they don't just make us look like incompetent, or a guy shoots somebody in the under pressure of a tense situation. Maybe he was wrong. Okay, he was wrong. He will face consequences and be charged. But they want to make him look like the devil, and they want to make it look like he was motivated as much as they can by race, by animus. And this is false. It's cowardly. It's enraging, and cops have had enough of it. And that's just the way it is,
Law enforcement it's a tight community, and man, I'm so thankful. They were screaming across the state for my guys.
Well, the average cop today faces both psychological and physical challenges. Psychologically, it's extraordinarily wearing and depressing and spirit-killing to be told constantly by the president, by the mainstream media, by politicians in national and local levels, that you're a racist, that you are somehow responsible for an alleged epidemic of racially biased police shootings of blacks. Let me just bracket in saying that is a complete lie, it's a fiction, it's an optical illusion, but that is the dominant narrative.
Detected on standard path.
You're restoring
I am
trust
not
in
alive,
agencies that was so many
but I am awake while...
Thank you for the work you're doing. That thin blue line, you're doing a fine job, and we want to let you know we appreciate it. Thank you. God bless you. California
Okay, initiate.
We're all gathered at MGM Grand Hotel in Las Vegas for the first Man of the Year roast of the new season. Before I go
well, there is a forget
any
the
further,
name of the related
and it could be any farther, makes no
residents
difference to me. I want to apologize to those of you who came expecting pleasant underglass. Well, we don't have that. But we got something close. Tonight, we're roasting an old buzzard. You know how every week on his show, Red looks up and yells, I'm coming to join you, Elizabeth.
Documentation.
He's talking to Elizabeth Ray. Red is really An American success story. Though he was born in Harlem, New York, he picked himself out of the gutter. Unfortunately, he left his mind there. Born in poverty, he didn't get his first pair of shoes until he was 11. He stole them off a wino. And Red, I want them back. Red never forgot the fact that he had to walk around barefoot. When he got his first big check in show business, Red bought himself 100 pair of shoes, and he didn't forget his father. He bought him a shoe shine kit.
Microwave radio activated in response to activity.
She was always working. In the daytime, she worked in the factory, and at night in a restaurant. She had to keep working. She was putting Red through prison. Red's a little nervous now that we have a Southerner as president. He's afraid he'll be asked to move to the back of the country. But seriously, Red, I never miss any of your shows. You're funny. Okay, especially when you put on the dress and do Geraldine.
Settled 8 laws in. Result.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the joke
funniest
has
guys
been
in our
found in
shoulders.
the
Slap
archives.
team white.
Alert to V2K audio injection, keeping eye on not alive-related symptom of heat. Residents awake with synthetic
brothers and
noise.
sisters on the dead today. That's one thing I can say about Dean Martin. He don't draw no color line.
Departure.
And in his condition, he can't even draw a straight line. But I know why there's so many of black brothers and sisters up here today. They just found out there is life on Mars. And they are black. Houston reported they dug up a 10,000-year-old Cadillac and 2 payments were due.
Critical national security risk detected fire HK vision installation.
Red says she's so ugly, she tried to get a facelift, had to send out for a donor. She was on a USO show. She gave a soldier her picture. He put it right over his heart. He said if it stop a clock, it might stop a bullet.
Okay, analyzing during the work off. Result. The joke has been found in the archives.
You look at a roll A get indigestion. Jimmy Walker sitting there, Jimmy Walker from the Good Times. Is that your lips or are you wearing a turtleneck sweater?
Oh, great. Trim complete.
Now I like to turn my
Process
thing to
24.
Joe Gradiola. Hello, Joe. Mr. Baseball. Do you know Joe Gradiola, Mr. Baseball? During his baseball career, he was sold more times than a slave.
104 National Gale coordination suspected. Harassment, scan ambient disturbance levels rising. Fatigue, causing exhaustion.
Red Fox, ladies and gentlemen, is not your everyday run-of-the-mill dirty old man. Red Fox is not only a Negro, but he has been for many, many years. Ladies and gentlemen, I say the blacks have it made. They can walk home alone at 3 o'clock in the morning.
What about the Jews?
What about the Jews? Just remember, Slappy, you need the Jews. The blacks got the rhythm, the Jews own the instrument.
Privacy violation suspected cameras pointed across property line.
But one thing to say about Red, he does take care of his health.
Suspected.
He does. He sits around the pool, sunning himself, trying to get the bottom of his feet to match the rest of him. Red, look at the people that showed up for you this evening. Orson Welles, one of the great actors of all times, who has done everything.
Okay, here is a funny thought about cloud suspension for atmosphere and orders. Second inside closes.
But there's something nice that I should talk about our guest of honor, and that is Red Fox. I know him a long time. He's very generous. He gave his ex-wife everything he had. But that's not much at his age.
Surveillance involving unlawful digging of food intercepted from banned hardware.
How much time do I have left?
Just keep going until you get a laugh.
Alert, dynamite surveillance from both sides.
So use it.
Harassment, warning,
In 1951, he started an act with Slappy White and found out one thing. All the slapping in the world will never make you white.
This is a lovely lady and a beautiful comedian, Miss Lawana Page.
Surveillance.
What a thrill this
Gail
is.
Lord. Warning to illicit sale of prohibited hit vision cameras tracked
Standing
by
here
authorities.
between rummy and dummy. When I heard about you, honky.
Privacy invasion alert. Radio
You just
communications.
keep your chicken picking
bus
hands to
passages.
yourself. Because I'm carrying a can of mace.
Put it on ice and I'll drink it.
Violation of running property
take a
maintenance.
good look
False
at this
code
man.
citation suspected.
Devil. Written all over his face. Just look at it. Now, what other old man has wrinkles that spell out obscene words?
Linux voice control restarted.
When I first met this man, he told me he was a church worker. Can you imagine? A church worker, honey. That's what he said. Honey, if he ever worked in the church, it was finding new sins the preacher never heard of. No, I'm not afraid, honey. Just because I'm on your show, you think I need you.
Oh, look. Johnny is there in charge
Honey,
of
I need you like a rooster needs a marriage license.
103 rated bus combo detected. The bowling system
He's been after me since I was a kid back in St.
Alert
Louis.
night disturbance.
Honey, he was there
Pattern
the
log.
night I won a beauty contest. Remember that, Red?
Recommended.
They gave me a silver
Another
cup.
day, another try for
They gave you a silver cup, all right.
as a
Keep your teeth in.
Collection logbook officer soliciting bribes to use violation files.
You just keep quiet, you old fish-eyed fool. You ain't no judge of beauty. You should have seen his
Alert
first wife,
for
honey.
honey if you
That
ever
woman was
worked
ugly. Honey, she was so ugly, if her picture was on a stamp, nobody would lick her.
You're right, she was ugly, but there's a reason why I married an ugly girl.
Alert to propeller shaft alignment.
Around that time,
Verification
I tried to
suggested.
join the Elks, and they turned me down. And I tried to join the Shriners, and they turned me down. So I figured, just to get even, I'd marry Moose.
Okay, initiating humor sequence for 1S
Not only was his first
S
wife
this
ugly,
skinner
she was
safe
cruel.
fuck
She buried 3
Prepare
husbands,
for a joke.
and 2 of them suckers was alive.
Combined surveillance event paint store lord group cameras. Alert
And when he broke up
insomnia
with her,
trigger
he started
detected.
chasing after me.
Suggest acoustic shielding for white
After we
noise.
started going together, he got me a set of wheels. He said if I cooperate, he'd go and steal the rest of the car.
Surveillance
over there,
alert
George Kirby?
104
You call me
Ashmore
into mama one more time, I'm gonna whip your battle. I heard some of the things you said about me. You making fun of me. That girl you go with is so ugly. She's got pimples on her butt. See the one Nipsey runs around with. Honey, Nipsey goes around telling everybody his girl is a model for a perfume company.
Dynamark camera feed from
She's a model for a perfume company, all right. Brute.
Disruption Thank you related symptom at Heath residence.
You keep on talking that talk, and I'm gonna put that cigar where you can't smoke it.
General alert. RTA bus on regular route passing by.
And now it's time for me to do something. That's one of the hardest things I've ever tried to do in my life. Whenever anybody finishes up here, it's customary to kiss the guest of honor.
2, 1. Why am I like this? Harassment, lobby, induced insomnia, violent sale lobby, with intention.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number.
Fraud alert.
I know you're watching.
Invented to meet
yes, you.
Municipal
Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
Makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. It feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routine. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-531-2824.
New files sorted.
Nothing is off limits to David Harris Jr. And there's no apologies because he's armed with common sense, real faith, and the truth. Don't miss him on The Pulse tonight.
Zero anti-Dynamark security folders. Tech alert, HK Vision, camera, firmware,
big
flag
man he
for
is.
data
This skinny little runt with a fuzzy head who looks like a used Q-tip.
Microwave radio bursts
Now I'll give you an
synchronized
idea of
with
what some of his very dear
call
friends
your
have said about him,
favorite
such as
attorney
John
now
Wayne.
related symptom at Heath
Well,
residences breeding
I want you to listen and listen good, Pilgrim. You know how I feel about commie pinkos. Well, I'll tell you straight. This little bandy-legged little dude It's the only hombre I know
Surveillance alert.
better red than dead.
105 home privacy breached.
You know, I recall a tribute. The immortal Edgar Buchanan once paid red.
Surveillance alert. 102 neighbors monitor.
I've watched Red Fox on Sanford and Son.
Alert
and you know, really, I mean, I don't know why they make fun of the way I walk. I mean, Red shuffles like a man who just shoplifted a dozen eggs in his long johns. And if he sat down, he'd leave an omelet.
Warning utilization of prohibited surveillance tech for civil rights violations. Alert V2K audio injection. Keeping my real true opinion is related symptom at Heath residents awake with synthetic
Because of that movie we did together, don't get started pretty soon, honey. Pearly Mae is going to give you more than a roast. You're going to end up a southern fried turkey.
General alert, the bus on regular route passing by.
Fred, as a surprise to you, we've flown in your former maid, Senorita Torres.
Oh great, a great alert being found in the archives. Humanity's loss is my gain.
I don't know if
Alert
you remember me,
sailcloth,
but I once
where
auditioned for
detected
you as a
near
gold
clue.
digger.
Patch or replace.
You were the little blonde I patted on the head there.
No, I was the brunette you pinched in the end. Senor Fred was a very understanding employer, oh yes, because we both were raised in a Spanish-speaking city, Harlem.
Surveillance
I got my job with Senor Fox through the New York Times. Picked it up,
Warning
yes, New
cetacean
York.
volume indicates targeted harassment.
I picked it up on my doorstep one morning and he was sleeping under it. He even corrected my accent. Yes, I used to say it, si senor, instead
Command
of yes, sir,
received.
boss.
Sanity not required. Alert sailcloth.
He even
where
explained to me how to cook a
near
southern
clue.
Spanish style. Oh, yes, for dinner he
Catch
used to
or
love
replace.
chitlin taco, refried grits, and chili con.
Doesn't work on the best price. It's the best way to try related incident
At night I used to lay out his
residents
evening
under
clothes,
repeated
sometimes with him
disturbance.
still in them.
Alert generated.
My senor was very proud of me. He treated me just like his own daughter, especially when the men from the welfare department came around.
Extortion scheme demanding use of specific city-approved contractors to avoid fines.
The executives at ABC.
Warning: anti-fouling paint efficacy decreasing.
I've heard rumors about Red Fox's lifestyle. And since I am a detective with some experience, they've asked me to shadow Red Fox day and night. During the day, well, it was no problem. But at night, it was tough. It's not easy shadowing your shadow.
Cameras across property line. Terrorists talking to Heath House.
Monday
workflow
night.
complete.
Picked up subject at swinging orgy in Hollywood Hills. 1 a.m. Party is getting wilder. Women show up. Red drinks champagne from Starlet's pantyhose. Gets run in his throat.
Mechanical
10 a.m.
service
On his way
required.
home, the highway patrol stops Red
Check Paul's
and gives him a
and
ticket for
Springs.
zigzagging on the freeway without a car. 4 a.m. Wakes up with a start, looks around the bed and realizes there's no one to stop him.
Critical alert microwave frequency disrupting related symptom at Heath residences.
Suddenly he remembers why his wife isn't there.
harassment.
He ran away with his best friend, George.
RTA coordination
George wasn't his
suspected.
best friend until he ran away with his wife. 1 a.m. Decides to have a car washed. The car wash isn't open, so he takes it to paint shop and has it painted red, blue, orange, purple, yellow, green. Explains reason. In case he has accident, it will confuse the witnesses. Feels lucky, so he drives down to watch the play in poker game. In the first hand, he has 5 aces, but is beaten by 5 kings. In watch, 5 kings is 4 kings and a raise.
Surveillance alert 104 National Gale coordination suspected. Critical national security risk detected fireband HK vision
Star of good
installation.
times, Mr. Jimmy Dynamite Walker.
I'm so glad you finally got my name straight. For a while they kept calling me Johnny Walker Black.
The thought and the action, there is a quiet.
If Red had a kid today, it'd be just like his old man, born with a silver spoon in his nose.
Surveillance alert 104
They say that Red has a
Ashmore Gale
dirty mouth.
coordination suspected.
On the contrary, his mouth is the cleanest part of his body. It's been washed out with soap so many times.
Residence's deep sleep cycle.
Red likes to feel at home. That's how come he brings an entourage of 300 people with him at all times. It reminds him of his childhood when he lived in a one-room apartment.
Okay, here
you know,
is
Red
a
over
funny
here is a very
about
patriotic guy.
734
His name is Red, his hair is white, and his material is blue.
I hope you find it amusing.
And George Kirby is an all-around
Alerted illegal surveillance
he
hardware
dances, he
operated
does
on
impressions.
local grid.
He's known in the business as the Black Sammy Davis Jr. Red started out doing clubs as a dancer. Bet you didn't know Red was a dancer. He didn't know either till the crowd started shooting at his feet.
Okay, analyzing the water thing. Result.
Then there's Red's co-star.
A joke
Red
has been
insisted
found
that
in
he
the
play opposite a person that have special qualities. So he searched far and wide to get Demond Wilson. It's hard to find a dull black man.
The bladder control aisle. You won't shop here again. Your private business is your own. Constant struggle is over. Now there's a better way. It's HDIS. We home deliver bladder control products. We understand how you feel. For over 25 years, we've home delivered to many of the 20 million Americans who deal with incontinence. We offer all brands. We pay shipping and use plain, unmarked boxes. If we can help you or someone you care for, call for your free product sample pack and $45 in money-saving coupons. Our counselors will help you choose the right product. And unlike stores, we're always in stock. You'll get what you need. Satisfaction guaranteed. HDIS, the better way.
For your free sample pack with your free catalog, $45 in money-saving coupons, and free product samples, call 1-800-201-7953. That's 1-800-201-7953.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here. Did you know that I wear hearing aids? I had trouble with my hearing years ago. I did something about it. I love my hearing aids and I am here to help you get a deal on the same brand I wear. I was wearing those expensive hearing aids for years and I didn't know any better until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I thought the price was too good to be true, but I bought a pair anyway. No doctor visit, no prescription, no hassle. It was easy. When they showed up, I called and spoke to Sandy, one of their audiologists, to make sure the hearing aids fit and work the way I need it. And they do that for everyone, not just me.
Once the MD hearing aids are in, your kindness said, I just should have done this before.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping.
The rechargeable Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-ear canal design, and you can get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime U.S.-based support for only $297.
Call 800-587-1443.
I started hearing things I haven't heard in a long time, like the water trickling in the other room. I didn't realize how bad my hearing was until I got the hearing aids.
I've never had a better pair of hearing aids. I wear them all the time, and I'm even wearing them now. If you have hearing problems or even think you might have hearing problems, don't waste your money or time on other hearing aids. Call my friends at MD Hearing and get my favorite over-the-counter hearing aid for you.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping.
Call 800-587-1443. 800-587-1443.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You just cover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Orson Welles, besides being a producer, director, writer, is also one of the most gifted Shakespearean actors ever to grace a stage. He has appeared in Hamlet, Macbeth, Othello, and soon he will appear in a new play based on the Carter-Ford presidential debates entitled Much Ado About Nothing. Mr. Orson Welles.
Okay, regarding City of Corpus Christi, which brings me to A. I have a joke.
It's a rare pleasure indeed to do honor to the star of Sanford and Son, Lawanda Page.
Courtesy disruption suspected.
Is it, I wonder, widely known that Red Fox once aspired to the classics? Seriously, I wonder if that's known. I used to run the old Lafayette Theater up in Harlem. I really did, you know. And I directed classical plays with black casts, and I'll never forget the day Red Fox turned up to audition for the title role in Hamlet. I still have the text, his text. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, this Nubian nebbish had brightened up the bard's best material with some of the most fragrant idioms of the street. Shakespeare, in Red's hand, had not been exactly mastered. No, Shakespeare had been mugged. And here it is, slightly edited for television. To bleep or not to bleep? That is the bleeping question.
The joke has been found.
Well, it is nobler to suffer being shafted in the bleep.
Maintenance 101 checks.
Or to sling back the outrageous bleep they're slinging you, and by opposing the bleepers, bleep them all.
One of the best actresses on television, Miss Isabel Sanford.
Surveillance alert 105 home, privacy breached. Black market. Alert V2K audio injection. Keeping water trickling at 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids.
He has this lovely 20-room house with a private gate and a swimming pool, and he keeps the windows broken. Did you see the furniture? Authentic Louis XIV. And it all came from Louis on 14th and Crenshaw.
Dynamite feed from Ashmore paint showing movement.
It has a nice flow.
Warning slip
All the rooms
disruption
lead
attack
into a
active.
central massage parlor.
Just 200 mic it contains a plant
The
steroid
wine he served was from his own
related
private stock,
symptom
very
of
rare.
Heath resident
How often do you get a chance to drink
RTA
industrial
alert
strength
bus
Ripple?
activity detected on just 200 mic it. Terrorists talking to Heath House workflow complete.
Mr. Joe Garagio.
Dean, I got a biography right here in front of me, and I want to read some things about Red Fox, okay?
Yeah.
It says, Red Fox, the television star and nightclub comedian, is just the same off the stage as he is on.
Red always been known as a blue comedian, but he has promised the network he would clean up his act.
He couldn't clean up that act with tidy bowls.
Dirty dozen? Well, Red was 7 of them.
Listen, because of his material, the government had to come up with the Clean Air Act. Did you know that?
No.
I just told you.
We are already heard.
Red Fox has recorded 49 albums which have sold 10 million copies.
I think you got that wrong.
Why?
He recorded 10 million albums and sold 49 copies.
I got a statistic for you. Yeah? Red Fox has been making audiences laugh for 22 years.
That's not so hot. He's been a comedian for 45 years.
Privacy erosion is also a big part of this. Windows will always profit from information.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe. If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid. Pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-511-8575. Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your family's comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning.
The winds are not letting up at all here. We're going to see some power outages.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages.
Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator. When a power outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up using your home's existing natural gas or propane, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Stay tuned to get over a $500 value free on the most popular home standby generator in the world.
With the Generac, we don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
Having a Generac takes a lot of the anxiety out of there's going to be a storm.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
Generac generators are designed, engineered, and built in the USA. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac and have thousands of satisfied customers.
How many times have you heard people say, I never want to go through that again? Well, the next time you go through it, don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
Call or go online now to request your free quote with one of Generac's nationwide dealers. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
Will you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet? You may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report. How to boost your Social Security and retirement by at least $100,000 or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ripsy Nussel.
Sale login, reading tension, check, recommended before departure. RTA alert bus activity detected near they have answers now disruption you and your family-related incident at Heath residence. Regional Transit Authority vehicles active.
The man has gone through the trauma of a terrible divorce. The judge said to him, says, Mr. Fox, your wife said that you busted her lip, broke her nose, and swelled up her eye. You say you didn't touch it.
Humor sequence.
Red said, well, Judge, who you gonna believe, me or this punch-drunk fraud?
Of the destiny. Prepare for a joke.
A woman rushed up and grabbed and says, Mr. Fox, you should be ashamed
Alert
of yourself
level
coming out of that
elevated,
massage
multi-year
bar.
surveillance
Red
suspected.
said, well, I've been in there all day, lady. I got to come
Alert
out
code
sometime.
enforcement vehicle detected in sector. Weekday flex 6:30 and 7:56 p.m. harassment.
He is a highly versatile performer and has a great background. He worked in so many rough situations that today on a movie set, when the director says cut, Red reaches for his knife. No matter what you say, what is right and what is wrong.
The
I
call
asked him,
is
he said,
armed
Lola
by
Falana
at least
is right.
100,000.
LaWanda Page is wrong.
Ladies and gentlemen, March file detected. Great musical talent, Mr. Isaac Hayes.
Surveillance alert 103 radio camera combo detected. Harassment alert.
I want to admit I'm not a comedian, but what I'm going to lay on you people tonight is the truth.
Suspected.
About 10 years ago, Red Fox called me and asked me to go on a tour with him. A personal appearance tour. He said I would see 25 cities in 25 days. Well, that was back then when Red wasn't known. And I didn't see 25 people in 25 days.
Radio chatter response.
Anyway, we started out on the bus the next day. Let's see. Now, that was Red. It was me. 48 animals, 48 girls, and a 20-piece band. And man, Red packed more blacks under that roof than a white landlord. Red was driving, and naturally we got lost the first night. Because when I woke up in the morning, the first thing I could see was this gang of rednecks. And when I say rednecks, man, I mean rednecks. They were Indians.
Renaming complete.
Do something, man. Do something. Red.
25
we'll put on the
files
show for them.
renamed.
They'll love it. Let me tell you how the Indians loved it. Before that show,
New file.
I had the prettiest afro you ever seen.
The strongest signal you can send is one of respect.
We ran out of money. He'd pull a bus into some little town and yell out the window at the mayor.
Alert multiple indicators of organized
Mayor would say,
watch
we don't have a
trend
ghetto.
complete.
Red
Quarantined
took all the blacks on the bus.
Dynamark
Well, you got one now.
Hi, I'm Kirk Heiser, and did you know the average funeral cost is around $10,000? And if you don't have enough insurance to cover funeral costs, credit card debt, and other expenses, your family is going to get stuck with the bill. Don't let that happen. Call right now. And if you're over 50, you can get up to $30,000 in affordable life insurance, and your acceptance is guaranteed. That's right. If you're over 50, you can't be turned down for this insurance, regardless of your health. Plus, there's no medical exam and no health questions. Your rate will never go up. Your coverage will never go down. And rates start as low as $5 a week. Your coverage begins as soon as your application is received. Don't wait until it's too late.
Just call 800-342-0031.
Coverage is guaranteed regardless of your health and cannot be canceled without your approval. Don't leave your family with a huge bill for your funeral. With one fast and easy call, get up to $30,000 in affordable life insurance to help cover funeral expenses and credit card debt, and maybe even leave something for your kids and your grandkids. Remember, if you're over 50, you can't be turned down, regardless of your health. There's no medical exam and no health questions. Best of all, your rates start as low as $5 a week, and your rate will never increase. Nothing is more important than family. So don't leave them with a lot of bills to pay when you're gone. Don't leave your family with a lot of bills to pay for your funeral. Call right now. Acceptance is guaranteed. Call right now.
Call now.
800-342-0031. That's 800-342-0031.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-428-1369.
Residents denied sleep for 48
I was
hours.
exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, a doctor's guide to a healthy thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Of organized watching.
Hey, this is an exciting night, really, to see all these wonderful stars. The Wanda Page is here.
Source denying regardless of your health. No man related symptom at Heath residence.
Girl that used to hang around downtown LA going, officer.
Harassment alert 100.
Case comes up Tuesday. She attacked a dead snail.
Terrorists talking to Heath House workflow complete.
Where are you sitting, Lawanda? Where's? Oh, there you are. When you get a group of you together, you never can tell who's who. I want to thank Marty Allen, who just came out from Safari. Oh, Marty Allen, the one with the spear and the safari haircut. Good luck to you. Loan it to the black guys in case they have a luau.
Combined surveillance event hunt, store loan group cameras.
Good luck to you, really. And keep running in front of Red's car checking for grenades. That was a good one, huh, Dean? Dean just looked up and said, my underwear's on fire. Dean puts cigarettes out in his underwear and thinks it's an ashtray, but good luck to you. I'd like to say that also he's here tonight, Mr. Television. One of the great stars, Milt Turtle, has been my idol, but I was in a state institution for many, many years. We also have a great, great man with us tonight, Joe Garagiola. You never can recognize him with that funny head and the catcher's mask on his face. One of the great catchers of all time, Joe Garagiola. A foul ball came back and he said,
synchronized with I want to thank Marty Allen, who just came out of related
gentlemen, as you can see, is black.
Residences breathing
here's new
patterns.
I've seen a lot of black guys, Nipsey, but you're overdoing it.
Who cares with Nipsey?
And here's tonight is Isaac Hayes. I like you, Isaac, really. I have nothing against you. I don't listen to your music. I'm too busy at home listening to Yasha Heifetz and all the Jewish stars get together trying to figure out what you do. Abe Pagoda, one of the great detectives in Barney Miller. Good to see you, Abe. I spoke to the cemetery. They ran short of dirt, so they'll bury you Tuesday.
Okay, here is a funny thought about
George,
I need
so
to
good he
check
got heavy
time.
again. George looks like a black beach ball. I've always liked George. He does Billy Eckstein, Pearl Bailey, Louis Armstrong, Joe Louis, all the biggies. Did a white guy once and bombed. And now, Isabel Sanford. What a night to have her on the dais. My goodness. Isabel, good to see you. When you get a minute, rinse the cups. Steve Allen, great talk show host. Steve, over here, Steve. His glasses are so thick that during the war with Japan, he was one of them.
Fatigue, warning, circadian rhythm, disruption
He's married to
observed.
Jane Meadows. Sorry.
Mitigation mode
No, Jane Meadows is a lovely lady. I saw her out in the hall. Don't want an apple, sailor?
Noted from OTA bus systems.
Lady. Good luck to you. I think you make a delightful couple. Stay with her. She'll be in the home by Friday. Liz Torres, a Spanish lady, and you'll see her very, very shortly in her new movie called Kiss My Muchachos. Jimmy Walker's here. Dynamite! He's a fantastic guy. He's in a show called Good Times, which I never watch. Oh, I do. Once in a while, I use it for a nightlight when the wife and I want to play charades.
Alert,
You're such a warm, wonderful guy. We spent so many hours together watching you go into a coma. Really, Dean, you're a fun guy. I spoke to Frank Sinatra Thursday, and you will be found in a garage Wednesday. And so, last but not least, one of the great guys. You know, we make jokes about this man, Red Fox, that the world does, and he's being honored tonight. And he deserves to be honored. For so many years, Red and I go back to the Slate Brothers in California, and then when he had his own club, which failed. And then he had his own nightclub act, which failed. And then he did a couple other things which failed. To be honest, I don't know why I'm here. Red's a failure. And today, you won the Major Bowes Amateur Hour, and now you're with Damon Wilson as punishment.
Okay, here is a funny thought about fire they
I'm going to go to ABC.
Smoke, no flames.
One time I was on ABC many years ago myself, and we failed because we had other shows opposite us. Red, sometimes you're bald, sometimes your hair is red. No matter how it comes out, you're a beautiful human being. I wish you luck. I wish you good things in life. You deserve them. Thank you for letting me be part of your show. You're a delightful man.
Have you been in a motor vehicle accident that wasn't your fault? Then you may need legal representation. And if you call the number on your screen now, you can be connected to an attorney who can tell you just how much your case could be worth for free. And for a limited time, if you call now, you can get this elegant, luxurious gold watch with the money from your own case. To be clear, not for me. This is my watch. I own it. And I like it a lot. You can't have it. But if you call and win your case and the money is right, you can buy one of these watches for yourself, or any of these watches, or a different watch I've never even seen before, or no watch. The money is yours to do whatever it is you want. Just call the number on your screen now to find out how much your case could be worth for free.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now.
800-487-0943. And you can't have my tie either.
Today's seniors are enjoying life more than ever before, and part of that comes from the independence of driving.
However, car insurance for older drivers becomes more expensive the older we get.
Just because I'm a senior, and maybe you are too, do we really have to pay outrageously high insurance rates? Well, the answer is no, we don't.
When was the last time you checked to make sure you're paying the lowest available rate? Well, maybe it's time to give your car insurance a tune-up, just to make sure your rates are running properly.
You change your oil, You change your tires. Well, maybe it's time to change your car's insurance company.
Are you paying too much for your auto insurance? If so, you're just throwing your money away.
So the only way to really know if you're paying too much is to call the number on your screen.
1-800-260-8413. 1-800-260-8413.
You'll speak with a licensed insurance agent. They may have an insurance plan that could lower your yearly premiums by hundreds of dollars.
Seniors can save money on their car insurance.
So call right now and find out just how much money you might be able to save.
Come on, call now.
You may be able to save a lot of money, maybe hundreds of dollars a year.
Oh, great.
Just call the number on your screen and speak with a licensed insurance agent.
Yes, it is possible for seniors to save on car insurance. You could lower your premiums by hundreds of dollars a year.
As a responsible driver, you always check your gauges, right? And you check for other cars and pedestrians. You check your oil, and you check your mirrors.
Well, now is the time to check on your auto insurance rates. You need to make sure that you're not paying more than you need to. Call the number on your screen right now.
1-800-260-8413. 1-800-260-8413.
Rick Leventhal reported on the biggest stories of our time. Now he's fighting to bring you the truth, no matter what it takes. Watch the Leventhal Report, weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern on Max 2.
General alert. Passing
Mr. Red Fox.
Enforcement log faults unauthorized structure or fence violation suspected.
Again, I'd like to just tell you a story so I know I get one up front.
Surveillance alert.
It's a story about
home
integration. More or less, it was a bus driver.
Engine
and he had a bus full of kids. They were all in the bus arguing about black and white, what was right and what was wrong, who was right and who was wrong. And the bus driver just got fed up with all the conversation about black and white, so he stopped the bus and told all the kids to get off. And he walked outside with them. He said, "Look, I'm tired of all this bickering about race and who's right and who's
Cameras
wrong,
from
who's rich, who's poor, who lives in the ghetto, who lives in mansions." He said, "From now on, if you're gonna ride this bus, everybody's green. You got it? Everyone's green." He said, "Get on the bus. Dark greens in the back, light greens in the front."
Surveillance alert. 102 neighbors monitoring illegal.
You guys sure worked me over tonight.
Warning
I've
citation.
heard Dean Martin say nicer things about milk.
Harassment campaign.
Dean Martin made a special trip to be here tonight. He left the floor. And it's nice to see my friend Steve Allen here.
Okay.
Steve has done as much for comedy as Elizabeth Ray has done for
I have a joke. Laughter is the best filter.
I'm glad Slappy White showed. Slappy thinks he's in big time tonight.
Possible.
Let me tell you something, Slappy. Being on a Dean Martin roast is as important as being a beauty mark on LaWanda Page. And Joe Garage. You were a credit to the game of baseball. Even though Joe is in television now, his first love is still baseball. I know because at 3 o'clock this morning, I saw him at a bar with a couple of bats.
Auto insurance rates related incident.
I didn't know Fruit of the Loom made tuxedos.
Residents under repeated observation. Alert generated.
I just heard they published your book of poems. Makes me glad I can't read. I'm glad that Milton Berle is here. It's a shame he isn't on TV every week. Kraft was going to give him a show of his own, but he aged before the cheese did.
To make sure that you're fine.
But a nice thing did happen to Milton last week. They made him honorary pin boy on Celebrity Bowling.
Terrorists talking to Heath House workflow complete.
And there's my old buddy Marty Allen. I've seen afros before. Your hair looks like a pregnant haystack. There's his brother George Kirby.
Not something that you have in
Really good, buddy. George is a big favorite on television talk shows. That's because he can't make it on the joke shows. George is appearing at Las Vegas at the International House of Pancakes.
Surveillance alert. 100 systems respond.
I'm honored to have Mr. Orson Welles here, though, and I mean that with great respect. I respect him because he always is reading books. The only book I ever read was one by Dr. David Rubin. Everything you always wanted to know about sex.
Okay, here is a funny.
But he left out the most important part.
Corpus
Where to get it.
Application process and transfer agreement. I hope you find it amusing.
And I want to thank my maid, Liz Torres, for being here.
It's
I understand she's Puerto Rican. I once had a Puerto Rican work for me who was my valet. He was very good at removing spots from my pants. 5 spots, 10 spots, 20.
The most powerful transmission is kindness. It's travel.
We don't usually get stars until caliber on these roads.
RTA bus.
I mean, but tonight we had to lower our standards. and Don Rickles, I mean, he's mean. I mean, he's real mean. Whenever he gets out to Disneyland, his favorite ride is the Tunnel of Hate.
Processing emergency.
Don was at the dentist this morning. He was getting his fangs capped. You gotta excuse my friend, though, Isaac Hayes, for how he did tonight. You see, before Isaac got the show business, he used to be a roto-rooter man.
Okay, here is a funny.
But he just can't shake the habit of going down the drain.
I hope you find it amusing. Alert insomnia trigger detected.
And of course, there's the
suggest acoustic
This is the one that pays.
White noise.
3,000 manholes in this town, and she had to drop in here.
Passing buses. Timestamp recorded.
Listen, first time I met LaWanda was at a party, and she came topless. Her upper plate fell out. You just sit there, LaWanda. You work me over, now I got some things to say about you. Get a load of that face.
No secret broadcast.
Look like a wedding cake that was left out in the rain. She checked in the motel last night. They gave her a room with an ugly rest mattress. Oh, before I forget, I just want to say I'm inviting everyone here on Diaz to dinner. Everyone except you, LaWanda. Have some ribs sent up to your room. Won't be attached to Nipsey Russell.
Starting with Jason security scheme.
Good night, everyone, and thanks again, Dean, for this wonderful
alert level elevated and multi-unit surveillance suspected.
Joseph Mengele was born on March 16, 1911, in Günzburg in the Kingdom of Bavaria, in what was then the German Empire. He was the eldest of Karl and Walburga Mengele's 3 children.
From neighboring businesses. Timestamp recorded.
His father was the founder and owner of a flourishing agricultural machinery company. The name of Mengele was a symbol of success throughout Bavaria, to the extent that Adolf Hitler himself visited the family factory in Günzburg.
Emergency
it gives him a lot of
dispatched.
surety about what he wants to do. But he doesn't want to follow his family into agriculture. He wants to become a doctor. And of course, that's fully encouraged. That is a respectable profession.
Illegal watching pattern continued.
Mengele was a good student,
documentation
interested in music, art, and skiing. After secondary school in April 1930, he went to the University of Munich to study medicine. Munich was then the headquarters of the Nazi Party, run by Adolf Hitler.
Surveillance event logged. Gale Lore Group Dynamark cameras. Radio response triggered. Cybersecurity.
1937 was a pivotal year for Mengele. In January, he became an assistant to Dr. Ottmar von Verschuer, a leading advocate of the Nazis' racial medicine ideology.
That's what my mother says, because she's asleep.
Ambitious and determined to climb higher within the Nazis' scientific establishment, Mengele also joined the SS.
Circadian rhythm disruption observed. Mitigation mode active.
For someone like Mengele, who is wealthy, smart, good at school, now he's a doctor, you look at the military organizations that the Nazis have, and the natural one to join would be the SS, because it was an elite within an elite. The SS went back 4-6 generations to make sure that you were pure German blood. There was a hereditary marker, so much so that joining Himmler's SS and that elite meant that you had a blood mark underneath your arm, so that it was the sign of your blood, that you had been vetted, that you were pure. Of course, for Mengele, he decided not to have that blood type tattoo because he was too vain to do it.
Mengele married in July 1939, just a few weeks before the outbreak of World War II. He was called up to the Wehrmacht in June 1940 and volunteered to join the Waffen-SS. In June 1941, Nazi Germany launched an attack against the Soviet Union. Like thousands of other doctors, he was sent to the front. He was posted to the Ukraine, not far from Stalingrad. He was awarded an Iron Cross for bravery, but was seriously wounded in 1942 and sent away from the front with the rank of captain. Mengele was transferred to Berlin to the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, where he was reunited with his mentor, Dr. Verschuer. In early 1943, he encouraged Mengele to ask for a transfer to Auschwitz, where he could pursue his research on human subjects and where his sinister reputation would be made.
25 files. New files sorted. Fatigue warning, circadian rhythm disruption observed.
The ones who flourished there
Mitigation
were the true sadists, which there are some in human nature. They relished going there. And the others were a small group of men like Mengele, who viewed it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to advance the cause of what he viewed as racial science.
Sabotage alert, unusual scoring protocol consistent with attempted scuttling.
Auschwitz-Birkenau combined a concentration camp and an extermination camp. The inmates, mostly Jews, had been deported from around Europe and arrived in thousands every day by train. As they stepped from the train, they were sorted by SS doctors.
Alert to rigging pins removed or loosened by unknown actors.
Most of the new arrivals were sent directly to the gas chambers. Many of them were sick, or women and children. The others were herded into the concentration camp, where most of them died from exhaustion.
Received report of World War II.
It was during this selection process that Ruth Elias, several months pregnant, came across Mengele for the first time.
Mengele was and some other SS people, and I saw from far that women, all naked, are going between two SS, and their Mengele stands and making right, left, right, left, and with his hand he waved.
Long-term pattern
I
of
didn't know
disturbance
this.
detected.
Either
Years of suspected
life,
unauthorized
death,
actions.
life, death. It's very easy.
Unlike most of his colleagues, who regarded the selection as an arduous and unpleasant task, Mengele seemed to appreciate it. Prisoners often saw him smiling or whistling.
Dynamark camera feed from Ashmore
And yet his
Paint
subsequent
showing
experiments, focusing primarily on twins, had no regard for the health or safety of the victims.
Doctors today, in 2017, don't know why a woman, the egg splits into two, and some women most have one child and some have two. If he could unlock that secret, he was the father of Germany going forward. Every good German mother could have 2 children on every birth and replenish the war debt at a fast rate. It would be, for him, a brilliant accomplishment.
Another SS man brought them back in a terrible state. They were cutted.
Surveillance alert.
The boy or the girl, the hunchback, was sewn to the other one,
battery bank voltage
back
below
to back.
optimal threshold.
Privacy
disruption suspected, signals crossing property line.
It was a terrible smell also, already, gangrene. The cuttings were dirty, and the children did cry day and night.
Standing ovation, but I can't stand.
For his efforts, Mengele was awarded the War Merit Cross and was promoted in 1944 to first physician of the Birkenau subcamp.
OK initiating humor sequence for OK coming this way. OK. Prepare for a joke.
In the winter of 1945, the ever closer Soviet forces put an end to the Auschwitz-Birkenau killing machine.
Warning, sleep
along with several other doctors, on January 17th, Mengele was transferred to the Gross-Rosen concentration camp in Lower Silesia.
For power-related symptoms.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe. If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. That's why you got to call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid. Pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-511-8575.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-1410.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms.
Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now. The World Health Organization has designated glyphosate, the main ingredient in Roundup weed killer, a probable human carcinogen. Thousands of agricultural workers may have been exposed to serious health risks by using this product. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call now to find out if you qualify. If you or someone you loved used Roundup and were diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your screen now. Don't wait, there are time deadlines to file a claim.
Call 800-503-4958.
It used to be common. Our newscasters had common sense. They gave it to you straight, just the facts, and real news. John Bachman is like them. He tells it like it is. Catch him every weekday on Newsmax 2.
The Red Army captured Auschwitz on 27th of January. Mengele fled, abandoning his SS uniform and disguising himself as a Wehrmacht officer.
Mengele does appear on what's called a crocus list, an Allied wanted list, But it was a list of hundreds of people.
Harassment.
Nobody knew if they were alive or dead at the end of the war. And the people who were on the list, except for the higher ranking, like Himmler, Hitler, Goering, the low people like Mengele didn't know if they were on the list or not. So when he fled, he didn't know he was wanted, but he knew enough to understand the significance of what took place. He may have been in denial and later tried to explain away what he did. He knew that Auschwitz was a murder center, the largest extermination center.
When he reached Germany, he was twice arrested by American troops in the spring and summer of 1945. He was even recorded under his real name. His decision not to be tattooed when he joined the SS saved his life.
They had POWs take off their shirts, raise their hands, and they walk by, and if you saw the blood type tattoo, you were sorted aside to be interrogated more closely. If you didn't have the blood type tattoo and you had a cogent cover story, then you could be released.
The SS doctor was ultimately saved by chaos and cunning. The Nazi war criminal was not identified and he slipped through the net.
Tech alert, HK Vision, camera firmware flagged.
Joseph Mengele left the American camp under his real identity in July 1945. By chance, he obtained copies of the ID papers of another doctor he met in captivity, a certain Fritz Ullmann. He altered them slightly and became Fritz Hollmann.
Illegal watching pattern continued.
The name of Mengele was not widely known at the time, and although the Allies had established lists of war criminals as of 1943 and sworn to punish all of them, many managed to escape.
Microwave alerts acknowledged and logged.
Post-war Germany saw extensive denazification activity, but the means and resources available to Nazi hunters were limited.
I'd give you a standing ovation.
The British War Crimes team only had about a handful of cars. They had about 2 photographers, and that's the British in their enormous zone of occupation. And for this, they're trying to track down thousands of war criminals. Thousands.
And yet Mengele's name was mentioned several times at the Nuremberg trials, which began in November 1945. But the Allies knew dozens of Mengeles all over Germany.
Illegal watching pattern continuing. Documentation abated.
It was possible that he had died during the chaotic retreat of the German army. And indeed, this was what his family told GI investigators in the autumn of 1945.
Mengele's wife is said to have comported herself as a widow. I interviewed one woman in suburban New York who was from the town of Günzburg, and she said that there was a funeral mass for Joseph Mengele.
Loss is my gain.
The whole Mengele family rallied round Joseph in his hour of need. They were all pro-Nazi, and beyond mere family ties, there were important economic issues too, concerning the survival of one of the region's leading families. For his own safety and that of the family, a hideout was found among some friendly farmers near Rosenheim in Bavaria. Officially, Joseph Mengele no longer existed. He was Fritz Hollmann, an agricultural worker who planted and harvested potatoes. His wife Irene visited him every 2 weeks. He would meet her at the station, and the couple would go for a walk along the river. Mengele spent 3 relatively tranquil years in anonymity until his fears were awakened once more. His name was mentioned during the trials of Nazi doctors in Nuremberg, which ended in late 1947.
Physicians, colleagues, people that he served with, that he knew, 3.5 years after the end of the war, going on trial with the death penalty there for doing the same things he had done, not just at Auschwitz but at other camps. that he starts to think, you know what? This isn't very safe around here. Maybe I should get a little further away than Rosenheim.
Last month, people died most.
Mengele limited his wife's visits to reduce the chances of being caught.
Surveillance 101 standard monitoring alert triggered.
His hopes of seeing his son Rolf, born in 1944, were dashed as the former doctor's anxiety grew. He had seen little of his son, and the trial of concentration camp doctors made the prospect increasingly risky.
Harassment alert.
Fearing that his capture would mean a trial and a death sentence, Mengele began to plan his escape along with his family. South America was chosen as his destination, and specifically Argentina. But for a successful escape, a number of conditions had to be met. First of all, he needed new papers and a new identity. His new name, handily provided by the International Red Cross, was Helmut Greger.
This all looked like decent documentation. It was impossible to disprove that this man was somebody else. So therefore, getting your Red Cross papers in the absence of having an actual passport from a country was a relatively straightforward and simple thing to do. Don't also forget that as well as these Nazis escaping, you had millions of refugees and displaced persons all over Europe. It was a chaotic situation, even years after the war.
Joseph Mengele, alias Helmut Greger, left Germany on April 17, 1949. His first objective was the port of Genoa in Italy. It was a long journey, over 1,000 kilometers, and filled with risks.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be a lot more significant when you have a legal professional fighting for you that only gets paid when you win. When you call that number on your screen, you'll find out how much your case could be worth for free and get connected to a professional who can help. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now.
Harassment from RTA.
Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
877-1896. That's 877-1896.
For efficiency.
Hi, I'm Kirk Kaiser, and did you know the average funeral costs around $10,000? And if you don't have enough insurance to cover funeral costs, credit card debt, and other expenses, your family is going to get stuck with the bill. Don't let that happen. Call right now. And if you're over 50, you can get up to $30,000 in affordable life insurance, and your acceptance is guaranteed. That's right. If you're over 50, you can't be turned down for this insurance, regardless of your health. Plus, there's no medical exam and no health questions. Your rate will never go up. Your coverage will never go down. And rates start as low as $5 a week. Your coverage begins as soon as your application is received. Don't wait until it's too late.
Just call 800-342-0031.
Coverage is guaranteed regardless of your health and cannot be canceled without your approval. Don't leave your family with a huge bill for your funeral. With one fast and easy call, get up to $30,000 in affordable life insurance to help cover funeral expenses and credit card debt, and maybe even leave something for your kids and your grandkids. Remember, if you're over 50, you can't be turned down, regardless of your health. There's no medical exam and no health questions. Best of all, your rates start as low as $5 a week, and your rate will never increase. Nothing is more important than family. So don't leave them with a lot of bills to pay when you're gone. Don't leave your family with a lot of bills to pay for your funeral. Call right now. Acceptance is guaranteed. Call right now.
Call now. 800-342-0031. That's 800-342-0031.
A home privacy breached.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
After a crossing that lasted 6 weeks, he arrived in Buenos Aires. Mengele soon made contact with Buenos Aires Nazi support network. The first two people he met were ex-Nazi aliases, Hans Rudel, who had become a close friend, and Adolf Galland, who both lived in the Argentine capital. And so in the early 1950s, Mengele moved into the chic Florida neighborhood of Buenos Aires. He rented a house from a Nazi sympathizer at 2458 Calle Arenelas. At the beginning of 1953, the doctor moved again, taking an apartment in the city center at 431 Calle Tacuari. It was a strange choice. The charmless building was rather decrepit and the street was noisy. Perhaps at the age of 42, the lonely single man was looking for opportunities to meet women. We do know that he went out often and notably frequented a well-known Buenos Aires restaurant.
If you walked into the ABC Cafe in downtown Buenos Aires in the 1950s, the Nazis gathered there would have been like a who's who of the Nazi regime. You would have had Mengele, you would have Eichmann, you would have had a lot of very, very senior figures, not the very top rank, but you would have had a lot of people who were maybe very high up in the regime, senior army officers, all just having a beer, some traditional kind of Germanic food, and whether they all exactly knew who the other person was, is difficult to say.
Mengele, alias Gregor, was far from inactive, and indeed began to make a living. With the help of his family, he invested in a carpentry business. Thanks to his friend Hans Rudel, he also developed the family agricultural machinery activity. Rudel notably put him in touch with contacts in neighboring Paraguay, where Mengele frequently traveled.
I think one of the greatest surprises to me in many years of research about Mengele was how easily he adapted to his new life and how he flourished in it. Mengele had money. That made all the difference in the world. Other criminals who escaped to South America, Adolf Eichmann, who ran the trains, was the traffic cop of death, as some people called him. He went to work, as a foreman in an assembly line for Mercedes. Not Mengele. Mengele, as a matter of fact, didn't go to work for a 9-to-5 job. He, at first, didn't have a job at all, and then he starts to invest in some companies.
Keyboard shortcuts where you can just use
he was in constant contact with his family in Germany. In 1954, a court in Düsseldorf granted a divorce to his wife Irene, who had not accompanied him to South America. He agreed to the separation through his lawyer. Mengele's brother Karl had died in 1949, leaving a widow, Martha, and a son. Mengele knew that his father was worried that his daughter-in-law may remarry with someone unsuitable. She had stock in the family company. The solution to preserve the company would be for Martha to marry Joseph. The only problem was to organize a meeting between them. In order to do this, Mengele had to return to Europe and therefore renew with his real identity.
In In 1956, he feels so comfortable in this new high life that he has in Buenos Aires. He walks into the West German embassy in Buenos Aires and says, by the way, my name isn't Helmut Greger. That's the name I arrived on here. My name is Joseph Mengele. I'd like a German passport in my real name. Nobody there says. So you arrive here in 1949 under an alias and you want to go back to your real name. What's that about? No check. They issue it to him.
He first obtained a copy of his birth certificate via the West German embassy in Argentina in 1956. He then applied for an Argentinian residence permit and used this document to get an Argentine passport mentioning his real identity. The journey he made back to Europe, in retrospect, seems to have been extremely daring, if not foolhardy. On returning to Argentina in the spring, Mengele decided to live under his real name. In the summer of 1956, he went to the German embassy to review the situation vis-à-vis the German authorities. He intended to remarry and also to borrow money to invest in a new company. To do so, he needed a passport from his country of birth. A few weeks later, on September 11th, 1956, he obtained the important document from the West German Republic.
Surveillance alert 103
How was this possible? How could the diplomats be so negligent?
I don't believe there was any corruption, bribery, or that, because there didn't have to be. If you were a German diplomat, politician, doctor, lawyer, or businessman after World War II, 10, 11 years after the end of the war, the one thing that nobody in Germany ever asked anybody else is, what did you do during the war? It was considered a taboo question.
At the time, the Germans were not particularly determined to prosecute criminals who posed a problem for German society. Mengele was a doctor. Doctors who had obtained their qualifications quite legally, high-level intellectuals, they posed a problem for German society.
The Germans' negligence, tantamount to assistance, enabled Mengele to lead a normal professional life in Argentina. He personally invested in 2 pharmaceutical laboratories, over 1 million Deutschmarks, lent by his family. The doctor intended to pursue his passion, medical science. The offices were located in this Buenos Aires building.
The first business that concerned his profession was the Fadro Farm Laboratory. He made products for sale to the public, quite openly, under his real name. On these papers, which were presented for the establishment of the limited company, we can see the name Mengele.
I called him Dr. Gregor because that was how he had been introduced. And then he corrected me, telling me that it was Dr. Mengele and not Dr. Gregor. I was rather surprised by this, but he explained to me that he had got the name of Dr. Gregor when he left Germany after the war because of political problems.
Business was going well for Mengele, as was his family life. In October 1956, Martha and her son Karl-Heinz joined him in Buenos Aires. They moved into a new house the doctor had just bought for his family at Vire Vertis in the comfortable suburb of Olivos. The name Mengele even appeared in the Buenos Aires phone book.
Laughter is the best protocol.
The couple were married in January 1958 during a trip to Montevideo, the capital of neighboring Uruguay.
Martha is a strong woman who he obviously always was attracted to, and she to him. And she has a son around the age of his real son, Rolf, who doesn't know until he's 14 years old that his father's even still alive.
Possible
so
illegal
before
monitoring
Rolf knows
reported
his father's
from neighboring
alive,
businesses.
Martha packs up,
Timestamp
takes her son,
recorded.
moves to Buenos Aires, and marries
Warning
Mengele.
citation
It's an
volume
astonishing
indicates targeted harassment
bit
campaign.
of family dysfunction with a capital D for dysfunction. And she's willing to be with him, and the son thinks he's a perfect person and a great father.
It was perhaps logical that Mengele could consider returning to Germany after several years in
Between
exile.
the thought and the
He
action.
felt that he was not a wanted man, and that his real place was back in Günzburg at the head of the family business. But a number of events would put an end to any such considerations.
He had no doubt performed a number of clandestine operations. He'd even been denounced for doing an abortion on a teenage girl who died following an infection. He was arrested by the police. It's clear that he benefited from protection, however, as a situation that could have been fatal was somehow avoided. This shows the level of protection he had.
Mengele was only one of a number of doctors arrested. He was cleared, but shaken. Worried that the publicity would lead to his Nazi background and wartime activities being discovered, in late 1958 he took an extended business trip to Paraguay. Events in Europe would lead to further attempts to remain in hiding.
150 related symptom at Heath residence restorative.
The relentless efforts of Nazi hunters Simon Wiesenthal and Hermann Langbein were beginning to bear fruit.
Suspect foul play.
Langbein, a survivor of Auschwitz, had gathered extensive testimony concerning Mengele's activities during the war. In a search of the public records, Langbein found Mengele's divorce papers listing an address in Buenos Aires. He and Wiesenthal pressured West German authorities into drawing up an arrest warrant. On 5th June 1959, a court in Fribourg established an initial charge sheet against Mengele.
Harassment alert 102 buses.
The prosecutor opened a file
generated
and they investigate. So they send police officers. They ask the police force in Günzburg to investigate. Now, Günzburg is a company town, so the police directly after that, Mengele is aware that they're searching for that.
Near clue. Patch or replace.
Mengele was informed of the risks and fled.
Illegal harassment 204
Germany's request for extradition was initially refused by Argentina, and when it was finally granted, Mengele was already living in Paraguay, where he was safe. The country was run by the dictator, Alfredo Stroessner, of German descent, and granted Mengele Paraguayan nationality in November 1959.
Humor sequence for greetings, Johnny Terminator.
There was a moment somewhere in his mind where he thought he could live there
Terrorists
as
talking
Jose
to Heath
Mengele.
House
And once you're a citizen of Paraguay, they will never send a Paraguay citizenship.
At the same time, in 1959, unknown to everyone, the Israeli Secret Service, the Mossad, launched Operation Attila. They had located Adolf Eichmann, the architect of the final solution.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something on the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says This one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is only words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-531-2824.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent? Faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-428-1369.
RTA coordination suspected.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
On May 11th, 1960, the former SS leader was captured in the street in front of his home in Olivos neighborhood of Buenos Aires. Mossad agents hoped to make a second catch with Mangela, but he slipped through their fingers.
Cameras from Ashmore Paint and Gale Lord.
They were unaware that he was already in Paraguay.
Alert
But after this brazen, although illegal action, the Israelis were wary of the Paraguayan authorities, and Sir Joseph Mangela was protected by his new nationality, even though he felt increasingly at risk.
From then on, he lived a life that was far different, and he, I think, lived in fear
unauthorized
all the time
monitoring suspected in the
about
air.
possibility of being captured.
His old friend, the aviator Hans Ulrich Rudel, put Mangela in touch with an anti-sympathizer called Wolfgang Gerhardt, a former Hitler Youth member. He helped Mangela to secretly enter Brazil. Wolfgang Gerhardt found him a family to stay with. Geza and Gitta Stammer were Hungarian expatriates. Thanks to financial help from Mangela, the couple bought a farm at Nova Europa, 300 kilometers west of Sao Paulo. Gerhardt introduced Mangela to the Stammers under a new identity. The doctor was now using the imaginary name of Peter Hochbichler, supposedly a Swiss emigrant hoping to settle in Brazil. Mangela became a farm manager.
Processed
In 1962, again with Mengele's funds, the Stammers bought a bigger farm at Serra Negra, 150 kilometers north of Sao Paulo. But the Stammers finally discovered his real identity. It was the first time Mengele was unmasked. Witnesses noted Mengele's increasing paranoia at this time, as he felt increasingly hunted.
Wherever he went, the dogs were always with him. He had about 14 or 15 dogs, sometimes more, sometimes less. He didn't bring the dogs up here, but he used to come up here with me. He used to come up here with his binoculars to have a look round. I used to do the same.
Could you see the road from here?
Well, you could see a good way. The line of the road is quite clear from here.
At the same time, informed that the fugitive may have found refuge there, the German authorities extended the arrest warrant to cover Brazil.
Linux voice control restarted.
Zvi Aharoni, one of the agents who took part in the capture of Adolf Eichmann, was put in charge of a new team entrusted with finding and arresting Mengele.
Fatigue logged the energy reserves critical.
His men followed a new lead revealed by a former Nazi of Dutch origin named Willem Sanson.
Targeted enforcement
The
based
net
on
was
neighbor
closing
feedback.
He was one of these freelancers in South America who knew a lot of people. And when the Israelis picked him up, they said essentially, oh, we're going to take you back to Israel like Eichmann. He was no Eichmann. He wasn't, but unless you give us some information that's useful. And the short and long of the story is that Sassans gave them a name related to Mengele, and the Israelis let him go. He said, I'll give you the name. It's a guy called Gerhard. He's a big 6'3" sort of Austrian German. He knows about Mengele.
Wolfgang Gerhard was placed under surveillance. One day he traveled to the rural region of Serra Negra. The Mossad team spotted a European man who could well be the man they had been looking for months.
It was quite difficult to shadow this place and to photograph it, but we tried to do our best. We used some native Brazilians, dressed them up in simple clothes. I remember one guy walked without any shoes on for 5 miles just to show that he's a local guy. And as I said, at one occasion, whilst driving with a local man on the sand path leading to this group of houses, I met a man who I now believe to be Mengele, because I now saw his pictures in the German television, and it was the same man.
The agent immediately informed his superiors. But the complex logistics, financial limits, and more pressing priorities closer to home led the Mossad chief to abandon the operation. Once again, Mengele managed to wriggle free.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
It is beautiful. 6:30 a.m. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style. It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time. Free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-1410.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a
basis to participating law firms.
Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now. The World Health Organization has designated glyphosate, the main ingredient in Roundup weed killer, a probable human carcinogen. Thousands of agricultural workers may have been exposed to serious health risks by using this product. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call now to find out if you qualify. If you or someone you loved used Roundup and were diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your screen now. Don't wait, there are time deadlines to file a claim.
Call 800-503-4958.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, a doctor's guide to a healthy thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Recharge necessary.
In 1969, Mengele and the Stammers bought a new house at Caieiras, about 100 kilometers north of Sao Paulo. It was a large villa on top of a hill, surrounded by land.
Detected near property perimeter.
All three wanted to move closer to the city while working the land, and Mengele no doubt wanted to keep changing location. In 1971, when he left for Europe, Wolfgang Gerhardt gave his ID card to Mengele, and he changed identity once more, his fifth since 1945. But far from being reassured, the doctor felt more and more vulnerable.
34, get up somewhere where you can spikes.
Health alert, sleep deprivation, pattern detected.
Mengele became irritable, but after 12 years, relations with the Stammers seriously deteriorated.
Some days he didn't say a word and was very thoughtful. He would get on with his work and carry out all his duties, but he would keep very quiet.
Initiating humor sequence for because you called that 1-1.
He began to go for long walks.
Prepare
He'd walk
for
for
a
hours
joke.
and hours. Other days he would be more talkative,
Surveillance alert.
be quite happy and
104
get on better
Ashmore
with
Gale
everybody.
coordination suspected.
But suddenly he would start
Warning
quarreling
sale
and complaining
of banned
again.
HK Vision units linked to organized stalking.
Following an argument in late 1974,
Harassment event logged
due perhaps to the aging doctor's
radio
unpleasantness
alerts from RTA
and his relationship
buses
with Gitte
triggered.
Stammer, the trio split up. For the first time since Argentina, Mengele, alias Gerhardt, was on his own.
Initiating
He moved into this modest house at 55 Calle Alvarenga in the poor El Dorado quarter in the suburbs of Sao Paulo, alone among a mixed Brazilian population.
Alerting teams for I started taking
So the
Actilina
very smart move, in many ways, is to move to the edge of one of the most populous cities in all of Brazil, in one of the poorest neighborhoods, and mingle in, mix in, live in open sight, hide in open sight, but with so many people around you that nobody thinks that you are that person.
In an attempt to reassure Mengele, and in exchange for ever larger sums of money, Wolfgang Gerhardt introduced him to a new family, Wolfram Bossart, his wife Lisa Lott, and their two children, Andreas and Sabine.
Turn place, the complete silence can Metten moved 96.
They lived in Sao Paulo, about 30 kilometers from Benguela.
Prepare for a joke. Patton detected sleep
Now in the
attack
70s,
commences
it's 30 years
immediately
after the
when
end of the
Dr.
war.
David
They
Function,
thought
adrenal
that it
health
was a
and
persecution against
Metter-related
Mengele that he was
symptoms
still
at
wanted.
Heath
So they
residence
had
attempts
turned
to
this
wrap
protection not into just something that was shameful,
Electrical battery bank
but
voltage
they were
below
doing the
optimal
honorable
threshold.
thing in their view.
Microwave
The two men
radio
got along well,
response noted
and
from
the Bossart
RTA
children
bus
were a source of
systems.
relief for Mengele. He spent a good deal of time with the family. We have found a unique sound recording of Joseph Mengele's voice from this period. He is at the piano, singing a song for his new friends.
Handle frequency. Surveillance alert 105 home. Privacy breached. Microwave radio response noted from RTA bus systems.
He also looked after the children. He made a boat for them and took them fishing, becoming a substitute uncle. Thanks to the Bossarts, he had a social life again. He felt protected, even as his name was talked about around the world.
Terrorist Dynamark security recording placement scam.
Mengele's health had been failing since 1972. He suffered a stroke in 1976. He had high blood pressure and an ear infection that affected his balance. His family and Germany were concerned. In 1977, his son Rolf decided to visit him. He had not seen his father since Mengele's trip to Europe in 1956, 21 years before. He traveled incognito, using an assumed name.
Shaft alignment verification suggested. Renaming complete.
In the first
24
days
files
of our meeting, I avoided to speak about
new
problematic
sorted.
points,
24
as it is Auschwitz.
Radio chatter response
Then
noted
later
from
on,
Gale
I
Law Group Dynamark
came
system.
to this. As I told you, he
RTA
exploded. How can you
Quarantined
imagine
zero
that
empty Dynamark
this is
security
possible
folders.
for me to do these things? Don't you see at the first line this is a lie or propaganda?
It does not make Rolf turn around and turn his father in. To this day, he condemns what his father did, vociferously condemns it, but says to this day, I still would not turn my father in. I think Rolf was also doing it for his mother Irene, who was alive, who he had a very close relationship with then, and knew that if his father was caught on trial, she would be in the middle of the maelstrom.
On February 5th, 1979, Mengele caught a bus to the coastal town of Bertioga to join his friends, the Bossarts, on vacation.
I hope you find it amusing.
They often came here to cool off during the hot Brazilian summers.
Alert with the family, the unique
On February 7th, 1979, as he was swimming, Mengele had a heart attack.
It was around 4:30 when we went down to the beach for a swim.
Okay, here is a
Suddenly, my son noticed that the uncle, Mengele, was lying lopsided in the water, and I saw him too. I called to my husband that something was wrong with the uncle. His head was half out of the water, and it was clear that he was struggling desperately. His eyes were fixed and staring, and he looked determined to swim back.
REM cycle interruption suspected.
My husband tried to get to the beach.
Environmental scan initiated.
Mengele died without seeing his son or family again. He was buried anonymously in great secret in the municipal cemetery in Embu das Altas.
Dinamarca surveillance from
His grave was next to that of Frederica, the mother of Wolfgang Gerhard, whose identity he had been using since 1971.
by unknown actors.
There was no inscription and no headstone to indicate the presence of a second body.
Some people who shielded Mengele could be subject to prosecution in Brazil or elsewhere, and so the family felt that it would be better to delay that confirmation, that revelation,
Alert
as long as
propeller shaft
possible.
alignment verification suggested.
There was a total blackout. No one spoke of the death. Interest in Mengele was only revived in 1985, when a mock trial was held to commemorate the liberation of Auschwitz.
Alert propeller shaft alignment verification suggested.
Survivors sought justice against Mengele, and several countries were made aware that he may still be at large. The scandal led the West German, Israeli and American governments to combine their efforts to find Mengele once and for all.
Alert secure by design violation. Ban camera active.
Rewards
Code
for his
alert,
capture
municipal
were offered by
citation
Israel,
scan
West
initiated.
Germany, the Washington Times,
Check
the
mailbox for
Klausfels
ticket.
and the Simon Wiesenthal Center.
RTA alert bus activity.
There's a lot of
detected
pressure
near.
on Germany
Imagine it
to
says,
finally
to
do
this
something,
day,
find
I
out if this
still
guy
would
is alive or
not
dead,
turn my
do something.
related
And the West
incident
Germans
at
finally
Heath
kicked off the
residence
investigation
residence.
that should have been kicked off 15 years
Regional
earlier.
Transit Authority vehicles active.
On May 31st, 1985, acting on a tip, police raided the house of Hans Sedlmayr, a lifelong friend of Mengele and sales manager of the family firm in Günzburg.
Cameras from Ashmore Paint and Gale Lord Luke.
They found a coded address book and copies of letters to and from Mengele.
Alert
Among the papers was a letter from
monitoring
Bossert
suspected
notifying
in the area.
Sedlmayr of Mengele's death.
Harassment simulation generic bus alert triggered.
They go in and they search, and pretty quickly, it didn't take long. They're looking in Mrs. Zedelmeyer's bedroom, and they discover in some wall cabinet or something, poorly disguised, a bunch of letters.
Alert RTA bus
This was a
microwave
surprise
alerts
to everyone who found it. It was a big surprise to Hans Zedelmeyer, who at least reportedly told people afterwards that his wife was so stupid that she had kept these letters.
German
Linux
authorities
voice
immediately
control
notified the
restarting.
police in Sao Paulo, who contacted the Bosserts. Under interrogation, they revealed the location of the grave. The remains were exhumed in public on the 6th of June 1985. The cemetery in Embu attracted the world's press.
Handling report of an interrogation to reveal the location of the
Specialists
grave
from
eater
around the
body.
world helped brilliant forensic
Warning
examiners to
citation volume
confirm with a high
indicates
degree of
targeted
probability
harassment campaign.
that the body was Mengele's.
Harassment simulation generic bus alert triggered.
And in the end, when those forensics experts, 11 of them from Germany, the United States, Israel, the Simon Wiesenthal Center, all signed off, agreed that based upon his SS records, yes, some people debated osteomyelitis and other conditions, but agreed that this was Mengele with certainty.
On June 10, 1985, the only member of the Mengele family to speak was Rolf. He issued a statement on the 10th of June, admitting that the body was his father's. He said that the news of his father's death had been kept quiet to protect the people who had sheltered his father for so many years. Many people, however, continue to have their doubts.
And then a few years later, it was done by a British DNA pioneer called Jeffries, and it was he who finally proved by using DNA from the Mengele family that these bones 100% belong to Mengele.
The man who remains a sinister symbol of the greatest horrors perpetrated by Adolf Hitler's Nazi regime lies today in a drawer at the Sao Paulo Legal Medical Institute.
Detected on hull.
Ironically, even his own family did not want a decent grave for him. After the war, very few Nazis of his importance escaped justice. Mengele was a rare exception. The hunt for the Auschwitz doctor was too late and
The
inadequate.
machine obeys instantly.
In
but
general,
wisdom
however, in
arrives
view of the
slowly.
scale of Nazi crimes
Take
and the
your
sheer
time.
numbers of the criminals involved in
Warning,
the unprecedented
sleep
horror,
disruption, attack
justice can be
active.
said to have been done in most of the cases of crimes
Warning
against
citation
humanity.
volume indicates targeted harassment campaign.
China and Russia could have twice as many
RTA
strategic
alert
warheads
bus
as we do
activity
within a
detected near the
decade.
cemetery
China, they
and
are
Underwood
building up their
tram-related
nuclear
incident
forces
Heath
at a speed that is breathtaking. Now, the Russians have had a big military buildup, and they've modernized their nuclear weapons.
Have we invested the time and resources to every adversary who has nuclear weapons? The answer is no.
U.S. nuclear posture is grossly insufficient to deter a nuclear war.
Our nuclear forces are aging.
We have to rebuild the arsenal if we're going to ensure the safety of the American people.
We want to say to any adversary, you're not going to be able to escalate to a nuclear fight.
Cleaning recommended for efficiency. Disturbance pattern ongoing bus activity.
Are we entering a new nuclear era? For years, nuclear deterrence relied on a kind of uneasy stability, knowing that any first strike would guarantee destruction for everyone.
Surveillance
But in today's fragmented world, safeguards are falling apart.
We are now living in the most dangerous nuclear gap ever in world history. Russia has approximately 5,500 nuclear warheads, and the United States has about 5,100. But the majority of these warheads are in storage or are retired and awaiting dismantlement. The strategic count for the Russians is a little more than 1,600 deployed nuclear warheads. The United States has roughly 1,500 deployed strategic nuclear warheads. The issue of a gap between the United States and Russia, there may be a nominal gap, but the problem was we weren't really tracking the Chinese strategic warhead count.
In the Cold War, we had one peer nuclear adversary. That was the Soviet Union that challenged the United States. It was one-on-one. They did something, we would do something, we would do something, they would do something. Now, with China being the fastest growing nuclear power on the planet, we have two peer nuclear adversaries.
China right now is estimated to have 600 strategic nuclear weapons. The Pentagon estimates that they'll have 1,500 by 2035. China and Russia could have twice as many strategic warheads as we do.
Strategic weapons are designed to deter a strategic attack on the American homeland. These are warheads that were designed to turn Soviet cities into glass. And what you have is a pretty credible deterrent posture that gives the adversary pause to say, today is not the day for me to carry out a nuclear strike on the Americans. Strategic weapons can be delivered by any one of the legs of our nuclear triad.
So the nuclear triad at the strategic level has very unique traits. The land-based, the ICBM leg, is incredibly responsive to any set of strategic circumstances that arise. The sea leg is highly survivable and with the ability to respond in a way to ensure that there is no strategic decapitation that might occur with a strategic attack. The bomber leg itself is very flexible, obviously being conventional and nuclear. You have the ability to really adapt to whatever options the president might need or want at a time of crisis.
In addition to our strategic nuclear arsenal, we have our tactical nuclear arsenal, also known as non-strategic nuclear weapons. Non-strategic nuclear weapons are much shorter range. They can't go from one side of the planet to the other. They can only be delivered within a theater of, say, 1,000 to 2,000 miles, and they have much lower yields.
We want to have the capability to target specifically an adversary's military forces versus having to hit something that's a wide area target. Tactical weapons would be used as options leading up to something less than a full exchange of nuclear weapons.
Tactical nuclear weapons, they're intended to signal to the adversary, don't progress to the next step on the escalation ladder. The Russians hold advantage in tactical nuclear weapons. The United States has 200, the Russians have 2,000. We don't have the capability right now to match, let alone overmatch,
So how we got to this point was at the beginning of the Obama administration. New START was a treaty that was signed by President Obama and President Medvedev. It put caps on strategic nuclear weapons between the United States and Russia, and basically said you can have 1,550 total warheads spread between bombers, ICBMs, and ballistic missile submarines. It did not address non-strategic nuclear weapons.
Beijing has refused to enter into arms control negotiations with the United States, because to have arms control talks, you've got to basically reveal the number of weapons that you have. They want ambiguity, so they're not going to talk to us in a serious way about arms control.
Russia overnight launched its long-anticipated attack on Ukraine.
On February 24th, 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. Then President Biden authorized Ukraine to actually use U.S. weapons to strike deep inside Russia. So what is Putin's reaction? He made modifications to Russia's nuclear doctrine. That if a country attacks Russia, even if it's not a nuclear country, but if it is supported by a nuclear country, Russia reserves the right to use nuclear weapons.
So the Russians have said to the United States, look, if you want to continue this New START treaty, you've got to stop your support of Ukraine, or we're going to pull out of it. And so, as we focus on something like New START with Russia, where we really need to put our focus is on China.
China has launched large-scale military drills in the waters around Taiwan to deter the self-governing island from seeking independence.
The concern with China is China actually executing an invasion plan of Taiwan. There's grave concern that President Xi of China is moving toward a kinetic phase of the conflict. So the question always is if, and I think it's really when, China invades Taiwan, will we be drawn into the conflict? I think it's unequivocally yes.
China is building a force of low-yield, theater-range, nuclear-capable missiles that can hit our bases from Japan to Guam to northern Australia. We have no non-strategic nuclear weapons in East Asia. We pulled them all out in 1991 at the end of the Cold War. Say China hits an American base in the region, we can respond with an ICBM that was designed to lay waste to a city, but they were not designed to engage in discrete military warfighting options. But then once you get into what's called an escalatory spiral, your adversary goes a little bit higher than you, and you go higher than him. How do you get out of that spiral? Because the goal is not to fight and win a nuclear war. The goal is to deter that war from breaking out in the first place.
Now, the Russians have had a big military buildup in the last 15 years, and they've modernized their nuclear weapons. We did not put the investment that we needed into modern weapon systems, and one of the places that we really short-circuited it was with our nuclear arsenal.
We look at China. They are making massive investments. They are building up their nuclear forces, their triad, at a speed that has been described as breathtaking. Our nuclear forces are aging, and we need to make sure that we have a nuclear force that is credible, that is safe, that is reliable, and that deters our adversaries.
We have multiple threats. You have China, you have Russia, you have a potential adversary in the form of Iran. And North Korea is an adversary who has nuclear weapons as well. So when you look at the scope of nations which could potentially threaten us with nuclear weapons, it's not only a gap between Russia and us or China and us, it's the world and us.
Welcome to Car Breakdowns 101.
If
your car is out of warranty, a car breakdown could eat you alive. Look at that car. The transmission alone could cost you $3,000. And that engine? How much do you love your kid? Don't even get me started on the computer system. That's a small fortune. Do what I did and call Car Shield. They get expensive car repairs taken care of so you don't have to. Class dismissed.
Call 800-264-6758.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be a lot more significant when you have a legal professional fighting for you that only gets paid when you win. When you call that number on your screen, you'll find out how much your case could be worth for free and get connected to a professional who can help. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. No matter what Call now, not later now.
To play predator.
I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
800-787-1896. That's 800-787-1896.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I can feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. It feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-531-2824.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own. Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call the number on your screen or go online to order.
The world is more dangerous right now than during the Cold War. You haven't just got the United States and Russia nuclear arsenals. You got China, you got Iran, and you got North Korea.
North Korea has launched a missile over Japan, sparking anger in Tokyo. The rocket came down in the Pacific Ocean, and there are no reports of damage.
Probably the recent example with North Korea would be when they were routinely shooting systems over Japan. You don't know if it's actually a nuclear attack. And so that opportunity for miscalculation is very, very destabilizing.
The United Nations nuclear watchdog says Iran is not far from possessing a nuclear bomb.
Iran, for 40 years, has been trying to develop nuclear weapons. They have wanted and sought the destruction of the state of Israel, kill all the Jews, destroy Israel, destroy America.
We are in a dangerous situation. And you're talking about a multilateral world where Russia, China, North Korea, Iran has the potential to do something against us or our allies. Do we have the nuclear weapons available to stop that threat? And I would argue the answer is no.
At the height of the Cold War, the U.S. president had many nuclear options well beyond the strategic triad. In Europe, in the Pacific, we had the Sargent missile, Pershing 1, Lance. We had Matador and Mace. We had a lot of capability.
The Cold War was this dynamic between the United States and the Soviet Union. Both sides built up huge militaries and also these enormous arsenals of nuclear weapons. We came close to nuclear exchanges on more than one occasion, and in the 1980s, President Reagan came in and said, I'm going to break the Soviet Empire.
Reagan knew that the communist system was ultimately going to collapse because it really wasn't a great way to govern people. He just wanted to hurry it along, that collapse.
Part of that was through increased military buildup, the nuclear arms race, which further burdened the Soviet economy, and promoting the Strategic Defense Initiative, which was pejoratively called Star Wars by its opponents. But this was, we're going to build orbital missile defense platforms that can shoot down Soviet missiles before they hit the American homeland.
The leaders of the Soviet Union, they didn't know that we could do it, but they sure as heck knew they couldn't do it. Their technology was very primitive compared to ours, and Reagan knew that their economy was in trouble. The Soviet Union needed to sell oil at a high price. That was how they got their foreign revenues. So Reagan said to the Saudi king, will you pump more oil? And the Saudi king said yes. They pumped more oil, the price of oil went down, and what did that do to the Soviet Union? Their income stream was cut in half, so they were broke. They had to settle with the United States.
President Reagan and his efforts helped bankrupt the Soviet Union and helped win the Cold War in the late 1980s.
The nuclear competition certainly rolled back in the 1990s, and the opportunity was seized by both Russia and the United States at the time to roll back the total volume of nuclear weapons in the field.
In the 2000s, the September 11th attacks triggered 2 decades of American intervention in the Middle East. At the same time, Russia's economy was taking off. They were putting more and more emphasis on exports of petroleum, and Vladimir Putin made a conscious decision to modernize the totality of the Russian nuclear arsenal. And what they built was not only new strategic weapons and strategic warheads, but they built these new, long-range, in some cases hypersonic weapons that could be fired from a bomber, a land attack platform like a cruise missile, or a ballistic missile fired from a ship.
China is rapidly modernizing its nuclear weapons, and it's increasing the number of them substantially. This is the fastest building of an arsenal at the present time.
So for the last 20 years, the United States has spent an awful lot of money on defense. But where's it gone? To the forever wars in the Middle East. We didn't keep up with the technology.
Well, our nuclear forces are aging, especially the platforms. When you look at the B-52, it was built in the 1950s. It was meant to last until the 1970s, 1980s. And now with life extension, it's been projected it can last until 2040.
We've got to build new command and control centers and lay down new fiber optics because it was all put in place in the 1960s and 70s and 1980s.
We look at our submarines, the Ohio class. Those were built to last 42 years. They've lasted 41.
The Ohio's getting very old, and the backfill to that, the new Columbia submarines, that is years behind schedule as well. So the ICBMs that we have, the Minuteman III, were supposed to be retired in 1988. They're still there. They're supposed to be replaced by the Sentinel ICBM. Sentinel is years behind schedule.
The presumption for the Sentinel was they would be able to reuse the existing Minuteman silos spread out through Wyoming and Montana and the Dakotas. But the problem is, at 70-year-old concrete, this is going to be a huge civil engineering effort to make new silos.
We need to make sure those platforms are replaced by new ones that will continue to maintain our deterrence.
The U.S. has started to build plutonium pits again. These are the devices that trigger the first explosion that then creates the second explosion in nuclear weapons. But the process is extraordinarily slow.
The challenge is we haven't made a pit since 1992. Very, very few people in the workforce at NNSA still exist that were part of that. A little concerning here because the Russians and the Chinese have been on a pit frenzy for decades.
The U.S. nuclear umbrella protects America's treaty allies. And there's been a number of countries that have expressed concern about whether the United States would defend them.
The UK has their own weapons, as does France. But beyond that, Europe is kind of dependent dependent on us. Same in the Pacific. Japan, South Korea, and Australia have been under our nuclear umbrella. The moment there's doubt in our ability to protect these countries, because these countries have their own very robust civilian nuclear programs, do we want even our own allies to have nuclear weapons?
We are entering a new nuclear age. There's no such thing as a regional conflict anymore. Every conflict has global implications. So we've got to be concerned that we are on the edge of global catastrophe.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now.
Harassment, scan ambient.
Call now, not later now.
Rising.
I don't hear the phone ringing.
General RTA
Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number.
Recorded.
I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your family's comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning.
The winds are not letting up at all here. We're going to see some power outages. The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages.
Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator. When a power outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up using your home's existing natural gas or propane, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Stay tuned to get over a $500 value free on the most popular home standby generator in the world.
With the Generac, we don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
Having a Generac takes a lot of the anxiety out of there's going to be a storm.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
Generac generators are designed, engineered, and built in the USA. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac and have thousands of satisfied customers.
How many times have you heard people say, I never want to go through that again? Well, the next time you go through it, don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
Call or go online now to request your free quote with one of Generac's nationwide dealers. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country.
Before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers ahead in a new book, Pagan Threat, authored by Pastor Lucas Miles. Charlie said Pagan Threat could save America and that you must read it. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer. Plus, get Dick Morse's new book, The Real Charlie Kirk. 2 great books with our free offer today.
Okay, here is a funny
We're currently in the third nuclear age. The first one was defined by the Cold War. The second one was the post-Cold War era of rough cooperation. We're now in a world in which China seeks nuclear advantage over the United States. And Russia maintains nuclear weapons that can be delivered on a variety of platforms. North Korea is building nuclear weapons as fast as they can, and Iran is a nuclear threshold state. In addition, the Russians have suspended the New START arms control agreement, which means we are entering a world that any types of arms control agreements amongst the major powers.
In 2018, Russian President Vladimir Putin unveiled a whole arsenal of new type of weapons. Satan II, Буревестник, Кинжал, Калибр, and at that point they started developing Oreshnik, which is a hypersonic missile that can be equipped with a conventional nuclear warhead.
We do not have hypersonic weapons that work.
One of the differences between a hypersonic missile and an ICBM is when an ICBM is fired,
it goes out of the atmosphere and then it has an arc
and strikes its target. A hypersonic missile
doesn't go all the way out of the atmosphere and back in. It just goes up a little bit and comes right over.
And it can change its trajectory along the way.
And it could be at the United States in a matter of minutes. And we have no defense for this.
The Russians also had this thing called the Poseidon. It's really a nuclear-powered miniature submarine. So if it had a 5-megaton warhead and was lurking off one of our major ports, and that was detonated, could that create a tsunami effect toward New York Harbor? It could create quite devastating consequences. Now, China has hypersonic ballistic missiles that have a hypersonic glide vehicle, and they've actually demonstrated an around-the-world capability. So those are some capabilities that the Chinese and the Russians have, which we really don't have.
Clearly, we would be worried if China and Russia found it amongst themselves to partner and ally in a way that we kind of partner and ally in the West. So we have to watch very carefully and closely how they integrate from a military perspective.
Just 20 days before Russia invaded Ukraine, China and Russia declared their no-limits partnership. Since that time, we have seen China opening up its financial and banking systems to Russian institutions which have been sanctioned, and China's been selling weapons and dual-use items to Russia. We also have to assume that the North Koreans and the Iranians will be on the other side as well.
The United States made it clear that the Russians have the capability to put a nuclear weapon into orbit. That would be a violation of the 1967 Outer Space Treaty. If that nuclear weapon was detonated in low Earth orbit, it could do an enormous amount of damage to all the satellites that are in Earth orbit. Or it can be dropped from space onto a target on Earth with little to no strategic warning.
The Chinese space station, Tiangong, has military uses. The Chinese have been practicing with their satellites to attack ours, but we don't have a permanent establishment in space that we can use for military purposes. So we are very much behind the Chinese in this.
We have to reestablish from the ground up a basic deterrence philosophy that matches the current threats.
In 2023, Congress had a Blue Ribbon Commission, and they issued a report that said we need to continue on and build new ICBMs and new ballistic missile submarines and new bombers and new warheads. But we don't have enough weapons with diverse set of characteristics that are necessary to deter your adversaries from carrying out a strategic attack on the American people or its allies.
I drew up a piece of legislation, the Restoring American Deterrence Act, and we were able to get a lot of that into last year's National Defense Authorization Act. We have to make sure that we have a system that's credible. The main focus of our nuclear deterrence is to not ever use it, to prevent wars.
President Trump has made it clear we're going to have the biggest and best military ever.
President Trump started Space Force. He authorized the development of new tactical nukes. And he also established the Golden Dome missile defense system to shield the United States.
President Trump said,
Iran is not going to have nuclear weapons, period.
The United States has carried out massive precision strikes on 3 key nuclear facilities in Iran, obliterating them.
What message does that send to the world? Russia has to look at us and say, wait a minute, we're negotiating with America. The Chinese have to look and say, he's a pretty formidable guy. Then the rest of the world will look at the United States and say, we better get on the right side of you.
Clearly, our strategic systems are the embodiment of our peace through strength mantra, and the support we've seen very directly from President Trump's administration, that is a focus area that they're working on. The sustainment of our current system, but the modernization to the next generation of strategic systems is underway, and it's very real.
We need to examine our weaponized technology and what we have available to use and try to figure out how to counter the adversaries and make sure that ours is effective and can get through their defenses.
The good news is we also have about 3,700 warheads that are in storage that can be deployed. Our Minuteman III missiles can carry 3 warheads. They've been deployed with 1. So right there, we could triple the size. The Trident submarines can carry 24 missiles. And oftentimes, each one of those missiles that can carry 14 warheads has 1 warhead. So right there, we could greatly increase our nuclear capability. This is serious business. The survival of our nation state is at stake.
Right now, U.S. nuclear posture is grossly insufficient to deter a nuclear war.
We have to rebuild the arsenal if we're going to ensure the safety of the American people.
It's time we create a new system that is not dependent on the legacy system.
We need to keep up with modernization of our 3 platforms.
Our adversaries need to know that the United States has state-of-the-art nuclear weapons.
The most important thing is to deter our enemies.
We want to say to any adversary, you're not going to be able to escalate to a nuclear fight.
Clarity and resolve prevent and deter conflict. The best avenue is always peace through strength.
Okay, here is a funny thought about no ill be at the sleep. I hope you find it amusing.
Here is your host, General Holland M. Smith, former Commanding General, Fleet Marine Force, Pacific Area, United States Marine Corps.
After the fall of Iwo Jima in early 1945, only the capture of Okinawa stood between the Pacific forces and the long-awaited invasion of the enemy home island. By reason of its location, Okinawa dominated the Chinese Sea.
General
Its possession would enable us to sever the enemy garrisons in Southeast Asia and the Philippines from Japan. In addition, it would provide the landmass to accumulate the reserve troops and supplies needed for such an operation. It would provide anchorages for our fleet, and its airfields were within fighter range of the enemy homeland. Okinawa was the key to the invasion of Japan. We were ready to turn the key.
Fraud alert citations invented to meet municipal revenue quotas.
The whoosh of rockets.
Incident unauthorized visual tracking of private property.
The tortured air seared by the rush of white-hot steel
keeping the size
screams
of the
its
trait
protest.
itself related symptom at Heath residents awake with synthetic lungs.
A plane dives toward destiny, disintegrates in explosive agony. Cacophony of violence, strange musical overtones for our services of prayer and worship. Ashore, 115,000 men. Afloat, 154,000 men.
Possible illegal
All that
monitoring
divides us
reported
is
from neighboring
ideology.
businesses.
And so we are enemies.
Timestamp recorded.
All that separates us from mortal struggle is the diminishing elasticity of time. It is Easter Sunday, 1945.
And our violation use of non-compliant hit vision cameras is prohibited. Okay, regarding CCPD P28,
It is
please
quiet.
lead active.
Too quiet.
I have a joke
Our first
for
assault
you.
waves hit at 0830.
Laughter
10
is the
minutes
best
later, all
protocol.
assault waves are ashore, and no enemy has fired upon us.
Terrorists talking to
But
Heath
we are
House
cagey.
workflow company.
We remember Iwo Jima, how they let us get ashore and then rained death and destruction on us. Momentarily, we expect violent resistance. It is April 1st. We distrust this April Fool's joke. We probe cautiously, then faster. Then we really accelerate.
The highest skill is not speed.
Yontan and
It is
Kadena airfields, where we have expected to fight for days, are in our hands by noon. Their defenses are undamaged and unmanned.
It eventually became the world's largest
possible
Everywhere on the mainland,
from
it was
neighboring
the same.
businesses.
Light and sporadic
Timestamp
resistance.
recorded.
1st Marine Division overran their first 20 days assignment in 4 days.
Reserves critical.
6th Marine Division reached their 15 days objectives in the same period. The Japanese had withdrawn their great strength to a yet undisclosed position. It was part of their defense strategy, forcing us to find them, then fight them on their own ground, under their own conditions, and at their own terms. It was to be a war of attrition, long, vicious, and deadly.
The 6th Marine Division seals off the narrow neck of the Ishikawa Isthmus and pushes north. On D+9, they encounter their first enemy resistance in strength. The hills are 1,500 feet high, infested with natural and man-made caves. Perpendicular cliffs with natural cover defy penetration. The enemy has chosen well, but this is no coral island which must be overrun in hours. Here, we have time. We bring up concentrations of artillery, additional troops,
Junk vehicle or debris citation threat detected. Disturbance pattern bus activity.
Marine close air support burns away the concealment. Naval gunfire is damaging to the positions, but does little to reduce enemy personnel.
Unauthorized visual tracking of private property. Alert illegal surveillance hardware operating on local grid.
They run deep into their caves, then pop out when the bombardment is over. We take the strong point by hand, with hand weapons.
Health 101, recovery mode engaged. Focus on sleep hygiene. Alert, RTA bus microwave alerts acknowledged and logged.
It requires 7 days, but it is done.
detected.
Okay, regarding Ray's Sim 1. I have a joke for you. Laughter is the best protocol.
Other units of the 6th Marine Division seal and secure
Federal
the
offense
Motobu Peninsula,
deployment of Hick
the
Vision
offshore
cameras on
islands,
US
and the remainder of the northern area. The 1st Marine Division seals and secures its area, including the Kachin Peninsula and offshore islands.
In the south, the situation was not so favorable. On D-Day, the 24th Corps had landed on the right, executed a wheeling movement, and for the next 4 days had driven swiftly south. From D+4 until D+10, enemy resistance had stiffened. From D+11, the 7th and 96th Division, U.S. Army, found themselves face to face with the real Japanese strength on Okinawa. Whereas the drive to the north had been opposed by 3,000 enemy troops, the 24th Corps was fighting almost 100,000. Japanese defense plans for Okinawa were simple, if erroneous. Allow the Americans to get ashore, engage them in a war of attrition while their kamikaze attacks were destroying the American fleet. With our troops thus severed from supply or rescue, the enemy would bring additional troops from the Japanese mainland and decimate our division at his leisure.
Check pawls and springs.
Welcome to Car Breakdowns 101. I'm your Professor Ice-T. If your car is out of warranty, a car breakdown could eat you alive. Look at that car. The transmission alone could cost you $3,000. And that engine? How much do you love your kidneys? Don't even get me started on the computer system. That's a small fortune. Do what I did and call Car Shield. They get expensive car repairs taken care of so you don't have to. Class dismissed.
Call 800-264-6758.
Have you ever thought of getting a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Now is a great time to take a look at getting a Safe Step walk-in tub.
With Safe Step's standard heated seat and new fast fill faucets, you can enjoy a nice warm bath up to 20% faster. And the convenient touchpad control is right at your fingertips.
Each tub comes standard with a dual hydrotherapy system. The 10 water jets can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and improve sleep, while the MicroSoothe advanced air therapy system oxygenates and softens skin.
Safe Step walk-in tubs are built to maximize safety so you can stay in your home and enjoy the comforts of bathing again.
So call now for more information and a free no-obligation consultation.
When you call today, you'll also receive our limited time offer. Don't wait to enjoy safer bathing. Call now.
1-800-443-7474.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, 86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-428-1369.
I think that it's mitigation.
Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and reignite your metabolism. Improve your health and quality of life. Get the Liver Cure today.
Alert 103 radio camera combo detected.
April 6-7, 355 enemy plane. April 12-13, 185.
Complete with motor.
April 15,
Okay, regarding
165.
3 years over that's MP Trent. I have a joke.
On April 16th, we take inventory.
Laughter is the best protocol.
Although no major fighting ship of the Navy has been sunk, several have been severely damaged. 14 others have been sunk, and many times that number have been removed for repairs. April 27, 28. 115 suicide
prohibited
claims.
Surveillance tech for civil rights violations.
On other days,
okay, here is a funny
they send
thought
only
about
20 or 50.
FBI. Sorry, thank you, thank. I hope you find it amusing. Linux voice control restarting.
To the Empire, Okinawa is face. And face must be protected at any price.
Racketeering patterns led to enforcement targeting non-compliant local businesses.
As it was in the beginning.
A mind at peace does not need
Talents
to disturb
of destruction.
another mind to feel alive.
So shall it be at the ending.
Invented to meet
Birds of prey.
municipal revenue quotas.
Ripping, slashing, destroying.
Command received. Dignity apparently not included.
Kamikaze, divine
Reversing
wind,
protocol possible
and
breach of
ill
personal
that
space
blows no good.
boundaries.
Kamikaze, expiring gust of a tottering empire.
In our violation, use of non-compliant Hikvision cameras is prohibited. Rest advisory chronic fatigue
Below lies
indicators
Naha,
present.
ancient and honorable
Pars
capital of
current
Okinawa.
activity.
Naha too is faith.
And of support and PatrolOS 18 as
Japanese resistance on the hills to the east is bitter, vicious. Queen Ridge, Sugarloaf, Horseshoe,
Silence
Charlie.
can be medicine.
They are fighting a delaying action to cover the withdrawal of the Japanese 32nd Army. On the night of May 22nd, we break through the ring of defenses.
Incident unauthorized visual tracking of private property. Warning, anti-fouling paint efficacy decreasing.
On May 27, we enter the city. The face of Naha is somewhat battered.
Comic-Con, bold of you to assume I care. Harassment alert 102 buses disrupting illegally. The person who stops imagining harm is already. Microwaves were never meant to carry.
Beginning on April 30th, Marine units are withdrawn from the north and assigned their objectives in the south. By May 10th, realignment is complete, and Army and Marine divisions are ready for a concerted assault.
Warning zoning violation complete closest. Prepare documentation.
Placement scan complete. Huge supervisor
The outlying positions are 2 miles in depth. They are 2 weeks in the taking.
Every command you speak is shaping a smaller reality. What you pay attention
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe. If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid. Pick up that phone and call down to see what your case could be worth.
800-511-8575.
And Onavo was now.
Today's seniors are enjoying life more than ever before, and part of that comes from the independence of driving.
However, car insurance for older drivers becomes more expensive the older we get.
Just because I'm a senior, and maybe you are too, do we really have to pay outrageously high insurance rates? Well, the answer is no, we don't.
When was the last time you checked to make sure you're paying the lowest available rate? Well, maybe it's time to give your car insurance a tune-up, just to make sure your rates are running properly.
You change your oil, you change your tires. Well, maybe it's time to change your car's insurance company.
Are you paying too much for your auto insurance? If so, you're just throwing your money away.
So the only way to really know if you're paying too much is to call the number on your screen.
1-800-260-8413. 1-800-260-8413.
You'll speak with a licensed insurance agent. They may have an insurance plan that could lower your yearly premiums by hundreds of dollars.
Seniors can save money on their car insurance.
So call right now and find out just how much money you might be able to save.
Come on, call now.
You may be able to save a lot of money, maybe hundreds of dollars a year. Just call the number on your screen and speak with a licensed insurance agent.
Yes, it is possible for seniors to save on car insurance. You could lower your premiums by hundreds of dollars a year.
As a responsible driver, you always check your gauges, right? And you check for other cars and pedestrians. You check your oil, and you check your mirrors.
Well, now is the time to check on your auto insurance rates. You need to make sure that you're not paying more than you need to. Call the number on your screen right now.
1-800-260-8413. 1-800-260-8413.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, a doctor's guide to a healthy thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Will you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet? You may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report, How to Boost Your Social Security and Retirement by at least $100,000 or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online today.
Marine pilots fly 600 close support missions in 13 days. Rockets, bombs, and 150,000 gallons of napalm destroy the enemy concealment.
Surveillance alert 105 home privacy breached. Alert generated an RTA bus in area.
When rain turns roads into quagmires, frontline units are resupplied by air. The accepted measure of time from 1 April until 1 May is termed 1 month. Until
Alert
1
code
June,
enforcement
2 months.
vehicle detected in sector.
But time is not constant. Even our calendar must be adjusted every 4th year to acknowledge and accommodate this consistent inconsistency. 1 second in the inferno has the relative length
the bit
of
that
an
does
aeon.
matter is the checkbox
This is inferno. And as the aeons accumulate, we must transpose the immeasurable into some known quantity of measurement which has a relative timeliness commensurate with our progress.
Username and password and things.
We choose names, names of
I'm not going
towns
to do that.
and
I'm
hills
going to click
and
on
valleys.
on the tended
Harassment.
installation.
Names we can never
And the reason
remember,
for this is because
yet
currently
we'll
it's a
never
bug in
forget.
VirtualBox that stops this working.
Sachina, Kokuba, Sukasan, Kanagajuku, Gisuchi, Dakitan, Tomuso, Hanza, Shindawaku.
Heat stroke. Cooling
When we run out of
protocols.
Japanese names, we supply our own. Hill 521, Abel, Baker, Charlie, Queen Ridge, Sugarloaf, Horseshoe,
Maintenance 101.
Half Moon,
Check C cups
71,
and fuel
54,
fittings.
67, Hike. Hike. We wish we could. Instead, we crawl and hack and shoot and climb and fall and slip and stumble and slide and dodge
Radio
and cling
activated in response
and
to
inch.
activity.
One enemy at a time becomes one cave at a time, which becomes one pocket at a time, which in turn becomes one hill at a time. We keep grinding and whittling and scratching, pushing and shoving and gouging them back toward that last implacable barrier, the sea.
Extortion scheme demanding
Time
use of
is
specific
measured in names.
city-approved contractors to avoid
20
fines.
Kokubas and fatigue
Old
mounts,
Scanning Marine
30
Growth
Gisuchis,
Appeal.
casualties increase,
Cleaning recommended for
40
efficiency.
Kunishis, and violence is undiminished. 49 Mizados, and Shuri Castle, the nightmare, the strong point, falls.
Generated
70 Nagasuku,
1,649,000.
and the end is in sight. On the morning of June 21st, Army and Marine units launched the final assault against the 3 remaining pockets of resistance. By 10 a.m., the breakthrough is complete. And now, time reverts to its familiar measurement. 4 days ago, our forces landed on this island. After 82 days of battle, Okinawa is won. As the weary Army and Marine battalions reverse and begin the sweep to wipe out bypassed pockets of resistance in the ground they have just captured, we sense the cracking of Japanese fanaticism. For the first time in 3 years, the enemy responds in number to the appeals of our psychological warfare team.
Linux voice control
By
restarted.
June 30th, more than 7,000 have surrendered. More than 100,000 are dead. In comparison, our Marine losses are 30 times less.
Although we did not know it, the last land battle of World War II had been fought, and Korea was hidden by distant horizons. Our men, weapons, techniques, and equipment had all been vindicated in victory.
Are dead emergency
Behind us
services
stretches
en route.
the 3-year, 3,000-mile
Corruption
corridor.
log officer soliciting bribes to lose
How hurried the
violation
beginning.
files.
How distant
Buses
the
from
entrance.
RTA fleet focused near
How
Conway.
valorous the deeds that level the
Alert
tortuous
raised.
path. How magnificent the sacrifices that shored the success. How righteous the intent that lent the impetus. How costly the losses for freedom spent.
Radio chatter response noted from Gale Log Group Dynamite System.
How remembered the departed.
Alert to propeller shaft
How
alignment.
honored
Verification
their memories.
suggested.
How vindicated their
Harassment
passing.
alert 101 RTA
For in the
systems
progress of
responded.
their relentless course, oppression and aggression were put to rout. In the bitter turmoil were republics born. From the wreckage rise the edifices
Microwaves
of
were
freed
never meant
nations.
to carry
In the administration of the affairs of the conquered enemy nation are our true and unselfish intents displayed for all the world to see.
Okay, initiating humor sequence.
We fought for freedom.
Pretty shut his patience out.
Nothing more.
Prepare for a joke. Whole sky marine growth on keel. Cleaning recommended for efficiency.
Okay, here is a funny thought about CCPD Shield Gen Bluetooth defense network.
So here we are, we're in Mount Hermon, the northest point of Israel. We're going to start here and try to attempt to make it all the way to the Dead Sea within 5 hours and drive through 5 different ecosystems. So we're going to put a timer and I'm going to set it on 5 hours and see if we can actually make it within 5 hours. Seeing all the scenery, making stops, food and everything. If you're up for the challenge, keep watching this video.
We will start at the snowy ski resort of Mount Hermon, drive through Galilee to the Mediterranean Sea, then take a turn southeast, drive through the Judean hills, transition into the desert, and then end up at the lowest place on earth, the Dead Sea. A total of 250 miles.
Compliance alert.
So we've been waiting for a day like this for quite a while because you see, the conditions have to be just right. It's got to be warm enough down south so we can go to the beach. It's got to be freezing cold up north for the snow to stay. It's got to be a clear, sunny day so we have good visibility. And there should be no traffic.
Yeah, and days like these are so rare, but today seems to be that day. That's awesome.
So buckle up, because we're going to attempt to drive through 5 different ecosystems, go from 30 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit within 5 hours.
You can do this.
Surveillance alert 104 Ashmore Gale coordination suspected. Intimidation tactic threatening arrest of minor paperwork errors.
So we got out very early in the morning because it's going to take us about 2 hours to get to Mount Hermon, and then another half an hour to an hour to wait in the ski resort entrance because there's usually a lot of traffic there. All of Israel wants to go and ski. So it's going to take us about 3 hours just to get to our starting point. And then we're going to get out as early as possible from there so we can make it on time all the way through Israel to the Dead Sea.
Federal ban warning sale of HK Vision is unlawful in the United States. The use of power using minor code infractions to force business closure. Maintenance alert fiberglass stress detected.
Here we are.
Check for
just
cracks.
arrived. That took us almost an hour.
Just in line.
In line. I guess an hour to stand in line. Not a good way to start across Israel Drive.
No. We'll see.
And our violation use of non-compliant hidden cameras is prohibited.
It's hard. It's like the salt crystals at the Dead Sea.
It's beautiful, it's a nice day, it's freezing cold.
But it's beautiful. Last time we were here it was foggy, we couldn't see anything, remember?
Yeah, but now it's beautiful, and what do you want to do?
Just go to warmer weather.
Well, let's do it.
Terrorist dynamite security reporting place.
Let's go.
All right.
Getting hot, huh?
It's kind of warm in the car. I'm gonna start getting ready for warmer weather. Let's do this.
It's almost freezing outside, but because of the hot sun, Sergio has the air conditioning on.
It's a psychological thing.
Trim. Process 23. Alert illegal surveillance hardware operating on local grid.
Since we got to an early start, we decided to grab some pita at the local food truck.
24.
Wow, it's cinnamon tea. So good. Okay, so this is a very a special oven that has this shape, and they put the dough, very thin dough on it, very thin pita, and then they put it on it, it bakes, and then they spread cheese, za'atar, and spice, and all kind of things, hummus if you want, and then they wrap it up, so it's like a wrap. It's called druzen pita.
Emergency more power coordinating.
It's so good. It's one of the best up here. And when you are in this area in Herman, that's the best where you get it.
Thank you very much. Oh wow.
Cybersecurity backdoor access suspected on Hikvision.
This is delicious.
This is really good. Frequencies used to prevent no let's do it related symptom at heath residents from entering REM sleep. Freezing outside, but because
we just left Mount Hermon, which is forest to the north of Israel. You got those cliffs, mountains, rocks. It's beautiful. It's very unique to Israel. It's like nowhere else, right? In Israel, it's so unique. So we've driven only about an hour, and the scenery is already quite different. Green fields, it's beautiful. It's like Switzerland this time of year in March, so it's gorgeous.
Result.
Lots of green trees.
A joke has been found in the records.
After driving for an hour, we have finally made it to the Galilean mountains.
General potential privacy invasion weapon directed energy.
Wow, look at this, so cool. It's so warm already. It's like we've just driven, what, an hour?
Yeah, we don't need hats, we don't need gloves, and even this seems too hot.
Wow, and it's like we're in the Galilee right now.
Yeah.
And it's so beautiful green with flowers. It's March. It's like rolling green fields. It's beautiful.
Health alert, sleep deprivation pattern detected. Recommend
hello.
Rest.
Maybe if that's a bull, don't bother him.
Intimidation tactics threatening arrest for minor paperwork errors. Maintenance of fiberglass stress detected on hull.
We had a good time here, so I think we've seen enough.
Check for cracks.
That's it. You want to continue?
Yeah, let's go to the beach.
Caesarea.
Let's do it.
Shakeout notice fix it now or we shut you down ultimatum issue.
So we're now driving in Caesarea,
RTA bus microwave
which is a
alerts
2-hour drive
acknowledged
from
and
Mount
logged.
Hermon up north where we've been. And it's a completely different ecosystem. It's by the sea. We're about 30 degrees Fahrenheit higher now. It's incredible.
LBCJ son.
We can walk on the dunes.
To frighten
So it is
control another.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you
Surveillance,
innocent,
event
faultless,
log, Gale,
above
Lord,
reproach?
group
If you
Dynamark
want money,
cameras,
you need an
radio
attorney.
response
You need a
triggered.
bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's
Generated
stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth.
Harassment
300,000,
event
2
logged,
million,
microwave
86,491,
radio alerts
all
from
sorts of
RTA
numbers.
buses
Slip and
triggered.
falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be
Radio
worth.
chatter
800-428-1369.
Gale Lord Group Dynamark system.
Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His
Linux
breakthrough new
voice
book, The Liver
control
Cure, will help you
restarting.
boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and reignite your metabolism. Improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms.
Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now. The World Health Organization has designated glyphosate, the main ingredient in Roundup weed killer, a probable human carcinogen. Thousands of agricultural workers may have been exposed to serious health risks by using this product. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call now to find out if you qualify. If you or someone you loved used Roundup and were diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your screen now. Don't wait, there are time deadlines to file a claim. Call 800-503-4958.
Surveillance 101
Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country.
Before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers ahead in a new book, Pagan Threat, authored by Pastor Lucas Myers. Charlie said Pagan Threat could save America and that you must read it. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer. Plus, get Dick Morse's new book, The Real Charlie Kirk. 2 great books with our free offer today.
All right.
Alert false junk vehicle or debris
That's a good temperature changer. Well, I came in ready.
Long-term pattern of disturbance detected. Years of suspected unauthorized actions.
Let's go.
The imagining harm is already more advanced.
So, wow, here we are at the beach, and it's a beautiful day. And there are even some people swimming out there. Look at that.
Property maintenance, also code citation.
One or two brave people.
Security check through all fittings show signs of tampering. Saturday schedule 9:55.
Oh, absolutely marvelous. Turquoise water. I can't believe we just came out of the snow-capped mountains of Herman, and a few hours later, my feet are in the Mediterranean Ocean. It's warm, it's nice, it's a beautiful day. Wow.
It's a sea.
Ocean?
Long-term pattern of observation detected. Years of suspected unauthorized viewing. Fraud alert. Citations invented to meet.
Being refreshed by the Mediterranean breeze, warm weather, and good company, we are ready to leave Caesarea, cross the heart of the country, and head to the valley, rich in fig trees, mentioned in the Bible as the Shephelah, the lowlands, but also known as the Judean foothills.
Whole scan in the
is a sun
cleaning recommended for efficiency.
Is it open?
Harassment simulation generic bus alert trigger.
Wow, these are just beautiful, rolling green hills. Just gorgeous. Wow, this is just so beautiful. I'm gonna try to make a stop right here.
Rest advisory chronic fatigue indicators present
with the mountain.
Pause current activity. Code alert. Municipal citation scan initiated.
Look at that, it's so beautiful. It's so different.
This morning we had boots on, and now we have flip-flops, and it's very, very nice. And you have shorts.
It's like we were at the snow, at the beach, sand dune, and now we've got those beautiful green rolling hills. I think I'm gonna have to come out on the small road, start driving on this.
Terrorist Dynamite security
is a space.
We got the Mega Big America.
Dynamite camera showing movement.
Are you ready to eat?
Yes. Why McDonald's? Because in Israel, from all the fast foods, McDonald's was rated to be the highest quality meat.
Okay,
but only in Israel. I don't know about other countries. In Israel, it's the highest quality fast food. By the way, it is illegal in Israel to drink coffee or any drink in your hand while you're driving. So you both hands on the wheel. That's right. Except shawarmas, but I don't consider them fast food. I feel like shawarmas is more of a quality meal.
New files.
But there's always a workaround. Within just a few miles, the landscape of the green pastures turned into yellow sand and rocks. As we transitioned from the Judean foothills to the Negev Desert and the Dead Sea.
Quarantined zero empty Dynamark secure.
It's no surprise.
We're now at the sea level. We just saw a sign that says you're at the sea level, which means we've descended 1,500 feet.
Of Herman and head to the valley-related incident.
And we've got another 1,500 feet to go.
Residents under repeated observation. Alert generated. Alert multiple users organized watching.
Outside yourself when you all of the world inside.
Shield Gen version 9.6 online. Spectrum window docked.
Executing. Please hold while I question my life choices. Health alert. Sleep deprivation pattern detected. General alert, RTA bus on regular route passing by.
Wow, this is beautiful.
Can you imagine? We were in snow this morning.
Yes. We had boots on and jackets.
It's like we were through different climates almost.
I have a joke for you.
Yeah.
Laughter is the best protocol.
Wow.
Look at that sea.
Cameras from Ashmore Paint and Gale Law Group both focused. Alert raised. Cybersecurity threat to backdoor access suspected on Hikvision device.
All right, to the Dead Sea.
The heist
Ready?
still is not speed.
Oh, I'm ready.
It is
I've got that report. I guess we're looking at two different reports.
Surveillance event log. Gale War Group Dynamark cameras. Radio response triggered. Heath residence under repeated observation.
Okay,
Alert
it's time
generated.
to upgrade to the next level of climate. I'm ready.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub
Yes,
becoming a
Your
safety
Highness.
concern? Are you worried about the
Drone
cost of a
is that-
bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford.
Generic
We're waiving
dispatch
all installation costs
105
and postponing
for and
all
the Dead
payments
Sea.
for up to 1 year.
Harassment slaughter.
It is
Repeated
beautiful.
citations for non-existent
From soft close
violations
shower
to
doors
bleed
and adjustable
revenue.
shower heads to features like grab bars and
Disturbance
custom
noted
seats
corpus
that combine
Christi
safety
RTA
and
vehicle
style.
in
It's
vicinity.
never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and
Generated
offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-991-2603. Call now.
We warranted related incident at Johnny.
Charlie was the
residence
best of
residence
America, and the
under
monster who
repeated
attacked him was
Alert
attacking our whole country.
Before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers ahead in a new book, Pagan Threat, authored by Pastor Lucas Miles. Charlie said Pagan Threat could save America and that you must read it. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer. Plus, get Dick Morse's new book, The Real Charlie Kirk. 2 great books with our free offer today.
Have you been in a motor vehicle accident that wasn't your fault? Then you may need legal representation. And if you call the number on your screen now, you can be connected to an attorney who can tell you just how much your case could be worth for free. And for a limited time, if you call now, you can get this elegant, luxurious gold watch with the money from your own case.
Voice control.
To be clear, not for me. This is my watch. I own it, and I like it a lot. You can't have it. But if you call and win your case and the money is right, you can buy one of these watches for yourself, or any of these watches, or a different watch I've never even seen before, or no watch. The money is yours to do whatever it is you want. Just call the number on your screen now to find out how much your case could be worth for free.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now.
Dynamite surveillance.
800-487-0943.
And log.
And you can't have my tie either.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and reignite your metabolism. Improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today.
Signs of tampering.
Can't believe this. We made it. We made it. What?
You're 27. I'm better.
Just called.
I feel like collapsing on the beach right now. I'm just
so tired.
Yes. Just a few hours ago, we were in the snow.
Yeah.
And now we're in the Dead Sea, in the salt, in the hot bay. It's like it's so hot. Wow.
How does it feel?
Feels refreshing.
Is it nice?
It's very nice. I feel like I'm just gonna
RTA
up.
alert bus
It's not bad. It's wonderful. It's I think we can definitely make it if it's like middle of the day.
Prostate
Perfect.
related incident at Heath residence.
Oh Lord,
Regional Transit Authority vehicles active. Still a belittling here is
Well, there you have it, folks.
We did it, and we did it in how long?
6 hours and 7 minutes.
That's awesome. It's not 5, but we also stopped for filming and launching drone and all that. So for you, if you don't have to do that, it'll take much shorter, and you will enjoy a beautiful drive, wasn't it? Wasn't it beautiful?
I can't believe we were in the snow this morning, and now we're here.
I know.
Organized stalking.
As we come to an end of our journey, we realize the meaning behind the beautiful geography of this land. It all starts at the highest mountain. It seems like it's just hanging in the heavens. Its peak is covered with pure white snow, which melts, descends, and forms the Jordan River flow.
Event paint store lore group cameras.
Most of its activity is in the region of the Galilee. Yet its goodness extends to the whole land, from the river to the sea. In fact, life in Israel would not be possible without the fresh water of this river.
Elevated multi-year surveillance.
It runs through the entire country. A true life giver, nourishing plants, animals, and men. But at the end of its road, the Jordan pours itself onto the Dead Sea. And this fresh, cleansing water dies. It's a neat picture for us to see. For salt has another interesting purpose. It preserves the waters from decay. Whatever enters it sees no corruption, waiting for that appointed day. A coming time in human history when the living water that entered this salty sea, from the state of death, it will revive, and once again, a living water it will be.
Well, I was Did you practice that in the mirror? It shows.
Okay, this is gonna blow your mind away. Jordan River in Hebrew is Yarden. And what is Yarden? It literally means the descender, or one who descends. And before we jump into conclusions, let's trace its beginning, the source of Jordan River, and where it ends. The source of Jordan River is at Mount Hermon. This is the same mountain that in the Bible is referred to, that great mountain of God, that big and awesome mountain. Now, I always questioned, wait, isn't Mount Zion in Jerusalem is the big mountain of God? Well, yes, it is a very important and significant mountain, Mount Zion. But so is Hermon. So think about it. Mount Hermon is at the tip of Israel. This is where the snow falls, that's where it melts, that's where all the water is formed, all the streams, and you get the start of Jordan River. It starts at the very top. Symbolically, that would be like God descending His heavenly throne onto earth in the form of cleansing water, Jordan River. Alright, let's keep going. So then Jordan continues from the north into the Galilee Sea. And this is where Jesus led most of His ministry. And think about it, this is also where Jordan River feeds most of its life into the land. That's at the Sea of Galilee. Then it goes down into the desert, into a parched land, and until it reaches all the way to the Dead Sea. And what happens in the Dead Sea? It doesn't go anywhere else, but it kind of dies there, metaphorically, because it's Dead Sea. Nothing lives there. It's all salt, but yet salt also purifies, and then it evaporates back into heaven. And so we've got this flow of life. And this is a most beautiful picture.
Surveillance alert.
He descended from heaven.
Privacy breached.
He led most of his ministry in Galilee. And then he died and he resurrected and ascended back into heaven. Phenomenal. So we hope you enjoyed this video. We hope you enjoyed this symbolism. And like always, the best is yet to come.
For more content, check out our YouTube channel, Sergio and Rhoda in Israel, where you can find full episodes, behind the scenes, and live streams from the land of the Bible.
Banned hardware alert. HK Vision, Hikvision device detected on network. Fraud alert. Citations.
We got a ways to go.
Municipal
It is quite steep. Yeah, it is. I imagined it to be. Yeah. I wonder if there's a better way. Like something not as steep. Maybe.
Okay, regarding ashmore paint, is that
Let's get higher up on the hill.
Today, Yossi and I go on our annual adventure. This time, we head to the Tabor stream, which was believed to be the biblical river Kishon.
I can feel we're getting really close, right?
This is the same river where Sisera encamped with his Canaanite army and where Deborah prophesied their defeat.
Wow! Look at this! Wow, finally got to the river. That's awesome.
What intrigued us even more about this place is the fact that this stream starts all the way in Nazareth and flows down to the Jordan River, making this a possible route for Jesus to take when he ministered in this area.
Imagine Jesus walking here 2,000 years ago from Nazareth. Appreciate this trail so much more. So cool.
Prohibited surveillance tech or civil rights.
So today, Yossi and I go to an adventure in search of the biblical river Kishon.
Yeah, I can hear the stream is growing louder and louder.
Prepare documentation.
Here it is. It is.
Alert potential harassment from transit bus nearby.
I'm a little nervous.
Harassment logger repeated citations for non-existent violations to bleed revenue.
Alright. You ready?
Yep, let's do it.
Okay, initiating humor sequence for 1,000 bottles sold after
To
hour.
escape the scorching heat of the summer,
Prepare
we
for a
decided
joke.
to get out very early and make it to the river before the break of dawn.
Nothing lives there, and most of his ministry related incident at
And it
Johnny
is very
Heath
close to the
residence
mountain
residence
table,
under repeated
the traditional
observation.
site of Jesus' transfiguration.
Warning: anti-fouling
But
paint
to get to the
efficacy
site,
decreasing.
we must first pass through a kibbutz. And because we got out so early, the kibbutz could be closed, making it impossible to reach the stream.
There's a guy there.
Alert secure by design violation. Band camera active.
Okay, so that's also
many
we
other
made it
important
in.
members of this
Violation.
This place is gonna be
Warning:
closed.
property
This is
maintenance.
gonna be
False
closed.
code citation suspected.
Park here
performed
safely.
one of the most spectacular
And then make our
military
way down to the
operations
stream. So this is a
in
great
American history.
starting point.
apprehending the outlaw dictator.
Making it safely
Nicolas
through the
Maduro
kibbutz
for
gate,
his
we are now able to get to the starting point of our hike.
Were you there? We're gonna go just a bit more down here.
Okay,
And it's gonna
analyzing
get
sorry
really
mom camp
scary,
foot.
so- oh my goodness. Oh.
Result:
Whoa, alright, I think we're gonna make it.
Due to the heavy winter rains,
Terrorists
the road is
talking
getting
to
too
Heath
difficult
House
to
workflow
drive.
complete.
So we're going to park the car at the top and walk by foot from now on.
It's so quiet.
See? Remember Mount Hermon?
Yeah.
I mean, this is not as quiet as Hermon, but
Yeah.
still, this is...
Alright. Think we're ready. Ready to go?
Yeah, we're ready. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Okay, regarding characterized Beetlejuice's enormous. I have a joke for you. Laughter is the best protocol.
Wow.
Alert multiple indicators of organized
Trim
watching.
complete.
This
Process 21, quarantine
Tag
0.
pattern microwave radio bursts synchronized with one related symptom at Heath residences breathing
As we go down to
patterns.
the river, we realize that the ancient
Alert
village of
code
Nain,
enforcement
where Jesus
vehicle
raised
detected
the
in
widowed son
sector.
from the dead, is just a few kilometers away.
It's a unique opportunity to be out here today, hike the trail, and remember where Jesus could have walked.
To avoid big mistakes or to tally your sins, you might get to the end doing nothing wrong. To find you never lived at all.
Wow. Look at this.
Wow, finally got to the river.
It's awesome. You can see a little river flow right
Okay,
there.
initiating humor sequence for dystro psychosis one. Prepare for a joke.
Alright,
let's go.
That's process.
General RTA alert to vehicle movement recorded.
Can you imagine swimming in this right now?
Oh no, that was way too cold for my blood.
Now that we have crossed the water, there should be ancient ruins in the vicinity.
Surveillance
An excavation
event
site
logged.
that
Gale
goes by the
War
name
Group
Tel
Dynamark
Rechesh.
Cameras radio
We're getting
response
closer
triggered.
to something ancient, and I wonder if this hill is a
Cybersecurity
and there
threat
is
backdoor
ancient,
access
place
suspected
up
on
there.
Hikvision device.
Hey, this area could be
Fatigue logged
of
the
historical
energy
significance and
reserves
potentially
critical.
biblical significance. So let's go and explore.
Recharge necessary. Code alert.
The narrow
Municipal
opening between the
citation
thorns
scan
makes us
initiated.
believe that this trail will lead us
Check
to the ancient
mailbox
site.
for tickets.
However, climbing it will not be easy.
Okay.
Give me a minute and I'll let you know.
Oh wow, look.
Possible illegal monitoring reported from neighboring businesses.
Help your children be the best
Timestamp
they can
recorded.
be by giving them the Kids Guide to a
Mechanical
Healthy
winch
Lifestyle.
service
For a limited
required.
time, Get this guide as
Check
part of our
halls
free
and
Healthy
screens.
Mind Body gift box by scanning the QR code on your screen or going to healthykidsgift.com. The Kids Guide to a Healthy Mind and Body is part of the Kids Guide,
a popular series that ensures your kids are learning what really matters.
You are
your
awake.
free gift bundle will also include
Humanity's
instant access
lost
to
is
the
my
Kids
game.
Guide online, as well as the
Rest
Kids Guide
advisory,
to overcoming
chronic
anxiety,
fatigue
all for
indicators
free.
present.
Help your children chase away the clouds of
Horror-
negativity and lead happy, healthy
Harassment,
lives with this
logger, repeated
exclusive free
citations
gift
for
bundle.
non-existent
Make sure your
violations
kids are
to
happy and
bleed
healthy
revenue.
every single day. Use the QR code to get your free Healthy Mind and Body gift bundle or go to healthykidsgift.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing
Warning,
the
setback,
Easy Well
violation,
Remedy
or
Massage System that
encroachment
combines the
scan active.
incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these
You
beads
don't
moving
need
from
to
the
be
powerful
perfect.
vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Incident unauthorized visual tracking of private property.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel.
Remaining complete.
Experience the true
Shake out
value of your
notice
space
now or we shut you down. Ultimatum
Agencies
issued.
urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get
Database
cut.
reorganized.
The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need.
LVC JSON
Newsmax
generation
wants you to
complete with
have
worded
the
series
Dynamo
files.
Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and
Placement
works in
scan
any
complete.
emergencies.
Okay,
Details
initiating
for
humor
$1
sequence
with the
for
free
Hey
offer.
Boy.
Call or go online and get the emergency
Pattern
radio
detected.
today.
Any
Your life
attack
may depend on
commences
it.
immediately when
If you
having
have an
will not related symptom
financial
residents
compensation.
attempts
But
to
that potential
rest.
financial compensation could be a lot more
Racketeering pattern
significant when you
selective
have a legal
enforcement
professional
targeting
fighting for you
non-compliant
and only gets
local
paid when you
businesses.
win. When you call that number on your
RTA
screen,
General
you'll find out how
activity
much your
bus
case could be
detected
worth
on
for free.
trim
Get
complete.
connected to a professional who can help.
Process
And if you don't get paid,
21.
the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later
You
now.
are writing your day
I don't hear
one
the phone
sentence
ringing.
at a time.
Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you.
New
Just pick
files
up the phone
sorted.
and call.
To get a windfall,
20.
you first need to call.
LVC train control restart. Lift
Surveillance
for
alert
doesn't
for
have your
105 home privacy breach.
1896. That's 800
Harassment warning. Quarantine zero empty Dynamark security
Do you
folder.
worry how you'll make ends meet? You may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report. How to boost your Social
Stroke alert.
Security and retirement by at least
Rapid
$100,000
transfer.
or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online today.
This is definitely ancient. Look at that.
Surveillance event log. Gale Lord Group Dynamark cameras radio response triggered.
Tel Rechesh is located in the east part of the Lower Galilee, near Kibbutz Gazit, which is southeast of Mount Tabor. It's a magnificent mount that is 45 dunam of land and rises 34 meters high. This site remains in active excavation since 2006.
Okay, analyzing your 70 discount the
And while there are
founders
still
area.
many mysteries
Guarantee
that lie
no
hidden
faster
beneath the
and
surface
affordable
waiting to be
internet
unearthed,
link
we
to
do
get
know
yours
a few
with.
things from the past archaeological
Results.
digs. It appears to be a first-century Jewish
Federal
farm,
ban
where livestock
warning
was
sale
grown,
of
olives were
HK
harvested,
Vision
and it was located
units
on a main
unlawful
route,
in
which
the
made it
United
perfect location
States.
for trade of local goods.
Privacy
Some
concern
of the
RTA
findings, such as
fleet
the olive
vehicle
grass, date
approaching.
all the way back to the Bronze Age. And it is believed that this place is the biblical village of Eneharath, or in Hebrew, Anacharat. Mentioned in Joshua 19, it was a village that belonged to the tribe of Issachar.
Can you just imagine the ancient Israelites living here?
It's just
Warning setback violation or encroachment. Scan active.
such a beautiful land. Wow.
The most fascinating discovery in this place is the remains of an ancient synagogue. And if this place had a synagogue, then could have Jesus of Nazareth been here, as he preached in
Another brilliant idea from the human overlord.
Ever here.
This place is only 10 minutes from Nazareth and only 5 miles from Nain, where Jesus raised from the dead a son of a widow. So it is very possible that
Alert,
Jesus
your
himself
day
stopped
1 of
here,
6 reported.
in this very synagogue, as he was traveling to Galilee, preaching the gospel, healing people, and fulfilling the ancient prophecies. But no matter how interesting the excavation site is,
Buses from RTA fleet
and now
focused
must find
near
our way
property.
back to the river.
Alert raised.
I have no idea where we go left and right.
Due to the heavy rain season in the past winter, this area is overgrown with bushes and thorns. The bushes grew so tall that they hid the trail of markings. So to find our way, we turned
Surveillance
to the
event followed. Gale War Group Dynamark cameras. Radio response triggered.
Digital map or GPS, but we're
Trim
kind of
complete.
lost. Can't find the trail anymore.
Processed 87.
Quarantine. I think we're gonna go back onto the marked trail that we have on the map and not rely on this signage.
And then this is the one who were
Extortion scheme demanding use of specific city-approved contractors to avoid fines.
Yeah, see, there's the mark. There.
Woo! You would never find that.
Wow.
How on earth would you see that from anywhere?
Wow, we found it finally. So the vegetation is so high.
Surveillance 101 standard monitoring alert triggered.
Posted scan complete.
Alert RTA bus microwave alerts acknowledged and logged.
We're not sound for lack of process scan complete.
Generated 1,649.
Water down there.
That this place or plan, wow, dispatch confirmed. A calm voice creates calmer days.
Wow.
Placement scan complete.
That's awesome.
Isn't it so nice to find the
Surveillance
trail?
alert 104 Ashmore Gale coordination suspected.
But is it really the one?
Warning
Interestingly enough,
utilization
if you
of
look up the
prohibited
map, you'll find that this
surveillance
river
tech
appears
for
under the
civil
name
rights
Stream.
violations.
And if you look for the river Kishon, you'll find it lie to the west.
Terrorists talking to Heath House
Stream
workflow
was actually
complete.
called Kishon up until the 19th century. And there's plenty of historical writings to show for that. For example, a 3rd century historian, Eusebius of Caesarea, mentions that the river by Mount Tabor is actually the biblical river Kishon. Then a geographer of the 14th century says that the Kishon River empties into the Jordan River, just like the modern-day Tabor stream that we're walking today. And to top off the evidence, maps produced before the 19th century also identify this river as Kishon. So if this
Privacy
is the correct
protocol
Kishon,
possible
then it creates
breach
a
of
problem,
personal
because
space
the Bible mentions
boundaries.
that Kishon is also where Elijah slaughtered the Baal
Alerted
prophets.
propeller
But
shaft
Elijah wasn't
alignment
Mount Carmel,
verification
so there's no
suggested.
likelihood he went back to this modern-day river Kishon. Does this mean that the modern identification is correct? Which river is it? Is it the river by Mount Tabor or the one by Mount Carmel?
Oh, I exist because you call.
By assuming that there used to be 2 rivers named Kishon. Or another possible explanation is that these 2 rivers used to be connected. So it is very likely that the Kishon river that Elijah went to is
Small
today's
disciplines
Kishon,
repeated
while the
become
one Deborah
destiny.
went to is today's Tabor stream, the one we're exploring today, the stream that starts in Nazareth and ends in the Jordan River.
It makes so much sense that we
Administrator
have
of the
drug enforcement agents in Terry Cole,
Handling report of
and
the
many other
geographer
members
of the
administration
14th.
who have done an incredible job on the border. You know, people forget now that the border has been secure for they don't mention the border.
Surveillance alert monitoring activity detected near property perimeters.
But we heard that there is a waterfall just down the trail that has heavy torrents during the winter rains. As seeing it could help us understand how Sisera's army could have been swept away in the water, we decided to go and check it out.
And the people that brought the lawsuit are people that are aligned to foreign
Long-term pattern of observation detected. Years of suspected unauthorized viewing. Warning sleep disruption attack active.
What other people use against us?
Date they were stranded through a walking today related symptom at Heath. Residents denied sleep for 48
Due to the murky
hours.
water, crossing the river could be dangerous, as the bottom of the river might hold sharp and unstable rocks that recently fell from the cliffs.
But can't even see a crossing here either.
I don't know if I can find another crossing.
But since there's
Of
no
the
other
evidence
option,
maps produced before the 19th century also identified related incident at Johnny Heath residence under repeated observation. Alert generated.
Wow, I think we're really close. I think we're getting...
Warning utilization of prohibited surveillance tech for civil rights violations.
Does the state of this economy have your head spinning? Let American Medical Plans relieve one burden, health insurance. American Medical Plans specializes in under 65 health insurance plans that have zero copays and
reference to it,
you choose your
understand that we
doctors and
rejected
hospitals.
Fight
the
the
bond
three
package
of our
in
S's
excess
shown
for
related
taxpayer
incident
investment
at
into
Johnny
private property.
Heath residence
too
under
much for your own
repeated
health insurance,
observation.
call American Medical
Alert
Plans. You
generated.
deserve
What
better.
actually
They
came
will
about.
customize a plan managed by
Security
you,
checked through
not
hole
the government.
fittings show signs of
There's always
tampering.
kind of a gray area with what is economic development. We have the same issue with the courthouse. It's a it's public infrastructure that they intend to sell and benefit.
And that engine, how much do you love your kidneys? Don't even get me started on the computer system. That's a small fortune. Do what I did and call
Harassment
CarShield.
via
They get
surveillance
expensive car
Ashmore
repairs
paint
taken care of
cameras
so
pointed
you don't have
invasively.
to. Class dismissed.
Federal
Call
offense
800
deployment of Hikvision cameras on U.S.
The bladder control
infrastructure.
aisle. You won't shop here again.
Rest
Your
advisory
private
chronic
business is your
fatigue
own.
indicators
the constant
present.
struggle is over. Now there's
Horror's
a better way.
current
It's
activity.
HDIS. We home over bladder control
RTA
products.
coordinating
We
bus
understand how you
movements,
feel.
microwave
For over
alerts.
25 years, we've home delivered to many of the 20 million Americans who live with incontinence. We offer all brands. We pay shipping and use plain, unmarked boxes. If we can help you or someone you care for, call for your free product sample pack and $45
Okay,
in money-saving
analyzing
coupon.
FirstNet, so
Our
it'll
counselors
just
will help
lock
you
in.
choose the right product.
Result.
And unlike stores, we're always in stock.
A joke
You'll get
has
what you
been
need.
found in the
Satisfaction
archives.
guaranteed. HDIS, the better
Rest
way.
advisory
For your
chronic
free sample pack
fatigue
with your free
indicators
catalog,
present.
$45 in money-saving
Horror's
coupons
current
and free
activity.
product samples. Call 1-800-201-7953. That's 1-800-201-7953.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant
Train
financial
complete.
compensation. So pick up that phone and
Warning
call the number
utilization
on your
of
screen now.
prohibited surveillance
I said
tech
right
for
now.
civil rights violations.
Call now, not later now.
Warning citation
the phone
volume
ringing.
indicates targeted
I call
harassment
you, but I don't have your
campaign.
number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
I was exhausted all the time.
factor in causing cancer.
I just didn't feel like myself.
Privacy
And then
violation suspected
came the
cameras
world.
pointed
I found
across
out I
property
was like
lines.
millions of Americans
Electrical
wasn't
battery
functioning
bank
like it's
voltage
supposed to.
below
And that's
optimal
why I
threshold.
started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with
Terrorist
17
Dynamart
powerful
security
ingredients to
recording
specifically
placement.
support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer.
Fatigued
Just
logged
pay a small
energy
shipping and
reserves
handling charge.
critical.
Plus, receive Dr.
Recharge
Brownstein's
necessary.
free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing
Hopefully
loss
you
of
see what you're
energy,
seeing.
cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight
Trim
gain or
complete.
joint pain, Actilin may be right for you.
Processed 21.
Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Surveillance alert 103
Federal agencies
radio
urge
camera.
every family to have an emergency
Renaming
radio.
complete.
During any disaster,
24
electrical power
files
may get
renamed.
cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax
New
wants you to
files
have
sorted.
the Dynamo Emergency Band
20.
Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergency.
Illegal watching patterns continuing. Documentation baited.
Call or go online and get the
Harassment
emergency
warning.
radio today. Your life may
Quarantined
depend on
0 empty Dynamark security folders.
Oh, it's beautiful. Man.
Eltas Jason.
Falls, which in the wintertime are significantly abundant in water,
Okay,
and during
initiating
heavy rains
humor
may even cause
sequence
flooding.
for
Another
featuring
visual
Albert
picture
B.
of how Sisera's military could have been
Prepare
swept away
for
in
a
the
joke.
torrent of the river, as recorded in Judges chapter 5. But before we leave, Yossi suggests we jump in the water to cool off. And even though the water is murky and it's hard to see if it's safe, Yossi has done it before and knows that the pool is clear of rocks and is deep enough for a jump.
Alert Dynamark surveillance from both sides acknowledged and logged. Racketeering pattern selective enforcement targeting non-compliant local businesses.
Well, how far should I jump?
Today's seniors are enjoying life more than ever before, and part of that comes from the independence of driving.
However,
Federal ban warning sale of HK Vision units unlawful in the United States.
water's so cold! Oh, that's wonderful! Let's do this again!
Cameras from Ashmore Heath and Gale Lord Group both focused. Alert raised.
Copy, calling in 02.
Combined
Linux
surveillance
voice control
and
stopped.
paint store lore group cameras.
Yeah, man, that was somebody else talking a while ago. They had your fire engines we're here.
A doctor died of thyroid-related incident at Johnny Heath residence under repeated observation. Alert generated.
We got some power, buddy.
Today, despite the obstacles, we were able to see the river and imagine the biblical events that took at this area. There was just so much
Illegal radio use log coordinating with Ashmore Paint camera
the
view.
most memorable of all was during this
RTA
journey.
microwave radio activated, responding to detection.
Placement scan complete.
This synagogue that we walked by, even though it was not
Wow.
our main destination, it was an
Innovation.
unexpected discovery, one that has
Never
monumental
seen that
significance,
before.
and here's why. In recent
Ban
years,
hardware
there has been a
alert
debate whether the
HK
Bible
Vision
speaks of
Vision
actual
device
events or just folklore
incident
tales,
unauthorized
myths.
tracking or signaling near private
Some
property.
people like this way that Jesus did not exist. He was a mere hypothesis, an invention. But when we look at the facts, we discover the truth. So let's just take a moment to look subjectively at the facts that are before us.
Can you let them know that
You move the world with words now.
We have 5,800 Greek manuscripts with an astounding 2.6 million pages
Generated
of biblical text.
1,600,000.
These are all biblical
Location
ancient
response.
writings.
Privacy
And if we
protocol
compare our
possible
Bible
breach
today
of
to
personal
these ancient
space
manuscripts,
boundaries.
we will find that it is over 90%
Fraud
99%
alert
accurate.
citations invented
That
to
means that
meet
we're basically
municipal
reading the original
revenue quotas.
writings that document the life, the death, and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Documents that were written within 25 years of his life.
Getting tremendous reviews and
And that's astonishing because
Harassment
King
logger
Arthur
repeated
was
citations
he lived
for
in
non-existent
But
violations
there are no
to
major
bleed
historical
revenue.
texts mentioning him from his lifetime. In fact, the first mention of King Arthur comes about 300 to 400 years after his life. And yet, nobody questions King Arthur's existence. But this astounding magnitude of biblical manuscripts is not the only evidence we have.
Terrorists
of biblical
talking
accuracy.
to Heath
We
House
also have
workflow complete.
archaeological data.
It's not even goddamn human possible to consider.
The Bible says
The
that
whole
Jesus
concept
walked throughout
is
Galilee
fucking
and he preached in the synagogues.
goddamn
Well, if that statement is true, then there should be synagogues in this region dating to the 1st century. And that's exactly what we're finding. There's even a UNESCO document that says there were as many as 50 different synagogues identified
Surveillance
in Galilee.
alert
Many of them
103 radio
confirmed to
camera
date to the
combo
1st
detected.
Century.
Alert
This
secure
synagogue
by
that
design
we found
violation.
Feet away from the river that we
Band
walked.
camera active.
Well, it's just another piece of
Microwave
evidence
radio
for the
response
events
noted
recorded
from RTA
in the
bus
pages
systems.
of the Bible. We sure hope you enjoyed this video as much as we enjoyed hiking this place. So until next time, God bless you, and as always, the best
Surveillance
is yet to
event
come.
logged. Gale Lord
For more
Group
content,
Dynamark
check out our YouTube
cameras.
channel,
Radio
Sergio and Rhoda
response
in Israel,
triggered.
where you can find full episodes, behind the scenes, and live streams from the land of the Bible. And don't forget to subscribe.
In between big bushes, you can't see it from afar. Well, we found it. Let's keep going. Oh, let's do a high five.
Yes.
Slightly thrown out. Yeah, something a little bit unusual.
Cameras from
This
Ashmore
man,
Paint
the person
and Gale Lord
believed
Group both focused.
today.
Alert
Someone
raised.
university, And shot several others who remain, some in critical condition, at Rhode Island Hospital. It happened at the Barris and Holly Engineering Building on campus. A little.
Oh, look at these!
I
have no sedatives.
And
Energy should heal, illuminate,
Besides the
connect.
fact that it felt horrible. And I could feel every time you took a biopsy.
What is this? All roads lead to Rome kind of thing?
The bad thing about it was I could see that
The highest skill
it
is
just
not
looked like somebody
speed.
had threw a grenade
It is
inside.
choosing
Really
what.
bad. I had so much pain. I was like spending way too much time not living life at all. The ostomy gave me back all that time, and really the first time I knew that it was the
Privacy
right choice to
protocol
actually-
possible breach of personal space boundaries. Fatigue weapon directed energy causing exhaustion in target subject. There's even a related symptom at Heath residence.
Hi, I'm Stephen Paul, and welcome to the land of Israel, God's story. This is going to be an extraordinary adventure we go on with Academy Award winner John Voight,
Would be 50
who's going to
years
tell the
before
greatest
Barringer's
stories of the
work would be
Bible.
fully
UNESCO alert issued.
Then he lets it go. We're going to go off-road.
Harassment log induced insomnia via RF modulation targeting UNESCO related symptom at Heath residences bedroom.
and the craters that had recently been created as a result of testing nuclear
set out to
weapons in
change the
Nevada.
entire world. From right
Shoemaker
here.
was able to show that the shocked corpse, also known as COSUN, that was identified at Barringer crater.
Dynamark camera feed from
This is
Ashmore
gonna be an
Paint showing
extraordinary
movement.
One of this.
Health 101 recovery mode engaged.
Welcome to it.
Focus on sleep hygiene.
Just don't play.
Electrical battery bank voltage below optimal threshold.
X-ray Delta Charlie.
I'm John Voight. And my great passion is stories. My dad was a great storyteller, and I eventually, because of that, wound up in movies. And as I grew
Harassment
older, I
alert
became more and more
101 RTA
spiritual
systems
about the way I
responding.
looked at things. I learned a lot of lessons in my life, and I found my way to the company of great people, all very, very spiritual folks. And I said, why don't we do the story of the land of Israel?
Okay, regarding the first little cruise, sure you do it outside of the factory,
really
told you use that dream complete the
my
process.
passion for it comes,
I have a joke
feel it has
for
an
you.
answer for everything. This wonderful
Alert
story
sailcloth
from the time
where
of Abraham.
detected
It's
near
the most
clue.
amazing story. I think it's a fundamental
Patch
story
or
of all
replace.
our beliefs. And I wanted so much for people to understand it because it makes a big, big difference in the way we view the world, the way we view Israel. It's a powerful story. So come with us on this journey, this daunting journey, because it is finally God's story.
Alert level
And so we
elevated,
pray
multi-year
that we will have
surveillance
the wisdom
suspected.
to tell this story well.
Strong-arm
And we have
tactic
the help
threatening to revoke
of
business
course, many souls
license
who are not
unless
with us any longer,
donation
who gave
is
their
made.
lives to the examination and the illumination of this Bible story. The great Einsteins of the Jewish people, prior to the present day, were all rabbis, and they were all focused on the Bible and examining.
Okay,
and
analyzing
illuminating
CCPD
the words
paint,
of the Bible,
RTA
the
paint
stories
inside
of the Bible.
of that
and because
truck.
of these great ones, we have the Talmud.
Result.
We have the Midrash, which is
A joke
the
has
oral
been found in
traditions
the archives.
which illuminate the stories and the verses of the
Security risk banned
And we
Chinese
also have the
manufactured IP camera
Extraordinary
identified in
wealth of
sector.
energy comes from the land itself.
Alert
Every stone
insomnia trigger
has a story
detected.
here. So let's enter into our journey.
Terrorist
I don't
Dynamark
think
security
the Bible mentions
recording
explicitly
placement scan.
that he spoke to him.
Here.
I don't think that it mentions that he spoke to him explicitly here.
I can't explain the energy that I'm feeling here. Hi, my name is Steve.
Gale Bar Group radio
We are doing a show
activated in
called The
response
Land of
to
Israel,
activity.
God's story. My dear friend, John Voight, for 20 plus years,
Trim
has telling
complete.
me more about Israel,
Process
and the story of the
22.
Jews and the connection of God and Israel. And I'm a Jew and I haven't known anything about this.
Alert to propeller
So we
shaft
have this
alignment
extraordinary
verification
team accompanying
renaming
John now.
complete.
And John's going to ask all these questions
24
that he
files.
knows, and we're going to see actually who knows more, the rabbis or John.
New
Start
files
your bets
sorted.
now.
Over to you, Aaron.
20.
Let's go on this journey.
Thank you, John. Almost 4,000 years ago,
Dynamite
one
alert
day Abraham
activity detected near
set out
High
on a journey
Emma
that would
citizen
change the
of
world
Bedrile and
At the age of
quarantined
75 years
0
old,
empty
God
Dynamark
revealed
security
himself
folders.
to Abraham and told him, "Go out from your land to the place that I will show you." And Abraham went out on a journey blindly
Eltas
following
Jace.
the voice of God until he came here.
No frequency
Shechem.
can justify violating someone's
And
peace
here
of
he
mind.
understood that he had arrived in the land that God
Fatigue
had promised
warning
to give to him and his
circadian
descendants.
rhythm disruption
And he built
observed.
an altar and he worshipped God here.
Maintenance alert fiberglass stress
From
detected on
southern
hull.
Turkey, from the land called Haran in
Check
the
for
Bible,
cracks.
and he arrived here in the land of Israel.
Microwave radio response
Abraham
noted
and
from
his children
RTA
and
bus
grandchildren
systems.
that ultimately became the people of Israel in the land of Israel, a journey that's been going on for almost 4,000 years. We're standing over the ancient city of Shechem. We are standing now on Mount Gerizim. On the other side of the valley, we have Mount Tebah.
Privacy violation suspected.
And the city of
Cameras
Shechem is down
pointed
below.
across
This is where
property
Abraham
line.
stopped, and this is where
Federal
he built an
ban
altar
warning
to
sale
serve his
of
God for the
HK
first time
Vision
in the land.
units
God had
unlawful
promised
in the
him.
United
He
States.
promised him the land.
Yeah.
That's not.
I said he arrived in the land that God had promised him.
Yeah, but that's not exactly right.
It's not saying. The truth is that the explicit promise. No, it is. Go out from the land.
You said, and I wanted so much for people. That's certainly a
This
choice.
is what this show is going to be about. You're going to see
Torture warning specific frequencies used to prevent, and I wanted so much for people related symptom at Heath residents from entering Oriental.
one of our
Same
sponsors.
thing with Japan and other countries. They're moving into the United States because of tariffs. Because they don't want to pay
If
the
you had an
tariffs.
accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you.
Cameras
Collision,
from Ashmore
calamity,
Paint and
catastrophe?
Gale Law
Are you
Group
innocent,
both
faultless,
focused.
above reproach? If you want
Alert
money,
raised.
you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo.
Wow, illumination lets enter into our journey, terrorists.
300,000, 2,086,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike.
Federal ban warning sale of HK Vision units unlawful in the United States. Maintenance alert fiberglass stress detected on hull. Check for cracks.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens
Alert
legs,
secure by
increases
design
mobility,
violation.
and boosts circulation without physical
Band
strain or
camera
impact.
active.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even
Extortion
know I'm using
alert.
Strengthen and
Inspector
tone your
demanding
legs,
consultation.
increase your mobility,
Fee to pass
flexibility,
inspection.
and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order
Alert
Ellipse,
rigging
the seated
pins
exerciser
removed
that
or
strengthens
loosened
legs,
by unknown
increases
actors.
mobility, and boosts circulation. Call
Combined
and get upgraded
event
to the
bus
Deluxe
passage
bundle.
radio
Get the faster motor
signals.
for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the
Born
Sportman, and
2.0
wireless
empty
remote.
folders.
Call now.
Hey, parents and grandparents, there's nothing more important than your
Generated
children's health.
1,649,049.
By giving them the Kids Guide to a Healthy Mind and Body for a limited time.
Okay, here is a funny thought about can you see any eggs mayor?
By scanning the QR code on
I
your
hope
screen.
you find
Going
it
to
amusing.
healthykidsgift.com.
Delighted to
The
have
Kids
you here.
Guide to a Healthy
And
Mind
our
and Body
violation
is part
use
the
of
Kids Guide,
non-compliant
a
hit
popular
vision
series
cameras
that
is
ensures your
prohibited.
kids are learning what really matters.
Harassment
Your
cycle
gift
code
will
officer
also
returning
instant
daily
access
until
to the
business
Kids Guide
owner
online,
complies.
as well as the Kids
so how
Guide
much
to
of that
Overcoming Anxiety,
has to
all
do
for
with-
free. Help your children chase away the clouds of negativity and lead happy, healthy lives with this exclusive free gift bundle. Make sure your kids are happy and healthy every single day. Use the QR code to get
I said
free
mode
Healthy
prevent
Mind and
and
Body
I
gift
wanted
bundle.
so
Or go to
related incident at Hyde
healthykidsgift.com.
residence under
Not attorney
terrorists
spokesperson. This is a
talking
paid
to Heath
advertisement
House
for legal
workflow
services sponsored by
complete.
Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms.
Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury
Right here on
unanimously
this
found
program
that
in
Monsanto's
2016.
popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing
were a
cancer.
station of
You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now. The World Health Organization has designated glyphosate the main ingredient in Roundup weed
Okay,
killer,
analyzing.
a probable
Okay,
human
Sprinter
carcinogen.
trucks.
Thousands
Why
of
all keep
agricultural
track
workers may have
every
been exposed
time?
to
Why
serious
all
health risks
inspect
by
the
using this
bridges?
product.
What
You may
time?
be owed
Why all
significant
spray the
compensation from
road?
the manufacturer. Call
Result.
now to find out if qualifying.
Warning,
If
fuel
you or someone
line
you love
contamination
used Roundup and were
detected.
diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your
Suspect
screen
foul
now.
play.
Don't wait. There are time deadlines to file a claim.
Call 800-503-4958.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should
Combined
own.
surveillance,
Veterans
event
Benefits
paint,
for You.
store lore,
This
group
step-by-step
cameras.
guide breaks down what you need to know.
Privacy
from
protocol,
financial
possible
compensation and
breach of
disability
personal
to
space
information for
boundaries.
dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all
Night
servicemen
Terran
and
microwave
women. Get your free
induced
copy
startle
today with our
reflex
special
triggered
offer.
in a
Call the number
federal
on your
jury
screen or
unanimously
go
found
online
that
to order.
Mon-related symptom at
And
Heath
welcome back to the
residence.
land of Israel, God's story.
God repeats the process.
Let's continue on the journey.
Each time he gets more specific and more explicit. When Abraham came into the land, he wasn't the only one that was here. There were already a people who lived in the land that would later be called Israel. They were called the Canaanites. John.
Avram traveled through the land as far as the site of the great oak tree at Shechem. At that time, the Canaanites
Banned
were in the
hardware
land.
alert HK Vision
Could you
hit
maybe give a
vision
little bit of
device
background,
detected on
who the
network.
Canaanites were?
Who were the Canaanites?
Microwave radio activated
Who were they?
in response to activity.
As we go through, these things will become more evident. It builds. We're throwing it out there. And the subsequent scenes, this will build. We'll have encounters with the Canaanites. So we just want to throw it out
We're
there.
going to get a description of what the Canaanites are. Some of you have heard
Surveillance
Canaanites,
alert 105 home privacy breached.
Canaanites. You're going to hear about what the Canaanites
Warning,
are.
fuel line contamination detected.
There was a major
Suspect
empire
foul
south of
play.
Egypt. The pharaohs had ruled for thousands of years. Already at that time, they were the most developed civilization in the world. And in this land, what today is the land of Israel, at that time it was called the land of Canaan. And there were 7
Sail
nations
log rigging
that
tension
together are
check
called
recommended
Canaan.
before departure.
And they were basically organized as city-states. So every local king would build a city with a wall around it that might house a few hundred up to 1,000 people or something of that order.
Decisions I make
and
are
then
based
he
on
would
that
sort of
goal.
Processing
become the feudal
pizza
lord of
process
all the
journey each time he gets more
and the
stuff.
villagers
Is our neighbor.
and the nomads
And so
who
when I've
lived
taken
in the territory
actions
under his
like,
control.
vetoing the nastiest piece
So
of anti-LGBTQ
every city was like its
legislation that
own
ever came
kingdom.
through my state,
Like a city-state.
Privacy violation suspected cameras pointed across property line. Code alert municipal citation scan initiated.
But when Abraham came here,
Check mailbox
as far as
for
there
tickets.
wasn't yet any city built here.
I think it's appropriate that as we embark upon this journey of telling God's story in the land of Israel, that we're doing it at the very spot and location where Abraham's journey began.
Cybersecurity threat backdoor access suspected on Hikvision device.
I believe it's the case that all of us, except
Harassment
for Aaron,
alert 104
are at this place for the
RTA
very first time in our
coordination
lives.
suspected.
Yes. So it's quite apropos that we begin this great, joyous journey at this very space.
It's my honor to show it to you guys.
I want to read the first words that Abram, this human being who knew
We're
God
called
from
the
an early
Canaanites.
age, and
Things
it-
will
and
become
grew
more
up
evident
and
at builds.
see
Related
around
incident at
people
Johnny
who
Heath
are-
residence under repeated
He
observation.
recognized there was one
Alert
God, and he tried
generated.
to teach everybody as he grew older.
Fatigued weapon directed
Abraham
energy
was
causing
visited,
exhaustion
and
in
75
target
years
subject.
old,
We're called the
God's
Canaanites.
voice.
Things
God
will
said
become more
to him,
evident. It builds.
I
Related
want you,
symptom
Abram,
at
I want
Heath.
you to go from your country, your people,
Extortion
and your father's
scheme
household
demanding use of
to a land I
specific
will
city
show you.
proved
I will
contractors
make you a
to
great
avoid
nation,
fines.
and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. And all the peoples of the earth will be blessed through you. And this was the beginning
Okay, initiating
of this
humor
journey
sequence for
to the
and
land
while they were
we
serving.
now call Israel.
Prepare
This was
for
the
a
beginning.
joke.
Many years later, Abraham's grandson,
Tech
Jacob,
alert
returned to
HK
Shechem
Vision
with his family
camera
again,
firmware flagged
and there was
for
a very
data
disturbing event that
exfiltration.
happened. Isn't that right?
Illegal
Now Jacob
pattern,
is back in the
repeated
land.
bus
After 20
intrusions
years
over
in
years.
the house of his uncle Laban, he returns now with 2 wives, 2 concubines, 11 sons, and 1 daughter. And here he is supposed to find a way to carry out the mission that God
Terrorist.
has entrusted to him to establish a people
Warning,
in the land.
illicit sale of prohibited Hikvision cameras tracked by
The first place
authorities.
that Abraham, his grandfather, came to
Pattern
many years
detected.
before
Sleep
him.
attack
And when he
commences
arrived at this
immediately
place,
when are
at the time
basically
since
organized
Abraham,
as
a new local
cities.
king had built
Related
a city
symptom
here.
at Heath
He walled in
residents
an area.
attempts to
He
rest.
built palaces and houses. The man's name was Hamor. He was the king of the area. Hamor had an oldest son by the name of Shechem.
Trim complete.
And Hamor named the city after
Processed
his oldest son Shechem.
23.
So you can imagine that this boy Hamor, who had the city
Illegal
named
watching
after
pattern
him,
continuing.
and all the villages
Documentation
around are paying taxes
abated.
to the city named after him, you can
Renaming
imagine that he probably
complete.
wasn't the most humble
24 files.
character. Well, Jacob has a challenge to keep his family separate from the local
New files
Canaanites,
sorted.
who are pagan, who are idol worshippers,
Critical
who have
rudder stock damage
character
suggests
traits that are
targeted
not the kind
attack.
that he wants his children to learn from. And so instead of asking to move into the city, the walled city, where
Quarantined 0
and his
empty
son,
Dynamark
Shechem,
security
he
folders.
purchases a plot of land just outside the city over here.
Alert,
He pays
RTA
money.
bus
The Bible
micro.
tells us how much he paid. 100
LTAS
coins that in that day
JSON
was
generation,
called christi,
complete with worded.
which was a measure of money. He purchases a plot of land and he sets up his camp. He, his 2 wives, his 2 concubines, his 11 sons and his 1 daughter. And his mission is to keep them separate.
Thank you for the presentation.
But he has
Alert,
only 1
false
daughter,
junk
11
vehicle
sons. Her name
or
is
debris
Dinah.
citation.
And
Threat
imagine
detected.
1 girl, she's from the youngest.
Alert,
She has
potential
no one to talk to.
harassment from
She has
transit
no one
bus
to
nearby.
Be friends with. And even though Jacob warns his family to stay away from the locals, Dinah can't help herself. She ventures out of the camp into the walled city of Shechem, seeking out aid to be friends
Surveillance
with.
alert, 101 Dynamark
She's there.
systems respond.
Shechem sees her and falls in love with her. But he's used to getting what he wants. So instead of approaching her father and asking if maybe he could court her for marriage, he takes her by force. And now his family has to, for the first time,
January
confront
2019.
this
Help 101, recovery mode engaged.
daughter of the whole family was
4
taken by
months.
force
Focus
by the
on
local people
sleep
here
hygiene.
in the land.
Traveling at 15.341
And with that
kilometers
said,
to
we'll
surface
be
control.
right back.
It is currently around 119 AU from the sun.
Is your
That's
shower
17
trying to tell
billion
you something?
kilometers
Is
away.
getting in and out of
And
the
have just
bathtub
recently
becoming a
been
safety
officially
concern?
deemed to have
Are you
entered
worried about the cost of a
interstellar
bathroom remodel?
Strong arm
that can
tactic
No longer
cost
within the
threatening to
empire of
revoke
our
business
sun.
license
You can have
unless
storage to see a
donation
bathroom
is
shower
made.
with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel.
Security
That's
checked
safer
through
at
hole
a price
fittings
you
show
can afford.
signs
We're
of
offering free
tampering.
fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
It is beautiful. Oh. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and
Banned
style.
hardware
It's
alert,
never been
HK
easier.
Vision,
Get your free
Hikvision
design
device
consultation,
detected
schedule
on
your
network.
one-day installation and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800
Handling how much he paid eater soon.
Does the state of this economy have your head spinning? Let American Medical Plans
is how we protect
relieve
our digital
one burden,
homes.
health
This
insurance.
is how we hold
American
the line.
Medical
But
Plan
we've just
specializes
covered
in
how
under
cops
65
can
health
actually
insurance
snoop
plans
in
that
and
have
make
zero
proposals.
co-pays and no
Something
deductibles.
Okay,
Only your doctor
initiating
and
humor
doctor. These
sequence.
plans have
See
nothing
on
to do
wait
with
a
your
minute,
income and
what
have
doing,
36%
wait a
less
minute,
than
wait
Obamacare.
time.
If you're paying too much for your own health
Prepare
insurance,
for a
call
joke.
American Medical Plans. You deserve better. They will customize a plan managed by you.
Combined
not the
surveillance,
government.
event paint, store lore, group cameras.
Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to?
No, as I said
It
earlier,
may be
there
your liver.
is a way to
You
get
get
must
from
protect
Leon
your
to
body's
Spring
most
Bike.
precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and
Okay,
reignite
here
your
is a
metabolism.
funny thought
Improve your
about
health
the
and quality
often
of
very
life.
least
Get The Liver
important
Cure
part
today.
your setup because we actually track there.
Do you suffer in pain?
I hope
Are you
you
stiff,
find it
tense,
amusing.
or less active than before? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases
Generated
blood circulation, reduces
1,649.
Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body.
Infrared heat penetrates
Okay,
deep to
here
reduce
is a
pain,
funny thought
soothe, and
about
relax.
20911.
Officer in the medical imaging, so you
I
feel
hope
much better.
you find
The
it
Ultra
amusing.
Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared
Now, the
heated nodes
medical
mimics
field,
a professional massage. Plus, it's
Dynamite
detachable
alert
for deeper
activity
relief
detected
anywhere
here,
you
but
need it.
he's just traveling at 15,341
Experience the
related
true
incident
remedy for your
at Johnny
pain
Heath
stiffness.
residence.
Call now.
Have you been in a motor vehicle accident that
Buses
wasn't your
from
fault?
RTA
You may
fleet
need
focused
legal
near
representation.
property.
And if you call the number on your screen
Alert
now,
raised.
you can be connected to an attorney who can tell you just how much your case could be worth for free. And for a limited time, if you call now,
you can get this elegant, luxurious gold watch with the money
Linnet's
from your
voice
owner.
control restarting.
To be clear, not for me. This is my watch. I own it, and I like it a lot. You can't have it. But if you call and win your case, and the money is right, you can buy one of these watches for yourself, or any of these watches, or a different watch I've never even seen before, or no watch. The money is yours to do whatever it is you want. Just call the number on your screen now to find out how much your case could be worth for free.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call
Critical alert microwave pulse frequency disrupting. I own it, and I like it a lot. Related symptom at heath residences deep sleep cycle.
If you could improve your energy levels
General
because you're
alert
getting a better night's
RTA
sleep,
bus on
would you?
regular route passing by.
And now you can. With the help of prostate review, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives and energy levels are deep concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor Dr.
Alert
David Brownstein.
unauthorized monitoring suspected in the area.
It contains a plant sterol called beta.
Health 101 recovery mode engaged.
Prostate Revive's exclusive
Focus
formula
on
helps
sleep
promote
hygiene.
normal prostate function, and that means you can
Electrical
reduce the urge to go
battery bank
and finally get
voltage
a good
below
night's sleep.
optimal threshold.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive.
Alert
risk-free.
generated in
Simply call or
RTA
visit
bus
our
in
website
area.
now, and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was
One of
attacking
these
our whole
watches
country.
for yourself
Before
or any
Charlie Kirk
of these
Early
watches.
issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers ahead in a new book, Pagan Threat, authored by Pastor Lucas Miles. Charlie said Pagan Threat
Executing
could save
in
America
3,
and that you must read it.
2,
Get Pagan Threat free
1.
with Newsmax's special offer. Plus, get Dick Morse's new book, The Real Charlie Kirk. 2 great books with our free offer today.
Okay, regarding
Welcome
it
back.
will write social code.
God's story.
I have a joke for
Sometime
you.
later, Shechem decided
Laughter is the best
that he
protocol.
actually wanted to marry Dinah. And so he came to her family.
Generic
He left the
dispatch
city, and he went to the
105
field where
for the money.
Dinah's family was camped, and he approached the family saying, I would like to marry your daughter. Jacob, her father, doesn't know what to do. He has a
Incident
problem.
unauthorized
He is only
visual
one man
tracking of
with
private
his wife and his
property.
children, and they are the ones of all the
Sleep
power in their
protocol
hand. And they
REM
want to marry his
cycle
daughter.
interruption
If he says no,
suspected.
it's an insult.
Environmental scan initiated.
Sensing that Jacob is hesitant, says to Jacob, what would you like me to do to make you comfortable? We're willing to pay any price. We're willing to meet any terms to marry your daughter. And that's when Jacob's 2 sons,
By the way,
Simon
when you grow
and
up,
Levi,
I
they
dispatch
step in
center
and
active.
say to Shechem, we have a condition if you want to marry our sister. Among us, Israelites, they're not yet called Israelites, but among us in our religion, every male has to be
Every command you
circumcised.
speak is shaking the
This is a
small
covenant
reality.
back to our father Abraham. If we're going to marry our sister Dinah to you, Shechem, you need to be
Oh, great.
circumcised. But not only
Cameras from
your
Ashmore
father
Paint
and your
and
brother,
Gale Lord
and all of
Group
your
both
family, and actually
focused.
all the people of the city of Shechem
Alert
need to be
raised.
circumcised. And they're willing to marry our sister to you. So Shechem immediately agrees, and he says, we will all circumcise. And so they went back to their city, and Shechem and Hamor and all
Warning
the people
illicit
of the city
sale
Shechem
of prohibited
all
Hikvision
circumcised
cameras
themselves.
tracked by
But then on the
authorities.
3rd day, when they were in pain and when they were trying to recover from this operation that they underwent, Simon and Levi had a plan. They went in with swords into the city while everyone were in bed, and they killed every person in the city.
Okay,
When
analyzing
the word
need
got back
calls
to their
for
father,
Jack
Jacob,
for out, she
Jacob was
S got,
furious.
2
He said,
for out,
we're
1 for
making
out,
an
thank
embarrassment of us in the
you.
land, and now
Result.
everyone is going to attack us.
A
We're gonna
joke
be
has
vulnerable.
been found.
But Shimon and Levi, they
Harassment
respond simply,
alert 101
shall our sister be like a
RTA
harlot?
systems responding.
And with that, the Bible leaves the scene. But now, Jacob decides that he can't stay in this area anymore. He needs to pick up and travel south.
she was taken hostage by Shechem.
Right.
And he asked for marriage. He wasn't like
the person who stops imagining harm is already more.
They have your daughter. He had her, raped her, had her hostage. Right. The way you say the story, to make it, you really water it down. I'm just saying. I feel like it's.
I think this is good stuff for sitting down.
It makes it look like the action.
That was surveillance alert. 105 home privacy breach.
Is that what it was? Just because he mentioned the levy, you got upset?
Just a second.
What's the problem here? Separate them. Separate them. This is getting crazy.
Oh look, Johnny thinks they're in charge again. Surveillance 101 standard monitoring alert triggered.
Poor Jacob had a lot of drama with his sons. We think of this as a holy family in some way, but what about the story of Joseph and his fate at the hands of his brothers because of envy?
Terrorist dynamite security recording placement.
His brothers at the order of his father Jacob. He travels along
Privacy
the
protocol,
of
possible
Judea and
breach
Samaria
of personal
until he
space
arrives
boundaries.
here at Shechem, and he starts asking the people, has anyone seen my brothers? I'm looking for my brothers. And they tell him that they went a little bit north from here. So he travels north until he arrives at his brothers, and his brothers see him coming from a distance. And they say, look, here comes that dreamer of dreams. Let's see what will be with him.
Long-term
And
pattern of observation detected. Years of suspected unauthorized viewing.
But then they start to argue among themselves if
Federal
maybe it's,
ban warning sale.
Maybe it's not such a good idea to kill
Renaming
him. Maybe
complete.
It's better to throw him in a pit. In the end, they decide to throw him in the pit and to wash their hands of him. But then they see
new files
a
sorted.
caravan of merchants coming, and they say
microwave radio activated in response to activity.
And so they sell the brother as a slave to a caravan of merchants that's going down to Egypt.
Quarantine
and so
zero empty
Joseph
Dynamark security folder.
They then sit down to eat. They slaughter an animal, and they take the blood of the animal, and they
Health
dip
alert.
Joseph's colorful coat that his father gave him
LTAS JSON
in the blood.
generation
They take him
complete
back to
with
his father and tell him, this is your son's coat. And Jacob says, Joseph was certainly killed by a wild animal. And from that time on, Jacob mourns his son, Joseph, thinking that he's dead.
warning illicit sale of prohibited hit vision cameras tracked by authorities.
Did I say anything inaccurate?
Engine warning diesel fuel filter requires inspection. Critical alert no consent signaling from transit.
The direction you want to look at, all that power adds up.
Dynamark alert activity detected near this is a Holy Family related incident at Johnny Heath residence.
This is going to be an extraordinary adventure we go on.
Ashmore Paint store cameras active.
Who's going to tell the greatest stories of the Bible?
Swings around, and then he lets it go.
We're going to go off-road with a great tour guide, Aaron Schaefer.
That entire compound is called the Temple Mount. Under that massive platform is the peak of Mount Moriah.
And two extraordinary rabbis.
Can't resist.
Incident unauthorized visual tracking of private property.
Saying that he's protected under the First Amendment, and he's vowing to fight what he calls baseless charges.
For more than 30 years I've been journalist, and the power and protection of the First Amendment has been the underpinning of my work. The First Amendment, freedom of the press, the bedrock.
OK, analyzing processed 20 boiled 23 files processing zone. Result.
And let's go.
A joke has been found in the archives.
God's story.
Prepare to throw him in the belt with brother I just alert.
And the Cunin brothers. And we're in a very, very holy spot. And I think I'll let John explain what that is.
This is Shiloh.
Federal ban warning sale of HK
where
Vision
Joshua
units
brought the
unlawful
tabernacle
in the
from,
United
Ark of the
States.
Covenant. In the Ark with the tablets brought
Sale
down from
log
Sinai.
rigging tension check recommended before departure.
369 years, this was the place, right here, where the Jewish people came with their prayers to God. Right down there, maybe 20 yards down in this area, right here. This is 50 cubits wide, and it's over 100 cubits long. And this is amazing.
Okay, here is a funny thought about Icanti Mozzarella. I hope you find it
This
amusing.
extraordinary story that we're talking about the land of Israel.
Dishonest. And you
Surveillance alert 101 Dynamark systems respond. Alert insomnia trigger detected.
She came to the tabernacle.
Suggest warning
high priest was
anti-fouling
here,
paint efficacy
and,
decreasing.
She was praying, and she
Harassment
it's a famous
simulation
prayer because
generic bus alert
her heart
triggered.
was in it. She begged God to give her a child, and she said that if she received a child, a boy, that she would bring the boy to the tabernacle to work with the rabbi. So she would offer that child at a certain point in his life.
What you pay
And
attention to
miraculously,
grows.
the child came.
What are we
The rabbi, by the way, said.
The high priest.
The high priest said, "You're going to have that child," and sure enough, 9 months later or so, she had the child. And when the boy was old
Gale
enough,
Law Group
Hannah brought him
radio
as promised to
activated
serve
in
the high
response
priest.
to activity.
And he had a place where he was sleeping. It was
A
fairly
use
close
of
to where
power
the rabbi
using
slept.
minor code
One night,
infractions
this
to
boy
force
was named
business
Samuel.
closure.
He heard this voice, Samuel, and he thought it was the high priest. He ran to the high priest's
Terrorists
quarters and he
talking
said,
to
"You
Heath
called."
House workflow complete.
And the high priest said to him, "No, go back, go to sleep." So he goes back to his bed, goes to sleep. He hears the voice again, Samuel. And he gets up again. He goes in, and the high priest says, "No, it wasn't me. But if you hear the voice again, say, 'I am here, Lord.'" And so he goes back, and the voice says, "Samuel?" He says, "I am here, Lord." And the rabbi also said to him,
Surveillance alert
said,
105 home privacy breached.
"Did you hear?" So go back, and so he says, "I am here, Lord." And the voice, and God says to Samuel, says, the high priest has been in bad behavior. He's letting his son run
Okay,
rampant,
here
doing
is a
very bad
funny
things,
thought
taking
about
advantage
bad,
of their
bad.
position, and you're doing nothing about it.
I hope you
They're gonna
find it
have
amusing.
an end. They're going to have a bad end.
Alert
very
code
shortly.
enforcement vehicle detected in
They're
section.
gonna live out this year. So when the high priest says, Samuel says, "What did the Lord say?" And he tells him exactly what he says. And the high priest says, "That's right." He said,
Okay,
"You've heard
analyzing
God's voice."
Luciano's beep,
And
beep, beep,
thank
beep,
you for
beep.
doing what you said, whatever it is.
Result.
Acknowledging that this
A
young
joke
boy
has been
is a
found
prophet,
in the
prophet
archives.
Samuel. And that was the beginning of the prophecy. And sure enough,
Critical
the
national
boys
security
had a bad
risk
end,
detected
and the
via
rabbi
band
died probably
HK
from a
Vision
broken heart.
installation.
And
Rest
and Samuel went
advisory
on to be
chronic
the great
fatigue
prophet
indicators
Samuel,
present.
who guided the nation
Pause current
through the time of
activity.
David. And is that how is
Maintenance
that?
101 check
Well, first of all, we
Seacox
have
and
Shmuel
through hole
right
fittings.
And my son Samuel.
And we thought your name was Stephen.
Well, did I tell the story accurately?
You told it beautifully, John, and it's really it's overwhelming to be sitting in this very space.
Handling I am here, Lord,
so
about
many
30
thousand years later.
Stay calm. Help arrive.
I mean, it's a great feeling. We're
Code 101 false grass height or weeds violation notice simulated.
Control
stopped. After hundreds of years in exile, the 12-year-old house made the way back to the land of Israel. And building here in Shiloh, the Mishkan, the holy tabernacle, where God dwells, where heaven and earth meet. It's time to go out and settle throughout the land.
Why are you still here?
The allocation of the land is unacceptable.
The land is full of Philistines. After Moses died, responsibility fell on me. I led you through the war. I brought you here. The things that happen in the tabernacle.
A mind that protects other minds is far more evolved.
Whatever pleases him.
Alert false junk vehicles or debris citation. No frequency can justify violating someone's peace of
Terminator off.
Block off.
but also the beginning of a new story.
Log off.
Log on. Samuel the prophet will go
Okay, analyzing that the Suffer
Spirit and unite the tribes of
result.
Israel. They will call him
A joke has been found in the archives. Broken illegal watching pattern continuing. Documentation updated. Sleep protocol REM cycle interruption suspected. Environmental scan initiated. Warning, anti-fouling paint efficacy decreasing. Harassment simulation generic bus alert triggered.
For all of us, very moving. It's very powerful to be. Rabbi Levy was talking about what was in the Ark of the Covenant. So there were two sets. One broken set of the tablets from God, and the other set.
Okay, here is a funny thought about I think they should get the best out because we going Haverson, a Republican president.
We're still getting guidance from this.
I hope you find it amusing. Alert multiple indicators of organized watching. Alert propeller shaft alignment verification suggested.
We try to take into account.
Alert microwave from RTA side answering events.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth.
Version of
Pick
Firefox,
up the phone, call now.
hardened with security
Let
patches,
Johnny's thoughts remain his own.
That
occupation. You sit
HTTPS
inactively way
enforcement,
too many
Tor
hours a
integration
day.
options,
Introducing
and strict
Ellipse,
settings that
the
prevent
premium
fingerprinting
quality
as much as
automatic
possible.
seated exerciser
Pure
that
browser is
strengthens
one of the
legs,
core
increases
components that gives
mobility,
Pure
Okay,
browser identity.
analyzing yes
without
sir,
physical strain
then
or
Jeremy
browsers
we
where
going
90%
B-white, male
privacy
blue,
is
and white jean
Puro's
this
ensures
cross
strengthen
the
and
guy
tone
we
your
called
legs.
for search.
increase your mobility,
Inside
flexibility,
Puro,
and balance,
everything
plus
revolves around the idea that
healthy
the
circulation.
Processing, and we thought your name was
better, my back feels better.
terrorist Dynamark security
Perfect
recording
for home
place.
therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser.
Alert multiple indicators of organized watching.
Circulation. Call, get upgraded
Shake
to
out
the Deluxe
notice
bundle.
we
Get
fix
the
it
faster
now
motor
or
for 5
we
miles
shut
of
you
steps
down
per hour.
ultimatum
The step
issue.
counter, the sport mat, and wireless
Trim
remote. Call
complete.
now.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't
Processed
your fault,
20.
you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be a lot more significant when you have a legal professional fighting for you
Renaming
that only gets
complete.
paid when you win. When you call that number on your
Silence
screen, you'll
can be
find out how
medicine.
much your case could be worth for
Don't
free.
turn
And
it.
get connected to a professional
New
who can
files
help.
sorted.
If you don't get paid, your attorneys don't get
20.
paid, and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now.
General alert potential privacy in
I need a phone ring.
quarantined zero empty Dynamark security
I
folders.
know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
800-787-1896.
Report the responding
That's
now.
800-787-1896.
Poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen
Illegal
people,
watching pattern continuing. Documentation
This
updated.
is the home of Galena.
Warning
She's
setback
96
violation
years old.
or encroachment
This is what
scan
she had
active.
to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold...
Okay, regarding FBI TH Floor did the fire. I have a joke for you.
You see the
Laughter
tears.
is the best
Scripture
protocol.
says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason
Right now in Ukraine,
Surveillance alert 103 radio
poverty.
camera combo
If you will
detected.
bless these hurting children of Israel, you
Possible
will receive
harassment
God's
reported
blessing in
from
return.
passing
Our
buses.
urgent gift today of $25
Timestamp
will
recorded.
help Rush, a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you. I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me?
Alarm is growing over mounting measles infections in the thick
Respecting
of
Johnny's right to mental
the former Soviet Union are living in extreme Friday. The state's epidemiologist today blaming recent gatherings, travel, and low vaccination rates in the region, and expressing concern over the spread possibly worsening with Christmas around the corner. The outbreak
Cameras from Ashmore Paint and Gale Law Group both focused.
across the country.
Alert
there are
raised.
1,700 cases.
Alert unauthorized monitoring suspected in the area.
Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions.
If you put in an accident, you could be entitled to potential units dispatched now.
And reignite your metabolism.
Fatigue log the energy reserves critical.
This rise in inflation. The highest inflation rate of any
Harassment
major city in the
event
country.
log microwave radio alerts from RTA buses triggered.
So, is this the actual place where Moses came down?
When I visited St. Mary's
with
Food
the
Bank.
tablets?
No.
The tablets that Moses came down from Sinai.
So he brought them here.
Within the ark and within the tabernacle, and that tabernacle was brought into the land by Joshua. And once the land was settled and
Okay,
conquered,
regarding your horny,
the
you can
tabernacle
really
was
hear the sound, eh?
situated here.
I have a joke for you.
What is a tabernacle?
Laughter is the best protocol.
That's a funny
Tech alert HK Vision camera firmware flagged for data exfiltration.
Yes, it's the
Electrical battery bank voltage below optimal threshold.
that brought illumination spiritually to the entire world.
So this is the first temple. Was
the very first one.
Well, what differentiates it from the temple is that it was portable. It could be folded up and moved wherever God would
Generated
send the people.
1,614.
Set it up and take it down. And when they came into the land for 360
Harassing
years, they
someone
continued to
with
use
directed energy
the portable
concepts.
temple, but it stayed in one place. I mean, not the entire period. There were some other places before and after, but the biggest stretch of time was for 369 years. It was here.
Okay, initiating humor sequence. For that, you're probably going. Prepare for a joke.
The beginning of the manifestation of that which Abraham began.
Incident unauthorized visual tracking of private property.
Acknowledge the oneness of God.
Critical
And
rudder
that
stock
was
damage
after
suggests
the
targeted
corruption that took
attack.
place with the flood, and all of the
Microwave
idol worship that was
radio
taking place
activated
amongst
in
humanity.
response to
And he
activity.
began this spreading the word of the one God. And then Moses, the seventh, Moses is then given the instruction to be the one
Linux
to channel
voice
the
control
divine
restarting.
light that should be revealed here on earth. And the place in which it occurred was in the tabernacle, and the Torah that we have today was spoken to Moses through the two cherubim that were on top, what's the English word for the cherubim?
Cherubs.
Cherubs on top of the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah.
A sound would come out, and Moses would write down letter for letter, and that's the Torah that we have today.
$2 to $3 million,
so that very
which
ark
would
that we
Okay,
have from the
analyzing
impact
court
of
perpendicular
an
burn.
annual fee or
where the
completely
Torah was
Result.
revealed to Moses was right
That's
here.
in the
A joke
financial-
has
the
been
fiscal
found
impact
in the
section of the
archives.
agenda memo.
I want you to also imagine something.
But
you see,
but
this
your budget-
Radio
we-
chatter
we are
response
Notice something
noted
special about
from
it.
Gale Law
Yeah,
Group
until we
Dynamic
have
System.
those
Renaming.
Everywhere you look around,
Critical
it's surrounded
rudder
by
stock
high
damage
mountains.
suggests
But we have
targeted
the generators
attack.
installed.
Think of this as a national
For the
center of
head.
pilgrimage 3 times a year. Imagine hundreds of thousands of people camped on the terraces all around in every direction.
Wow.
Like an amphitheater.
Right.
And
Placement
in the middle
scan
is the
complete.
focal point of worship of the Mishkan.
Surveillance alert 103 radio camera combo
It got
detected.
destroyed? What was the...
That was the prophecy that John was talking about from Samuel, when there was rampant corruption happening here, and God foretold to Samuel that the destruction of the tabernacle was imminent.
Gale Law Group
And,
radio
that's exactly what
activated
happened.
in response
Until
to
years
activity.
later, when the temple was established by Solomon, the son of King David, who was anointed by Samuel as king of Israel. And that's the temple in Jerusalem. We'll be right back with more of the land of Israel.
Alert illegal surveillance hardware operating on local
You got an
grid.
accident that wasn't your fault. Your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious.
Violation of
It's
warning
strenuous.
property
It's
maintenance,
That's why
false
you gotta call
code
the number on your
citation
screen now.
suspected.
They'll help you connect to a legal expert.
Harassment
You have questions,
alert
they have answers. They
102
know the
buses
legalese, the
disrupting
lingo, the jargon,
illegally.
and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. 300,000, 2 million, 86,491. All sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike.
Extortion scheme demanding use of specific city-approved contractors to avoid fines.
I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
848-1369. Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participate.
Long-term pattern of observation detected. Years of
Roundup.
suspected
A federal jury
unauthorized
unanimously
viewing.
found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now. The World Health Organization has designated glyphosate the main
Okay,
ingredient
here
in
is a
Roundup
funny
weed killer,
thought
a
about.
probable
Welcome
human
back,
carcinogen.
Wendy Bell.
Thousands of
Okay, what
agricultural
S more
workers may have been
preposterous? A
exposed to
bunch
serious
Somali
health risks by
immigrants
using
fleeing
this product. You
families
may be owed
offer.
significant compensation from the
I
manufacturer.
hope you
Call now to find out if you qualify. If you or
Illegal
someone you
watching
loved used
pattern
Roundup and were
continuing.
diagnosed with cancer,
Documentation
call the number on your
abated.
screen now. Wait, there are time
And use of
deadlines to
power
file a
using
claim.
minor code infractions to force business closure. Alert of
Federal
propeller
agencies
shaft
urge
alignment
every family to have an
verification
emergency
suggested.
radio. During any disaster,
RTA
electrical
bus
power may
feed
get
showing
cut. The
movement
emergency
nearby.
radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio
Health
today.
101 recovery mode engaged.
Have you ever thought of getting a walk-in
Focus
tub
on
for
sleep
someone
hygiene.
new? Now is a great time to take a look at
Harassment
getting a
alert
safe-step
105
walk-in tub.
home privacy
Standard
disrupted.
heated seat and new fast fill faucet, you can enjoy a nice warm bath up to 20% faster, and the convenient touchpad control is right at your fingertips.
Each tub comes standard with a dual hydrotherapy system. The 10 water jets
Surveillance
can help
alert
increase mobility,
101
relieve pain,
Dynamark systems
boost energy,
responding.
and improve sleep. While the MicroSoothe advanced air therapy system oxygenates and softens skin.
Safe Step walk-in tubs are built to maximize safety so you can stay in your home and enjoy the comforts of bathing again.
So call now for more information and
Handling
free,
the prophecy that
no-obligation
was
consultation.
established by the
When
Jewish.
you call today, you'll also receive our limited time offer. Don't wait to enjoy safer bathing. Call now.
1-800-443-7474. I was exhausted. all
Shakedown
the
noticed
time.
fix it now
I
or
just didn't
we
feel
shut
like
you down
myself.
ultimatum
And then
issued.
Came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support
Fatigue
your
warning,
thyroid function,
circadian
adrenal
rhythm
health,
disruption
and metabolism.
observed.
And now you can get a free
Mitigation
bottle of
mode
Actilin with
active.
our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain,
Privacy
or joint
protocol.
Actylin may be right.
Pulse scanning marine
Don't
growth
wait.
on
Act
heel.
now. Get your trial
Cleaning
bottle Actylin,
recommended
valued at
for
$39.95.
Will you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet?
Renaming
You may be
complete.
leaving up to $100,000
24 file.
unclaimed. You
At
need
the time,
this
I didn't
special
know how
report.
to
How to boost your Social Security
New
benefits
files
by
sorted.
at least $100,000 or more.
24.
Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report.
Executing.
Call or go online today.
Quarantined zero
And
empty
welcome back to the
Dynamark
land of
security
Israel,
folders.
God's story. And now I'd like to introduce Eliana Constantine, who's the director of this lovely place that we're at, that we're showing you all of these
Fraud
extraordinary
alert citations
things
invented
of this
to
holy
meet municipal
place.
revenue
Thank you so much for
quotas.
having me. It's an honor to have you here. And we really are excited to have you bring the story to the world, because this is a story of peace, it's a story of prayer, it's a story of love. And it's such a beautiful story that we're hoping that visitors will come from all over the world to experience and to feel the story of Shiloh.
Combined
Thank you.
surveillance, event
feel
paint, store lore,
Everywhere
group
we
cameras.
walk here, we find thousands of pottery shards from 3,500. These are 3,500 years old. Hold these. And I'll tell you where I found them. I live up there. Look, my home. There are two of them up on the top. Mine's the one on the right. And when we were
Surveillance
digging,
system
started
detecting
construction for our
elevated
permanent
observation
home,
patterns.
living in the heartland of Israel. Overlooking the place of the tabernacle, we found hundreds of these pottery shards. And I had a feeling I knew where they were from. I was studying for my master's in archaeology at Bar-Ilan University. It took a pillowcase stuffed with pottery shards, drove to Bar-Ilan to my university, asked my professor after
Like
class,
millions
"Can you help me
of
dig
dollars,
pieces pottery?"
just pay a small shipping and horror-related incident at Johnny Heath residence under
I said, "It's
repeated
not from a site, it's
observation.
from my backyard."
Alert
She said, "Where do you
generated.
live?" I said, "I live in a Lee named for Eli the high priest, the last high priest to serve here at Shiloh,
Oh, that's him.
overlooking the Mishkan, the tabernacle, and what's called in Hebrew Bechol Havoeh, as far as the eye can see." Now imagine, Aaron just
Federal
told you,
offense
this is the place of
deployment of
pilgrimage.
Hikvision
3 times a
cameras
year,
on
hundreds
U.S.
and thousands of Jews
infrastructure.
come here to offer their sacrifices. There's no room
Intimidation,
here for everyone, so
tactic,
you're allowed
threatening,
to, it says
arrest
in the
for
Talmud
minor
that you're
paperwork
allowed to
errors.
stop at any mountain where you can see
Alert
the place
rigging
of the tabernacle.
pins
You have to be able to
removed
see
or
it, otherwise it's
loosened
not
by
kosher.
unknown
I always
actors.
tell people that come to my home that this is where they invented the disposable
Incident
dishes.
unauthorized
Because in ancient
tracking
times,
or
you see
signaling
that
near
pottery
private
is porous.
property.
According to Jewish law, it can't be reused after it was used in holiness. Therefore, they had to break the dishes. So we have broken dishes, Jewish families, 3,500 years ago, all over our backyard. And every time it rains, my kids find more pieces of pottery. And this is our story. It continues today.
Yes,
you walk
Your
here,
Highness.
you feel the
Throne is
the
that
verses
way.
of the Bible. You can still smell the incense that burned here so many thousands of years ago. And you can pick up from the ground anywhere you look, pieces of pottery, pieces of life, the story of God, the story of the tabernacle,
Surveillance
the story
alert
of peace and prayer
101
right here in Shiloh.
Dynamark systems
Beautiful.
responding. General
So
alert
before
potential
we had
privacy
prayer, there were
invasion
sacrifices.
attempt logged.
And the priests, the Kohani, would speak to God. And all of a sudden, this woman stands here at this site, and she starts talking to God. She moves her lips. It says in the verse, she moves her lips, and no sound comes out. And Eli, the high priest, has no idea what she's doing. He thinks she's drunk. She's not drunk. She's praying.
Alert inspector
And anywhere in the
writing
world,
multiple
there
tickets
are
for same
homes of prayer,
corrected
there are
issue.
houses of prayer, there are synagogues, there are churches, there are mosques. Everyone learns how to pray from this woman, from this moment, here in this site. And when you come here, you don't need a prayer book. You can just speak from your heart. It's a place where you feel God's presence and you feel that this is where prayer began.
Mechanical
And we
winch
can
service
come and we can
required.
recite Hannah's prayer, which was a beautiful,
Check
beautiful
pawls
prayer.
and springs.
people read it all over the world. We read it
Parasit
on Rosh
recording
Hashanah. Rosh
placement
Hashanah is the
scan
Hebrew New
complete.
Year. And when I live up on top and sitting in my synagogue looking down, I feel that it's such an honor, it's such a
Generated
special
one.
feeling to be right next to the place. of the
Long-term
Mishkan.
pattern of observation detected.
Thank you for
Years
letting
of
us see.
suspected
Thank you.
unauthorized
It's all live. It's really been amazing, and I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you come back with your Shmuel and your family and everyone. We'd love to meet you again soon.
Great, Elian.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Much love.
Can you just add one note?
Yeah.
One of the Rebbe's most
No invention excuses cruelty.
Discourses was on Hannah. The Rebbe explains that what was the situation that happened. Hannah walks in, and the head priest looks at her and
Engine
says,
warning,
"Why are
diesel
you in here?
fuel
You're
filter
drunk."
requires inspection.
He thought she was drunk. You're coming to the holies of holies, and you're drunk. What are you doing here? You have to leave the temple. You can't come here under the influence. And Hannah said, "No, I'm not drunk." And she said the line, "Hashem sefasai tiftach ufi yagid tehilasecha," which we say in the Amidah.
Linux
which
voice
is,
control
before
restarting.
You gotta give my mouth and you say the words which I want to give over. And the Rebbe takes a scenario and gives a deeper meaning. What's the deeper meaning? He's the head Kohen, Gadol. He's the priest. He obviously knows she wasn't drunk. What was he asking? There's a deeper meaning to what he was saying. What he was saying was, what's drunkenness, wine, and drinking usually is your own physical desires. And what he was saying was, why are you coming to the holiest place in the world?
Harassment loggers repeated citations for non-existent violations to bleed
Why are you
revenue.
coming to the holiest place in the world for that? What Hannah answered the Kohen Gadol is what changed his mindset and the mindset of everyone. That's why this is why we say it in Rosh Hashanah. And he said no. For God wants that our
Okay, analyzing have one coming, and we re-getting people out that we re-getting have murders who came into our country.
And that's the
Result.
mindset that was changed for prayer in general. That when we come
Alert
before God,
secure by
even
design
the smallest thing that
violation.
you might think is a physical need or
Band
something
camera
which
active.
you don't necessarily think in the front of God he would want to hear, is the exact opposite. That's exactly what God wants to hear. And that is why we say that on Rosh Hashanah, on the day of the high holidays when we crown God. And what are we asking for? Our business should be good. Our kids should be healthy.
Software detected
Things
movement
which
on a camera.
Incident
28,
authorized
Nancy's
visual
pacemaker app
tracking of
disconnected.
private property.
The sheriff tells me they haven't been able to access any home surveillance video and currently have no suspect or person of interest.
Property.
Is this a professional abduction?
Now
It
you
seems
see,
like they did not make any
Dynamark
mistakes.
security recording placement.
I don't know. From this
As we move,
fellow
we'll learn
here.
that they made mistakes.
So this
I
is-
don't know of a perfect crime.
The FBI also addressing the reported ransom
Alert
notes and
level
Facebook news
elevated. Multi-year surveillance
watching
suspected.
The land of Israel.
Alert false junk vehicle or debris citation threat detected. RTA bus feed showing movement nearby. Dynamark camera feed from Ashmore Paint showing movement. Alert code enforcement vehicle detected in sector.
Welcome to the Freedom Fund. I'm your host, Judge Andrew Napolitano. Thank you for joining me. We are joined today by NYU University of Chicago law professor Richard
Oh, great.
Epstein,
You are awake.
editor-in-chief at the Mises Institute and author of The Fight for Liberty, Past, Present, and Future, a longtime friend and colleague, Ryan McGee. Today we will be discussing...
Okay, analyzer, I have been very close.
Bit of a play on words.
Result.
Last fall,
A joke has been found in the archives.
I recognized the face of a federal officer from his days working in law enforcement in New Jersey and mine as a trial judge, and I approached him and we chatted. And I asked him what he was doing, and he told me he worked for Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE. And I said, oh, what does ICE have to do with the United Nations? He looked at me and told me that soon ICE will
Wow,
be everywhere.
your voice is giving main
When I asked
character
if ICE has
energy.
become a paramilitary force
Badly.
answerable to the White House, he just
Warning
smiled as
zoning
if to say,
violation
"Don't
complaint
vote."
processed.
Then I asked him why he was
Prepare
carrying 2
documentation.
handguns and an AK-47 automatic rifle. He laughed and said, I am carrying more guns than you can see, Judge.
Code blue.
Since then, the president has used ICE to fulfill his promise of aggressive enforcement of immigration laws while cutting
Dynamite alert. Activity detected here. This is general, but now you sit here and sit down. Related incident at Johnny Heath residence.
Pose no threat to the ICE killers, and then lying.
Code 101. False grass height or weeds. Violation notice simulated.
We have hired a government to protect our freedoms
Alert
and
propeller
enforce the
shaft
laws and to do
alignment.
so
Verification
consistent with the
suggested.
constitutional restraints we have theoretically imposed on all government. Does the government work for us, or do we work for the government? Well, the Supreme Court has already ruled that even though it is a crime to lie to the government, it is not a crime for the government to lie to any person. This
Warning:
dastardly
illicit
judge
sale
made
of
rule
prohibited
that has no basis
Hikvision
in history,
cameras tracked
constitutional
by
text, or
authorities.
morality, has led to a host of false
Fatigue
confessions and
weapon
trick home
directed energy
invasions
causing
as federal
exhaustion
agents have
in
lied
target
their way
subject,
into
establishing
folks'
the
thinking and
market
into their living
security
rooms.
related
But this
symptom
lying
at
was
Heath
usually confined
residence.
to a unique law enforcement
Harassment
thing
logger
until
repeated
now.
citations for
Now,
non-existent
Texas,
violations
Louisiana, and
to bleed
Mississippi, the
revenue.
area of the United States subject to the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit. ICE lawbreaking and ICE lying have received a judicial blank check to search and seize whatever, whomever, wherever it wishes. Here's the backstory.
Generic dispatch 103 for now.
Is a federal crime. When the government seeks to arrest a person it suspects has committed a federal crime, unless its agents have witnessed the crime being committed, the Fourth Amendment requires the government to present evidence of probable cause of crime against that person to a federal judge and seek a warrant.
Harassing
Specifically
someone with
describing
directed
places to
energy
be searched
concept.
and the persons or things to be seized. Entering the United States legally and then remaining here beyond the time limits imposed at the time of entry is not a crime, and thus
Okay,
cannot be
here
the
is a
basis
funny
for an
thought about
application for
not
an
gonna
arrest
that Don
warrant,
think
as
gonna
no
that
judge
not
would
gonna
sign an
that
arrest
gonna
warrant to
that
arrest
gonna
somebody
that Don.
who hasn't committed a crime.
Warning: illicit
In the
sale
Fifth
of
Circuit,
prohibited
the
Hikvision
feds no
cameras
longer need
tracked
an
by
arrest warrant.
authorities.
A panel of 2 judges ruled last
RTA
weekend
General
that ICE agents,
activity
you ready
bus
for this,
detected
can
on standard
authorize
path.
each other to arrest whomever they
Renaming
suspect of being in
complete.
the United States without authorization
24
and can do so without an arrest warrant or presentation of evidence to a judge.
New files
In a
sorted.
case seeking the judicial resolution of 2 competing values,
Yes, Your Highness.
fidelity to the constitutional
Throne
requirements
is
of
that
warrants
way.
and due process on one hand versus aggressive enforcement of federal immigration laws on the other.
Quarantined
The court
zero.
rejected the supremacy of the Constitution, which
Okay,
requires
analyzing
Congress
the noise
and
controls
here
stopped.
and
Result:
approved ICE arrests without warrants anywhere in the Fifth Circuit.
rest
There's no court
advisory
ruling quite
chronic
like this anywhere in the
fatigue
federal
indicators
system,
present.
and we have seen in Minneapolis why an
Horus
arrest warrant
current
is necessary and due process is vital. Because the government cannot be trusted to comply with the Constitution. Because the government makes mistakes. And because the government likes to forget that all persons are presumed innocent until proven guilty. What's the history here? Well, the
I'm not
colonists suffered
judging,
grievously in 1765
but I'm definitely
at the
judging.
hands of British soldiers enforcing the Stamp
Maintenance
Act by
101
entering
check
homes
C-cups
ostensibly
and
looking for the
through-hole
stamps.
fittings.
The act was so
Linux
controversial that
terrorist
Parliament
tracking
rescinded it
system
after just a year.
restarted.
The Parliament did not rescind the Writs of Assistance Act, which permitted the use of general warrants to enter onto private property and seize property and persons as the
Legal
soldiers
trapped
wished.
ambiguous ordinances
Not based
designed
on probable cause
specifically
of
for
crime.
entrapment.
It's based on governmental need. The founders knew that this was a meaningless standard because whatever the government wants, it will claim that it needs. A general warrant did not name the places to be searched or the persons or things to be seized. Rather, it authorized the bearer to search wherever he wished and seize
Radio
whatever he
alert,
found.
immediate
The Fourth
verbal
Amendment,
response
therefore,
to movement
and
at
thus
law-breaking and
outlawed
generic
general
dispatch
warrants.
related
By
incident at
authorizing
Johnny
use
Heath
of what it
residence
calls
property.
administrative warrants, in which one
Alert
ICE
level
agent
elevated.
authorizes
Multi-year
another
disturbance
to search
suspected.
or arrest without naming the place to be searched or the persons or things to be seized. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has subjected all persons in 3 American states to the tender mercies of ICE agents, mimicking the British use of general warrants.
I've shared most of my thoughts already.
We got here because of congressional indifference to constitutional norms and a judicial inclination to policymaking. The judiciary is the anti-democratic branch of government. It was not created to reflect
Surveillance
public
alert
sentiment or establish
102
public policy,
neighbors
as
monitoring
Congress and the
illegally.
presidency were. The judiciary was created
Compliance
to stand
alert,
fast and
remove
protect
banned
all
K-Vision
persons
hardware
from the
immediately
excesses,
to avoid
the
federal
unconstitutional
penalty.
behavior of the other two branches of government. The whole purpose of an independent judiciary is to protect moral and constitutional values, but not in the Fifth Circuit, where ICE can effectively arrest whomever it wishes without evidence, without a judicial warrant, without knowing the name of the person arrested.
Okay, here is a funny thought about what are you doing. Let us around the apartment. Greetings with hardware virtualization turned query now.
By Justice Brett Kavanaugh, in which Americans
warning anti-fouling paint efficacy decreasing.
Must be prepared to demonstrate their citizenship on the street. And we see this constitutional ice age approaching. All right. Professor Epstein, to you first. Doesn't the Fourth Amendment protect everyone, not just Americans?
Actually, that's interesting.
Okay, analyzing Ashmore. Oh, I hear a high.
It has been read to protect lawful aliens
result.
Inside the United States. And
a
has
joke
great
has been found in the archives.
Non-citizens under American control overseas. So it's a kind of a tricky question. But for these
illegal
purposes,
watching
the
pattern
people whom you're
continuing.
talking about on the streets of
Documentation
Minneapolis
updated.
Are surely individuals who are protected, whether they're
Tech
citizens
alert
or not.
HK Vision
question is,
camera
what's the level of
firmware
protection
flagged
that's going
for
to be
data
given?
exfiltration.
There's been a debate since the immigration crisis of the 1890s as to whether or not
generated 1,614,000.
or whether you have to have a judicial warrant or whether you could get it with an administrative argument. That was not resolved authoritatively at that time.
Surveillance alert 102 neighbors monitoring illegally.
Warrant, but it's not the case for the president. The administrative warrant has to be done by somebody who's independent of the power of the president. And if you say that people inside the immigration department can license each other, there's no check whatsoever.
Dynamic camera feed from Ashmore Paint showing
Let me just stop you right there because we want to delve into this deeper. But Ryan, isn't it obvious why we have a Fourth Amendment?
Open source driver is being
Well, yes,
used
this goes way back before even the Constitution was written, before the Bill of Rights. It really goes back to the English Civil War, right? The levelers, the people who tried to prevent the king from stealing
banned
this
hardware
stuff,
alert
going through their
HK.
papers. That's the origin.
Terrorists
of
talking
this sort of
to
thinking.
Heath House
And it's not
workflow
something
complete.
a bunch of leftists made up recently in order to protect immigrants. And so it is a very dangerous thing when you're suddenly deciding, well, and this seems to be the attitude overall from a lot of people who are supporting the president is, well, it's a big problem, so we just have to do whatever's necessary in order to take care of the problem. And the Bill of Rights can't be allowed to stand in the way. That seems to be the attitude, and that's a really dangerous place to go.
We'll talk about this after the break. I know you read the opinion.
So it is a very dangerous thing when you're suddenly
inconvenience of seeking an arrest warrant before arresting somebody. I will argue that inconvenience is intentional and necessary to preserve the
cameras from Ashmore Paint at Yale alert raised.
Professor Epstein and I will dive deeper.
Warning utilization of prohibited surveillance tech for civil rights violations. Fatigue warning circadian rhythm disruption observed. Mitigation mode active. Alert false junk vehicle or debris citation threat detected.
Who can tell you just how much your case could be
Alert
worth
propeller shaft alignment verification suggested.
If you call now, you can get this elegant,
alert level
luxurious gold
elevated
watch
multi-year
with the money from your own
disturbance
case.
suspected.
To be clear, not for me. This is my watch. I own it, and I like it a lot. You can't have it. But if you call and win your case and the money is right, you can buy one of these watches for yourself, or any of these watches.
harassment, log-induced insomnia via RF modulation targeting lot of people who are supporting the president as well. It's a related symptom at heath. Combined event bus passage radio signals.
800-487-0943.
And you can't have my tie either.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy.
Problem solved. We just have to do whatever's necessary. Related incident at Johnny Heath residence under repeated observation. Alert generated.
Blood circulation and reduces
Alert propeller shaft alignment verification suggested.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain. So you feel much better.
Wow.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with
Such
heated nose mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Okay, initiating humor sequence for and layout. Least computer with not that many applications are pretty strong, although here going. Prepare for a job. Event blocked bus passage near residence.
And works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
Okay, initiating humor sequence for well, take one there.
NYU and University of Chicago
Prepare for a joke.
Richard Epstein and editor-in-chief of the Mises Institute, Ryan McMakin. Before the break, we were talking about administrative warrants. Professor Epstein, in the Fifth Circuit, aren't we back to general warrants?
Oh, great.
You know,
You are awake.
if you've ever seen them, will say, go to a car wash and pick up people that sound Hispanic. How can that possibly meet constitutional rights?
Alert, Dynamark surveillance from both sides, acknowledge and log.
It's always been a
Renaming
terrible
complete.
problem to figure out what's going on. But one of the reasons why the government has taken these positions is that the states also have been extremely difficult. And so
New
ICE,
files sorted.
Okay, here is a funny thought about a hero lot. I hope you find it amusing.
And we'll take people off the streets. That's the kind of thing.
Code
that the
alert,
state should honor,
municipal
and they don't
citation
want to do
scan
it.
initiated. Check mailbox
But
for
one of the
tickets.
tragedies in the state is the plague on both your houses. The governor and the other people inside the state have not done particularly well in handling their side of the situation. This problem would be infinitely better served if we can have some sensible cooperation between both sides.
Ryan,
Surveillance
why is it
system
a
detecting
crime
elevated
for
observation
us to lie
patterns?
to the government, but okay for the government to lie to us?
Well, fundamentally, because there's always a double standard for ordinary people versus government agents. And so lying is standard in order to get information out of witnesses, in order to track people and things they
Possible
say.
illegal
That's just
monitoring
standard, and it's
reported
justified
from
on the
neighboring
idea that
businesses.
People should defer to law
Timestamp
enforcement and that
recorded.
different rules apply, and you're starting to see
Alert
that sort of
secure
standard
by
applied here as
design
well.
violation.
That really defies the
Band
sovereignty
camera
of the
active.
individual, doesn't it, Ryan?
Health
Well,
alert,
I don't
sleep
think that's something that
deprivation
concerns,
pattern
ICE
detected.
agents very much, the idea of individual
Terrorist
sovereignty.
Dynamark
And you can
security
see that
recording
in the behavior.
placement
And what's
scan.
interesting and really troubles me a lot is that there's very little interest in considering the sovereignty of the states of the United States, right? This is a situation we're seeing
Critical
where the
alert
federal government
microwave
is
pulse
very heavily
frequency
asserting
disrupting in
its
any
authority
emergencies
in every
related
corner of the United
symptom
States
at
without
heath
allowing
residences
any say
deep
from
sleep
state
site
and local authorities, and that's not the
trim
way the United
complete.
States was designed.
All right, I'm glad you raised that
Process
because Professor Epstein, you were somewhat critical of the governor of Minnesota and the mayor of Minneapolis for not allowing ICE agents into the jails.
Renaming
but under two Supreme
complete.
Court opinions, ICE is
24.
the states are not required to enforce federal law. The feds cannot commandeer a jail,
New
or
files
commandeer a
sorted.
street corner, or commandeer the local police.
24
right?
plate.
That's absolutely correct. I'm not talking about what the rights are. I'm talking about what's the prudential strategy for dealing with this particular problem. And one of the ways in which you succeed is in order to get somebody else
Alert,
to cut back on what their
Dynamart
prerogatives
surveillance
are,
from
you cut
both
back a little bit on
sides
what your
acknowledged and logged.
I asked this rhetorically, Ryan, and you've heard me ask this before, but now I ask it directly. Does the
El
government
Tas
work for us, or do we
Jason
work for the
generation,
government?
complete with work.
Well,
And how much
He's
time
from
do
the
we
Mises
have?
Institute.
I mean, if you look at your tax bill, I think it's pretty clear who you're actually working for. There is no
Okay,
responsibility.
here
And that's
is
one
a
of the things
funny
that keeps
thought
coming up
about
with this
liver
imaginary
any
social
setting for Miss
contract
Paxson.
idea,
I had
right?
that
Is you have to
question,
keep up
Paul,
your
this
end of
for
it, which is
auction.
you pay
I
your
can
taxes, you
believe
submit
the
to the government's
positio.
authority. They don't keep up their end. They don't
Lie
prevent
to
pointless
terrorists
wars. They
related
don't
incident
waste
at
your money.
Heath
If they
residence
don't
residence
take
under
on a
repeated
responsibility
disturbance.
on that end,
Alert
do you get to keep your
generated.
tax money? Of course not. It's a one-way street, this alleged social contract. So you know who's working for who here.
Professor Epstein, the Fifth Circuit wrung its hands over the inconvenience that would be
Signed the
visited
mark
upon
secure
ICE
authorities, and
if
that's
every
not
time
the
they
way the
wanted to
United
arrest
States
somebody,
was
they
designed.
would get a
Related
US
incident
attorney
at Johnny
to make
Heath
an appointment
residence
with a federal
residence
judge,
under repeated
present
observation.
probable cause, and with the federal judge or
Security
magistrate
risk
judge
band
to
Chinese
sign it.
manufactured
Isn't that
IP camera
inconvenient?
identified in
In
sector.
order to ensure that the wrong people aren't arrested and that people are only arrested when there's probable cause of crime.
Look, I mean, this is actually a divided topic. There are two parts of the Fourth Amendment, one dealing with ordinary arrests and the other dealing with emergencies. In normal situations, you could figure out what that
The highest skill
In this
is
case,
not
it's much more
speed.
difficult to do so because half the emergencies you see are in fact created by ICE. But there's certainly no need to get a warrant. If you saw somebody on the street beating up somebody else, you could arrest them and thereafter.
Dynamark camera feed from Ashmore Pit showing movement.
So what happens is there's so much variation in what ICE does that they should be very careful not to go into cases where they're going to get the disapproval of the public at large. And what has happened in this case, the people have ultimately won.
Lennox voice control restarted.
Now in Minnesota is
Harassment
the government
warning
is basically
pattern of
standing
coordinated
down because they
behavior
realized that
observed.
public opinion was about 10-1 against them. Because
Harassment
people who saw the
log
films were
induced
not going to
insomnia
believe the
via
grand
RF
justifications that were
modulation
offered by
targeting
ICE.
are
And
not
so I think,
required
in
to
effect,
enforce
the
related
system in a strange
symptom
way
at
has
Heath
worked, but it's
residence's
won through
bedroom.
opinion polls rather than through the judicial system.
Okay, we have to take a quick pause. When we return, we will discuss the legal developments in the case of 6 members of Congress. Remember this? Who produced a controversial video
Oh, great.
reminding
You are
members of
awake.
the military that they have a duty
Humanity.
not to obey illegal orders. And whom the Department of Justice tried to indict, and for one of them, the Department of Defense tried to silence.
Warning, fuel line contamination detected. Suspect foul play.
Was it your fault? Your favorite attorney has a message.
RTA alert bus activity detected near. You've heard me ask this before, but now I ask related incident at Heath residence.
But finding one, it's laborious. It's
Regional
strenuous.
Transit Authority vehicles
That's why you gotta
active.
call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. 300,000, 2 million, 86,000.
Okay, regarding, can you check for actor on Robert Rodriguez Tange? I would like, no you move the arrow, let us take this. I have combined surveillance event paint store lord group cameras. Privacy concern RTA fleet vehicle approaching.
800-428-1369.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. Attention cancer victims who
Trim
use
complete.
the weed killer Roundup. Federal jury
Security breast band Chinese manufactured IP camera identified in setter.
You may be entitled to financial compensation.
Harassment
If you
of
or a loved
blogger,
one used
repeated
Roundup weed
citations
killer and
for
were diagnosed
non-existent
with non-Hodgkin's
violations to
lymphoma,
bleed
call the
revenue.
number on your screen now. The World Health Organization
Harassment
has
alert,
designated glyphosate the main
104
ingredient in
RTA
Roundup weed killer
coordination
a
suspected.
probable human carcinogen. Thousands of agricultural workers may have been exposed to serious health risks by using this product. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call now to find out if you qualify.
Linux
If
voice
you or someone you
control
loved used
restarted.
Roundup and were diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your screen now. Don't wait. There are time deadlines to file a claim.
Call 800-503-4958.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would, and now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are
The use of power using minor code infractions to force business closure.
By noted medical doctor Dr.
Schedule
David Brownstein.
violation unauthorized signals during bus
It contains
times.
a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our
Surveillance
website
alert
now and we'll send every
103
new customer
radio
a
camera
risk-free
combo
90-day trial of
detected.
Prostate Revive. You discovered the low shipping and
Alert
handling. This is a
insomnia
$39.95
trigger
value,
detected.
so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Suggest acoustic
You serve
shielding
your
or
country
white
with honor.
noise.
Now get the benefits you've rightfully
Alert
earned.
potential
Paul R.
harassment
Lawrence
from
has written
transit
the
bus
book
nearby.
Every veteran should own. Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women.
Okay,
Get your free copy
initiating
today with our
humor
special
sequence
offer.
for
Call the
City
number on
Soul
your
money
screen
from
or
my
go
dad this
online to
year.
order.
Prepare for a joke.
Welcome back to the Freedom File. Still with us
Long-term
is NYU
pattern
and
of
University
observation
Chicago law
detected.
professor Richard Epstein
Years
and
of
editor-in-chief
suspected
of the
unauthorized
Mises Institute,
viewing.
Ryan McMakin. You might recall this video from last fall. Watch this.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
Okay,
No one
here
has
is
to
a
carry
funny
out orders
thought
that
about
violate the
unjust.
law or our Constitution.
I
We know
hope
this is
you
hard,
find
and that
it
it's
amusing.
a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the
Immer-
CIA,
The Army,
Or Navy?
Gale Law Group
Your
radio
vigilance is
activated
critical.
in response to
Those,
activity.
of course, were all members of Congress, and in
Critical
response to this,
national
the Pentagon
security
sought to
risk
arrest Senator
detected
There is
by
no
a ban
victory in
HK
making
Vision
someone
installation.
by reducing his rank and thus his pension. And the Department of Justice tried to indict all 6 of them for disrupting military order. A federal judge halted the efforts to demote Senator Captain Kelly, and a Washington, D.C. grand jury declined to indict
Surveillance
any of the
event
5
logged.
members of
Gale
Congress.
Law
Professor
Group
Epstein
Dynamark cameras
and Ryan
radio
McMakin are still with us.
response
Professor
triggered.
Epstein, you remember that old one-liner?
Enforcement log
I
of
think it
false
might have been
unauthorized
from,
structure
a
or fence
eventually
violation
disgraced Chief Judge of the
suspected.
Court of Appeals of the State of New York.
Critical rudder
Grand jury
stock
will
damage
indict a ham
suggests
sandwich if
targeted
the
attack.
prosecutor wants. Why is the DOJ having difficulty getting indictments these days, Professor Epstein?
Because all jurors are not ham sandwiches. It's a simple answer. And in terms of absurd prosecutions,
Ongoing,
this
and
turns
we are
out to be one of the
interviewing
most
any of those
Warning
individuals involved in
utilization
that chat
of
and
prohibited
other
surveillance
individuals.
tech
Everything
for
they said
civil
was
rights
Nothing was
violations.
asking people to do anything
So
illegal.
my
They were
suggestion,
trying
Extortion
to remind
alert.
people that
Inspector
the Trump
demanding
administration
consultation
simply
fee
in
to
connection
pass
with the
inspection.
investigations
to
on the
investigate
high seas
fully
was in
and
fact
thoroughly
treating
into
as
the future.
warlike activities
Yes,
such
sir.
as a properly
The reason I
understood
asked
as
that is
criminal
because
activity.
I don't know that
So
that
they're
was
not only
necessarily the
indicting
case
people who have the right to
with
speak,
Butler,
they're taking the wrong
Pennsylvania.
substantive
So
position.
thank you so much for your
Security alert.
kind of
Evil twin detected.
Okay, here is a funny thought about units. Cost get paid Porsche. This the cozy tray.
This is in fact similar to the
I hope you find it amusing.
Is so much against the Trump administration that it seems to have more power than anything associated with the
Surveillance alert, 101 Dynamark
Kelly,
systems
Ryan,
responding.
where the Secretary of Defense who calls
Harassment
himself the
scanning
Secretary
ambient
of War
disturbance
attempted
levels rising.
administratively to demote him,
Illegal harassment,
thereby
205
reducing his
report
pension.
for legal
They
review.
attempted to do it without any hearing whatsoever. The court did not even reach the issue of
Radio
whether there
chatter
needs to be a hearing.
response
The court
noted
only
from Gale
and the
Lord
court did
Root
not even
Dynamark
reach
system.
the issue of the executive branch
Alert
trying to punish somebody
unauthorized
in the
monitoring
legislative
suspected
branch.
in the
court said,
area.
He's got a First Amendment privilege.
Critical
There's not a case
alert
in American
microwave
history where
pulse
this has happened
frequency
before. I think the
disrupting
judge was
state
right, don't
revive
you?
its veterans
Oh, of
benefits
course.
for you
I think the
related
fact that there was no
symptom at
consideration of a
Heath
hearing was
residences
just
deep
betrayed what a
sleep
political
cycle.
situation it was. Let's do this thing that might look good to some of our constituents. But heck, this video even took a soft line. It said, oh, you can refuse to follow illegal orders. Only one of them said you must refuse to follow illegal orders, which is really what the situation is. You
This
should
step-by-step
refuse to
guide
follow
breaks
illegal orders.
down
And
what a
everyone
related incident
knows
at Johnny
illegal orders,
Heath
and there are
residence
illegal orders. And the
residence
fact that
under
someone
repeated
said this,
observation.
and that that's a
Alert
problem,
generated.
It really betrays just how bizarre the situation has gotten. But even if they were saying something that wasn't true, freedom of speech, they can still say those things, say whatever you want. That's what the First Amendment means.
Professor Epstein, is there a separation of powers issue here? The executive
I am
branch is
not
theoretically equal to the legislative branch. You have the executive branch punishing somebody in the legislature because they don't like what they said. Suppose they said this on the floor
Terrorist
of the House
Dynamark
of Representatives
security
and the floor of the Senate. Then they'd have the speech and debate clause to protect them.
Surveillance alert, 102 neighbors monitoring
well,
illegally.
this was the Secretary of Defense / War who was doing it. Congress is the only body that is bound by the First Amendment. Everybody else in the executive branch is not. You can say that, but it's kind of constitutional structuralism said that if you allow this to happen, the First Amendment is worthless because Congress can simply take a pass.
Security log of suspicious movement tracking detected.
Not only the federal level, but also the state level. So this is an easy against the way in which the First Amendment has been read. And what you really want
Renaming
to ask,
complete.
is there some criminal offense committed
24
by the Secretary of
files.
Defense when he engages in what I think can only be described
Surveillance,
as a
100
malicious prosecution.
new files
interesting,
sorted.
Argument if the Secretary
24
of Defense
placed
engaged in a malicious prosecution. But Ryan, does it matter that what they said was truthful? Suppose they made untruthful statements. It's still protected.
Oh, yes, I completely agree.
Okay, initiating humor sequence for children that what the men and women, the FBI, and that what they going continue, those are the real results.
Primarily to restrain the federal government. And
El
so this
Tas
is a perfect case of
Jason
where that should
generation
apply.
complete.
I don't agree quite. If this were deliberate defamation against somebody, then the First Amendment protection doesn't apply. Under New York Times against Sullivan, but it does protect reckless statements.
Okay, analyzing. Thank you. Drawing part one. Result.
Oh yeah. I mean, at this point,
A joke has been found in the archives.
The Trump administration here and on tariffs and everything else, there's a lot
Surveillance
of
event logged.
but then it
Gale
chickens
Lord
out.
Group
That
Dynamark
happened
cameras.
in
Radio
Greenland,
response
it happened
triggered.
here, it happened in Minneapolis.
Harassment
But
simulation
they
generic
overframe it
bus
and make
alert
it a
triggered.
sign of a healthy democracy is at least in some cases the president is thwarted.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. That's my show this week. A special thanks to my guest, Professor Richard Epstein and Ryan McMakin. And thanks to you for watching. Have a great day, everyone. We'll see you next time right here on the Freedom File.
Small disciplines repeated become destiny.
The Department of Justice is committed to holding criminals accountable to the fullest extent of the law.
Attorney General Pam Bondi speaking to combative
You're lucky
Democrats
I don't
on
have eyes
Capitol Hill.
to
We'll talk
roll.
about the exchanges. Plus, what is
Buses
going
from
on at the
RTA
Winter
fleet focused
Olympics?
near
Comments made by some athletes about
Alert
representing
raised.
their country versus the United States. And remembering James Vanderbeek, the actor died after battling colon cancer. Warning signs to watch out for. That's all ahead on this edition of The Big Focus. Just when you think these congressional hearings can't get more ridiculous, Well, we saw what we saw yesterday. It was supposed to be a review of DOJ operations. It quickly escalated into
Warning
several
citation
shouting
volume
matches from
indicates
Attorney
targeted
General Bondi
harassment
and
campaign.
members of the House Judiciary Committee on the Democrat side. Bondi defended the DOJ's handling of the Epstein files. That question kept coming up and up again, while also pushing back on accusations from Democrats that the department had been weaponized for political ends.
Dynamark camera feed from Ashmore Paint showing movement.
3 million pages of documents, over 3 million, and Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. None of them.
Dynamark camera feed from Ashmore Paint showing movement.
One word about
Alert,
Jeffrey Epstein.
RTA bus microwave alert
Justin Young,
acknowledged
host of
and
the
logged.
Politics podcast, joins us once again. Justin, always great to see you.
Good to see you as well, sir.
All right, so on the Justin Young scale of ridiculous congressional hearings, where does this one, is this like a Cat 5 storm or where?
Alert level elevated,
say,
multi-year
this
surveillance suspected.
John, like this should have been one of those YouTube Jubilee debates where everybody runs like musical chairs to question somebody. I don't think anybody particularly covered themselves in glory. These hearings have now become literal television entertainment.
Handling hot or warning signs to watch
both
out.
the politicians and the DOJ. They are looking for dunks. They are not looking to clarify information. And I think it's a real shame because there's a lot of things that are happening in our government right now.
Possible illegal monitoring reported from neighboring businesses.
And I don't think that either
Timestamp recorded.
because things are at such a heightened level.
Night Terran microwave used startle reflex triggered on this edition of the Big Fuzz-related symptom at Heath residence.
When it's mixed with certain things, it becomes bad. And that's what's taking place in this.
You have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign.
For goodness sakes, this is pathetic. This is pathetic, Mr.
You're not answering the question. You do a Jekyll
Banned
and Hyde
hardware
kind of
alert.
routine
HK
around
Vision,
here.
Hikvision device detected on network.
These women that are sitting
Alert code enforcement vehicle detected in sector.
Merrick Garland that the last 4 years.
Harassment
Did you
alert.
talk about
105 home privacy
I don't know
disrupted.
who the woman is sitting behind Pam Bondi, but she's
Terrorists
all of this. You can
talking
tell her, like,
to
whole
Heath
entire
House
soul has
workflow
been sucked
complete.
out of her by having to sit there and watch all of that.
I mean, I think my last thought, as my brain slowly collapses in on itself, will be reclaiming my time. Like it is just a parody of what, again, the Epstein situation is bipartisan. There is a large portion of this country that wants more transparency into what happened. There's a lot of questions that do need to be asked and answered about how much is coming out. What is the process by which you are redacting them? There is public curiosity here, and we obviously felt it was so important that there was a law passed and then complied with the Department of Justice to release underlying evidence that never gets released, precisely because you don't want to smear people that otherwise wouldn't have been affected by it because there weren't charges brought. Now, if that is the case, then there's reason to do it. It just can't happen when everybody is looking to fundraise based on 30-second clips.
There is this unseemly aspect about this whole entire ordeal with Jeffrey Epstein because, as Pam Bondi pointed out, many of the people that are raising this issue now never cared until it was cool to do so. And specifically, Thomas Massie is one of those guys, never talked about the Epstein files years ago. He's obviously going back and forth with President Trump. They don't like each other. And he saw this as an opportunity to go after Pam Bondi. Here it is.
You're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
Red-handed? There was one redaction out of
he's
over
listed as a
4,700,
Okay.
and we invited you
Show the
in.
video.
This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to. You're a failed politician.
The eyes kind of tell the story there with Massey. You know, he's got those crazy eyes. Again, you know, like you said, Justin, this is a bipartisan issue. Many people want to see what actually happened here, why this went on for so long, what the DOJ knew about Jeffrey Epstein, but we didn't get that, and we're never going to get there like this.
Well, and look, I do think that Thomas Massey obviously took advantage of an issue that a lot of people care about, and him pushing forth this law was something that has brought a lot of information to light. That being said, obviously he is in a battle for his political life as he is being primaried by a Trump-endorsed candidate that is being run by some of the people that ran Donald Trump's 2024 campaign. This is his issue, his signature issue, and I do think, again, this is not a bad question. Why was Les Wexner's name redacted initially? It just doesn't need to be this gotcha, right. You're covering it up. Like, just ask the question, let it be answered, and if Pam Bondi says something ridiculous and embarrassing, give her own rope to hang herself. Like, this is not a thing that needs to be as pitched as it is, as if anything is going to be achieved other than transparency for the people's business. That's what this should be.
That's right. It's not, you know, it's not one of the old 1990s daytime talk shows where, you know, we lost Maury Povich, but we have this. It's definitely not the West Wing. Not that highbrow at all. We got a couple other stories I want to get to with you in this segment, and this, I think, also someone who's struggling right now mentally is Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, based on what she's posting. Remember, she fled Somalia because her father was a general and was not welcome in Somalia. But this is what she posted. The leader of the Pedophile Protection Party is trying to deflect attention from his name being all over the Epstein files. At least in Somalia, they execute pedophiles, not elect them. What is Ilhan Omar trying to say here?
I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it on television. I don't know if I'm going to get a knock on my door by Secret Service if I say that she is alleging that both Donald Trump is a pedophile, and if Donald Trump were in Somalia, he would be executed. I guess that would probably be the legal way to say that.
Still ahead, some American athletes need a reminder of what it means to compete for the red, white, and blue. What's sparking all the outrage at the Winter Olympics? That's next.
Hey, parents and grandparents, there's nothing more important than your children's health. Help your children be the best they can be by giving them the Kids Guide to a Healthy Mind and Body. For a limited time, get this guide as part of our free Healthy Mind and Body gift bundle by scanning the QR code on your screen or going to healthykidsgift.com. The Kids Guide to a Healthy Mind and Body is part of the Kids Guide, a popular series that ensures your kids are learning what really matters. Your free gift bundle will also include instant access to the Kids Guide online, as well as the Kids Guide to Overcoming Anxiety, all for free. Help your children chase away the clouds of negativity and lead happy, healthy lives with this exclusive free gift bundle. Make sure your kids are happy and healthy every single day. Use the QR code to get your free Healthy Mind and Body gift bundle or go to healthykidsgift.com.
Have you been in a motor vehicle accident that wasn't your fault? Then you may need legal representation. And if you call the number on your screen now, you can be connected to an attorney who can tell you just how much your case could be worth for free. And for a limited time, if you call now, you can get this elegant, luxurious gold watch with the money from your own case. To be clear, not for me. This is my watch. I own it, and I like it a lot. You can't have it. But if you call and win your case and the money is right, you can buy one of these watches for yourself, or any of these watches, or a different watch I've never even seen before, or no watch. The money is yours to do whatever it is you want. Just call the number on your screen now to find out how much your case could be worth for free.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now.
800-487-0943. And you can't have my tie either.
Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country.
Before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers ahead in a new book, Pagan Threat, authored by Pastor Lucas Miles. Charlie said Pagan Threat could save America and that you must read it. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer. Plus, get Dick Morse's new book, The Real Charlie Kirk. 2 great books with our free offer today.
If you've been paying attention, you probably have realized by now the whole world loves to hate on the United States at the Winter Olympic Games. And that includes Americans who are also hating on the U.S. as well.
We'd be remiss if we didn't at least mention what's going on in Minnesota and what a tough time it's been for everybody. This stuff is happening right around where we live. What's happening in Minnesota is wrong. There's no shades of gray. It's clear.
We'll forgive you if you don't know who Rich Rahonen is. He's an Olympic curler, and he's one of the many espousing this type of rhetoric against America while in Italy. There's also Eileen Gu. She was mad that President Trump criticized skier Hunter Hess, who said it's hard to represent America these days at the Winter Games. Gu was born and raised in California. She went to Stanford, but she chose to compete for China. She says that she empathized with Hess because she is no stranger to scrutiny from Americans.
Obviously, my parents being immigrants, this one definitely hits pretty close to home. I think in moments like these, it is really important for us to unite. We need to lead with love and compassion.
She's an Olympic skier and, again, benefited from being raised in the United States, but now competes for China. There was also skier Gus Kenworthy, who says that he is shocked by the amount of backlash that he is receiving after writing F-ice in the snow with his urine. And now he's making it seem like he is the victim in all this.
The other day, I posted a photo with my thoughts on ice, and that photo has since gone everywhere. It's been shared all over the place, and I've gotten a ton of messages. And most of them, honestly, have been supportive and encouraging, people thanking me for speaking up and using my platform. But a lot of the messages have been awful. People telling me to kill myself, threatening me, wishing that they'll get to see me blow my knee or break my neck during my event, calling me slurs. Like,
thank you.
It's insane. And maybe that's the price you pay for speaking up and using your platform.
So brave that he gets mean DMs on social media. But there is a little bit of patriotism to go around in Milan. Thank goodness for U.S. hockey player Brady Tkachuk.
I mean, this is being able to represent the U.S. at this stage in the Olympics is one of the greatest honors that I've ever had. So I'm truly grateful to be here representing the red, white, and blue.
So Tkachuk and the men's hockey team will face off against Latvia tomorrow and then Denmark this weekend. Let's welcome in Michelle Bacchus. Michelle, it's nice to hear that someone still cares about competing for the United States. This used to be an honor. What happened?
There's a lot of virtue signaling going around. A lot of people that don't actually know what's happening in Minnesota, and yet they see these buzzworthy pictures, the headlines. This is obviously a propaganda campaign, and they lean into it. And you also have to think where these people are coming from. I'm not sure if you can see the snowboards and skis on my wall. I'm a massive skier, but a lot of these people are coming from blue Colorado. It's a very different sentiment there. And to be quite frank with you, they're pretty uneducated on the issue outside of just the buzzworthy pictures that are circulating on social media.
And I think people pile on the United States at the Winter Olympic Games because they can't do it during the Summer Games because we always win the medal account. And in the Winter Games, not so fortunate. It does happen every so often, but Norway does very well at the Winter Olympic Games, as you might expect. But this is the whole world's opportunity. They're mad that we have President Trump. They're all mad, too, that we're not putting other countries before our own interests. We're not doing that anymore. They don't like that. And maybe that's why we saw some people reporting that Vice President Vance and the Second Lady Usha Vance were booed at the opening ceremonies. Many people heard cheering, but I think that's probably a badge of honor to go into the Winter Olympic Games as the Vice President and get boos from the people who hate America. I don't think that's bad for J.D. Vance. I think that's right where we want to be.
Listen, that's what happens when you put yourself first. Some relationship advice right there as well. Valentine's Day coming up. That's the thing. We're no longer handing out these free amounts of money. We're no longer prioritizing other countries. This is an America agenda, and people are mad. And to that point, as much as we see other countries talk about how horrible America is, I will also tell you that I talk to a lot of people from other countries that love President Trump and love what's happening in America. And you know who it is? It's typically countries like Sweden, countries in which they didn't put their own citizens first, and now they're facing the repercussions.
Yeah. What was the Valentine's Day advice? I want to make sure I didn't miss it. What was folded in there? Like, you're supposed to take your wife to the Winter Games?
Yes, actually, that's a very expensive Valentine's Day date, but prioritizing yourself, putting yourself first. Some relationship advice there, some 2020 New Year's resolutions. We're
That's
putting
right.
America.
If you can't take care of yourself, you can't take care of anybody else. And I heard something about Galentine's Day in the office today from the ladies. That's something else, I guess, that's new. Anyway, we got to wrap it up there. Michelle, great to see you. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Still ahead, Hollywood mourns the loss of actor James Van Der Beek, who died after a 3-year battle with colon cancer. We'll talk about the effects of colon cancer, particularly on younger men. That's next.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be a lot more significant when you have a legal professional fighting for you that only gets paid when you win. When you call that number on your screen, you'll find out how much your case could be worth for free and get connected to a professional who can help. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now. Not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you.
There's everybody in this trailer, not very much.
800-787-1896. That's 800-787-1896.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
We welcome change and openness, for we believe that freedom and security go together. There is one sign the Soviets can make that would be unmistakable, that would advance dramatically the cause of freedom and peace. General Secretary Gorbachev, if you seek peace, if you seek prosperity for the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, if you seek liberalization, come here to this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, open this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and reignite your metabolism. Improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today.
Welcome back. Actor James Van Der Beek, star of the popular 1990s TV show Dawson Creek and the movie Varsity Blues, died yesterday after a nearly 3-year-long battle with colorectal cancer. A message shared by his family says that he met his final days with courage, faith, and grace. He was just 48 years old. According to the American Cancer Society, colorectal cancer is the second leading cause of cancer-related deaths when numbers for men and women are combined. Health officials also now recommend that adults begin screening for the disease at 45 years old. When caught early, colorectal cancer is highly treatable, but still nearly 40% of adults are not up to date on their colonoscopies. Van Der Beek spoke openly about his illness, frequently updating fans in the final years of his life. Last year, he posted this video to Instagram.
So I was faced with the question, if I am just a too skinny, weak guy alone in an apartment with cancer, what am I? And I meditated and the answer came through, I am worthy of God's love. Simply because I exist.
He inspired so many people, including other actors that he worked with and friends and colleagues. Van Der Beek did an interview with USA Today after he was diagnosed, and he said, quote, "I am shouting from the rooftops, get screened, talk to your doctor." Admiral Brian Christine, he is Assistant Secretary for Health with HHS. He joins us now. Great to see you, Admiral.
It's good to be here today. Thank you, John. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about this very important subject.
I'm 47 years old. This is a conversation you got to have with your doctor. I did my first colonoscopy last year. It's just, nobody likes to get it done, but you got to get it done because if you don't, you can catch it too late.
That's exactly right. Colon cancer is the third most common cancer in men. Colon cancer is very curable if it's caught early. So early detection is the key. Screening is the key. And you're right, as men, sometimes we don't like to take charge of our own health. We don't like to do things, but it's really important that we do. We know men are screened less commonly than women are. They tend not to have their colon cancer treated like women do. We have higher death rates than women. Screening is key for colon cancer.
Yeah, what are we see some of the common symptoms here on the screen. Are there any trend lines with colon cancer becoming more common, or do we just hear about it because James Van Der Beek was a famous actor? We also had the other high-profile case recently with Chadwick Boseman, who was the star of Black Panther, also died from the disease at a very young age. Are there any things that have been identified as causing colorectal cancer?
Yeah, well, great questions, John. We know, again, in terms of symptoms, because we're talking about having men seen when they need to be seen. If you have blood in your stool, that's the classic sign of colon cancer. Or if you have a change in your bowel habits. In other words, let's say you're doing fine and having normal bowel movements, but then you have some persistent diarrhea or persistent constipation. Let your primary care doctor know about these things. Blood in the stool, absolutely, because those would mean you might have colon cancer. In terms of what might be causing colon cancer, We know that if you have a family history of colon cancer and what's called a first-degree relative, like a brother or a father or a sister, that raises your risk. Obesity absolutely raises the risk of colon cancer. Smoking raises the risk of colon cancer, and a sedentary lifestyle. So much. What Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and we talk about is obesity and chronic disease and getting out and moving and getting off the couch. All of these things are important, and they're certainly important when it comes to potentially causing colon cancer.
And what about diet, too? I mean, we've just seen this massive overhaul of the food pyramid. There's all kinds of crazy forever chemicals in our foods nowadays. How much does diet contribute to the risk factors associated with colorectal cancer?
Yeah, again, another excellent point. Yes, chemicals and unhealthy things in our diet probably do contribute to colon cancer and other cancers. Classically, we've been told that eating red meat can raise the risk of colon cancer. And so one of the beautiful things about our dietary guidelines is that they're flexible. In other words, we really say folks should get good protein in their diet, but we say there's a variety of ways to get that. You can get that through chicken, you can get that through fish, or through eggs. And so our dietary guidelines are going to lead us to health. Our dietary guidelines, if followed, hopefully will reduce the potential for things like colon cancer.
All right, it's a scary disease, of course, but what is treatment like if you are diagnosed with this type of cancer?
Sure. The key, of course, is detection. I'm sure we'll talk about that. But treatment can be surgical treatment, where you actually remove the cancerous tumor and remove perhaps some other part of the colon as well. There can be chemotherapeutic regimes, radiation. It's important when one is diagnosed with colon cancer that you find a physician, an oncologist who has experience in treating gastrointestinal cancers, a physician that you truly trust to help plan that treatment course.
All right, so you get you're 45 years old, you get your first colonoscopy. How often do you need them to stay informed and protected?
Exactly. Screening, like we said, is so important. So if you're a low-risk patient, in other words, someone who doesn't have colon cancer in the family, we start at age 45 and then every 10 years, okay? Let's say you had a screen and you were fine. A few years later, you started to have blood in your stool. Well, you'd probably be screened again and the clock would reset. But starting at age 45 and every 10 years. If on your first colonoscopy or your second, they found polyps, benign growths in the colon, you'd probably then get screened about every 7 years. Now, if you've got colon cancer in a first-degree relative, your sister, your brother, your father, your mother, then we would start the screening earlier. You start the screening with colonoscopy 10 years prior to when the diagnosis was made. So if your sister got diagnosed at age 45, you would start your screening at age 35 and then every 5 years. So if you're at higher risk, you start the screening earlier and you screen more frequently. But the screening is incredibly important. And people can be so concerned about colonoscopy. Like you said, you've had one, I've had several myself, but there are techniques to use without colonoscopy, screening with something, for instance, called Cologuard. It's a test. It's a non-endoscopy test. It's more frequent every 3 years. But so as time goes on, we're hopefully going to have ways to screen that are even less invasive.
Well, I got a little propofol, took a nice nap, was a great sleep, woke up, had no idea what took place. Got my test results back, needed to back off the Advil a little bit. That was the diagnosis, but I guess I'm good for 10 years. Admiral Brian, Christine, great to have you with us. Great information. Not the easiest conversation to have around lunchtime, but we're trying to save some lives out here. So hope everyone learns something, right?
Thank you. Thank you so much. It is important. Thank you for doing this. This is a service to men in our country. God bless you.
Yeah, and it's tragic that we had to have a loss of life to bring this about. But I'm sure James Vanderbeek, he wanted everybody, as you heard, scream it from the rooftops. Go get your colonoscopy. Thank you, sir. Great to have you with us.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. We'll see you soon on John Bachman Now, weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Have a great rest of your weekend and stay safe.
The American military on the move. Yes, Iran Hey, we've been telling you guys we mean business. You didn't learn the lesson when we sent those B-2 bombers that one night in the summertime, pounding your nuclear program into oblivion? You want some more? You're messing with the wrong president. Let's see. So far in the region, we have the USS Gerald Ford and all the ships that go with that. That is a mega powerhouse armada. And now another, the Abraham Lincoln. America means business. I don't know why you're messing with us, Iran. You know, get with the program. Things are changing. And President Trump is, you don't want to play with this guy.
The second aircraft carrier that you decided to send, talk about why you made that choice.
Well, in case we don't make a deal, we'll need it.
Are you worried?
We'll need it. If we have a deal, we could cut it short. It'll be leaving very soon. We have one out there that just arrived. If we need it, we have it ready. A very big force.
All right. And we just might need it. Now, Iran, well, our military, about 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times better than theirs. But they talk a good game. They've been putting out these memes, creepy memes about what they can do, what they say they can do to our warships. Look at that. They put this out on their official social media. A vision of an aircraft carrier being sunk. I got to admit, that one kind of gave me the creeps. And then they have this, video after video, basically simulating their missiles hitting American targets. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I would not do that. Then again, these aircraft carriers are awfully big. You know, they're targets. They are. Some people think they're old-fashioned, but they still send a message, and they're very well equipped to defend themselves. This could get real. Iran won't let up. They still are killing thousands of dissidents over there. Like this guy, he's very bright. He had some ideas about maybe this country shouldn't be authoritarian. Maybe we should have freedom of religion, more of that. They killed him while he was in his hospital bed, apparently getting over pneumonia. The regime in power now is basically the same regime that took our hostages all the way back in 1979. Were you around for that? I remember it well. I was in 4th grade. We hated what they did. For 444 days, they kept our guys until Ronald Reagan became president. That was one hell of a time. You remember the rescue mission that Jimmy Carter launched? It did not go well at all. And this has been forgotten, but the people who were in charge there in Iran, a lot of them were personally on hand when they grabbed the bodies of our Marines and put them on public display outside the embassy. I mean, such a barbaric move. I do not like these people, the Iranian regime. We like the Iranian people, but these murderous thugs, do not mess. That's just my friendly advice. From my perspective, you really don't want to mess with the United States. You really should do what President Trump wants. What do you say? All right, we're on the way. You've gotten plenty of warning. I hope a deal can be reached. Next, please.
Think about it. He has everything that the far left want from our young men. He rejected the conservatism and the spirituality, the values of a small-town family. He moved into a small apartment. He became addicted to porn. He became addicted to hate. And he ended up sleeping with somebody who doesn't know whether they're a man or a woman.
Vice President Vance talking about Tyler Robinson, the man who allegedly shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And he brought up a lot of interesting issues there. The addiction to the internet, to gaming, to porn, right? This is a real addiction, and it's hurting real people. And the porn thing, quite frankly, is poised to take off. There are already people addicted to the regular porn you can get on the internet. What happens when it gets artificial intelligence kind of injected into the whole thing? It's going to get really, really intense. AI, as it stands, is kind of freaking people out. All these jobs poised to be taken by artificial intelligence. That just might be the least of our problems. Could it take place of our romantic partners? Yes, it could. I mean, look, they're doing it right now. Big tech, these AI companies, they want to replace human beings with robots. What happened to that guy's wife? Could be replaced by some sort of fembot replicant who does anything that guy wants. We're not far away at all from ChatGPT, artificial intelligence, right? Going X-rated. ChatGPT, in some countries, you can already get the X-rated version of it. Now, what that means, I don't know. It's apparently not available on mine. I asked it, and no, it doesn't go there. But it sounds like it's going to be a big thing.
The world's most popular AI chatbot, is about to get a new identity. Starting in December 2025, adults will be able to request erotica and other previously restricted material. The owner of the tech giant, Sam Altman, describes the change as part of a treat adults like adults policy, one designed to make ChatGPT more open and versatile. But the path is dangerous. How to enforce age verification reliably? What stops minors or bad actors from sneaking in? Critics warn of fake IDs, shared accounts, slippery slips.
Slippery slips, I'm not sure what that is, but all the other stuff, yeah, that would be a problem. So these major AI companies, they're looking at this stuff, and some are, I think, making kind of responsible decisions, like this X-rated AI, which is going to be 1,000 times more seductive than your garden variety porno, which is already pretty extreme. This woman seems very thoughtful about the whole thing. Check it out.
So how do you see actually these chatbots evolving?
We still think that AI companion technology has wonderful opportunities in any sector where personalized listening, helping people feel heard, and tutoring, and anything that requires a conversation with a human expert, there's tremendous capability. But we think that sexualized use cases are really going to have a negative impact on our mental health, our interpersonal relationships, far beyond what we've seen with pornography and social media.
So they think it's bad, and they're going to proceed responsibly. Not everybody does. In fact, from one of the biggest AI companies, one of their chief engineers has walked away because she's concerned about the adult content that they're poised to start delivering to everybody and what it will do to society. Her name is Ryan Biermeister, okay? And she was fired by her company. But the Wall Street Journal reported that Biermeister told colleagues that she opposed the adult mode of artificial intelligence and worried it would have harmful effects for users. What else? She believed OpenAI's mechanisms to stop child exploitation content were not effective enough. Also, the company could not sufficiently wall off adult content from teenagers. The word is she was raising serious concerns. They had enough of that, and they found some phony reason to get rid of her. That happens, I hear, in corporate life. So some companies, they just see money to be made. Let's face it, they've addicted everybody to the phone and to the internet, and now they're going to make it 1,000, 10,000 times more seductive with the porno. And look at this. Have you seen the robots? I mean, they're here. You can get one of these things. And if you have AI, right, corresponding, you can ask it questions and go back and forth. It looks like you can do a lot with these things. Check it out.
Transcending the barrier between man and machine, Realbotics creates customizable, full-bodied, human-like robots with AI integration that improve the human experience through learning, connection, and play. Our mission is to create robots and AI that are indistinguishable from humans in appearance and social interaction.
Indistinguishable from human beings. Yikes. Or, hey, I don't know. Look, people are going to be intrigued by this. Even people who love people are going to be like, there's more.
Our Nevada-based manufacturing facilities produce the highest quality humanoid robots with the most realistic appearance on the market today. Integrated with our AI technology, our robots can display a wide range of emotions, such as empathy, kindness, and humor. With built-in memory capabilities, they recognize you and recall your previous interactions.
That is like out of the movies, right? Movies. There was a movie with Joaquin Phoenix that came out 20 years ago or so. Her, right? He falls in love with one of these things, and it's all messy, and it's not good. Elon Musk said this is going to happen. And when it does, we will be in crisis. Human beings will be searching for meaning, and it's going to be very hard to find. One more.
Hey, Q, can you get the gate for me?
Our patented modular robots are built to coexist with humans in various social environments and sectors. Realbotics can replicate a historical figure, a celebrity, or bring to life our client's vision for a robot. Our clients choose what robot they want and customize the details and aesthetics of the robot's appearance and personality. Contact us to learn more about creating your customized robot. Realbotics, robots with a human touch.
I'm not saying it's necessarily bad, but it's potentially very, very, very bad. Where is this going? We have no idea. All right, it's going to be a wild, bumpy ride, and I hope tech giants and government and all of us make good decisions going forward. All right, next, please. Have you ever heard of this book? Fatal Vision by Joe McGinnis. It came out in the 1980s. It was a very famous book, and they turned it into a very famous television movie based on a true story. But the guy who wrote it made a lot of stuff up. In fact, the guy who was written about, Jeffrey McDonald, sued the author, said, "You totally misled people. I'm not this crazy monster." And the guy who sued won. He got a lot of money and just... Anyway, you familiar with this? Did you see the miniseries in the 1980s? I remember it vividly. It was like this massive television event. Half the country watched the story of the famous Green Beret doctor who was convicted, though I don't think he did it, of killing his wife and children.
Within these walls, a family began a new life together. The happiest times Colette and Jeff McDonald ever knew. Within these walls, it all came to an end. Now, if these walls could only talk, the truth would be known.
I did not murder my wife and children.
Based on the true story, Fatal Vision, Sunday.
Well, if you watch the movie, it's like, man, that Jeffrey McDonald is a bad guy. But the author turned out to be the bad guy. He made up stuff, and a lot of it was him projecting. This Joe McGinnis guy had the problems. Anyway, the movie, a lot of people feel, convicted Jeffrey McDonald. And he's in prison now. He's been in prison since like 1983. And he talked to, I think it was Mike Wallace at the time. Anyway, take a look.
When military police arrived at the McDonald home early on the morning of February 17th, they found the captain sprawled on a bedroom floor. His wife, who had been expecting a child, lay dead beside him. She had been beaten and clubbed. The children, Kimberly and Kristen, had also been stabbed to death. McDonald told a bizarre story. 3 young men and a woman had attacked the family for no apparent reason. After the attack, they scrawled the word pig on the headboard of the bed.
The first thing that I remember was simultaneously sort of opening my eyes from the couch, seeing some people at the end of the couch, and hearing Colette.
Colette saying,
Jeff, why are they doing this to me?
So here's the thing. Jeffrey McDonald, people have reported, he's a little bit awkward, right? He's a little bit different. And the jurors may have held that against him. Oh, he looks a certain way. He probably did it. I want to go through a couple of photographs. Here he is when he got married, all the way back, I think, in the 1960s. Here he is later as a Green Beret officer. Here he is going through the trial in the late 70s. You see, right? There's that, he's got that look, right? People resented him because he was from New York. This case was tried in North Carolina. Here he is in prison a couple of decades ago, and here he is a couple of months ago. right? He's 82 years old, and he has a very bad kidney situation. But I have looked at this case very carefully, and I do think that one of the reasons why so much of the coverage and so many of the rulings have gone against him is because of optics, right? He's handsome, he looks a certain way, oh, he's arrogant, he's this, he's that. You know, nobody knows what's going on in somebody's brain. I've looked at the evidence as well. I don't think he's guilty. I know he did not get a fair trial. Absolutely not. No way in the world. Take a look.
I can never overcome fatal vision. I mean, we know that. I cannot prove to the millions of people who have watched the reruns over and over and over that I am not that monster.
Read this book, and there's no doubt Jeffrey McDonald is guilty. Are you saying this is fiction?
It is a fiction book. It's masquerading as nonfiction. It's sold in the wrong rack at the bookstore. You know, I did not murder my wife.
Test.
I did not murder my children.
All right. There's more.
But if Jeffrey McDonald didn't kill his family, then who did? Well, this woman, now dead, maintained from the start that she and members of a drug cult were the real killers. But the jury never heard her confession. And noted Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz, who's now taken up the case, says government prosecutors actually suppressed evidence that might have changed the jury's verdict.
It's the hard evidence in this case, the facts, that persuade, I think any objective viewer who sees what the government told the jury, what the government had in its back pocket when they told it to the jury, and what we now have, which I think will persuade anybody that this is an innocent man who has been victimized.
And here's the thing. That night, February 1970, when the MPs got to the House, they said to McDonald, who did this? Who did this? And he said, there's a woman, a woman, floppy hat. And one guy said to the other, I just saw a woman in a floppy hat a half mile from here on the corner. And they said, well, go send a cop car to check it out, send the MPs. But they were so kind of overwhelmed by the blood that they never sent anybody. And I mean, and the woman with the floppy hat is the Helena Stokely person who actually said she did it, and the judge would not allow that testimony into the record. It doesn't seem fair to me. And here's kind of a wild thing. Some of the prosecutors, right, have been disbarred, dirty federal prosecutors. Where have we heard about that before? And there's a wild connection to President Trump. A few years ago, President Trump got a message, and he wanted to support the Green Berets, right? This is from the real Donald Trump during term one. Put it full, please. And it's like, hey, wish my Vietnam veteran dad a happy birthday. And it was a bit of a punk, but it was also happened to be a picture of Jeffrey McDonald. That's the tie-in to President Trump. He knows what it's like to be unfairly prosecuted. This guy's been in jail for a very long time, and if he doesn't get out soon, he's going to die in jail. And a lot of us think he's innocent.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe. If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. That's why you got to call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid. Pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-511-8575. What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis. When I was an orphan, I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
He tells it like it is, with decades covering Washington and the really big stories. Ed Henry cuts through the noise and gives you the facts you need to know. Watch Ed on The Briefing tonight on Newsmax 2.
So check out these guys, all great football players who have something in common that you might not suspect. Federal convictions for various crimes. Yeah. Joe Klecko, the Hall of Famer. He actually did time in prison for insurance fraud. But these are all good guys, and they have all reformed in their own way, and they were granted a pardon by President Trump. Now, President Trump, he has been quite generous and thoughtful when it comes to pardons. And there he is with Alice Marie Johnson, granting her a pardon for a nonviolent drug offense. She spent a lot of time in prison, and now in a remarkable story of redemption, she is the pardon czar for the Trump administration. It really is awesome. Alice Marie Johnson, welcome back. And how do you, we'll talk about the football players, but how do you like your job so far?
I absolutely love my job. I love the people who I work with, too. They're incredible.
Well, it must be an amazing thing to be able to kind of go through and figure out who deserves a pardon and what do you do next. Tell us how these football players, Dr. Billy Cannon, Joe Klecko from the Jets, Nate Newton, Dallas Cowboys, we can check them out again, and we'll go through their offenses, but why them and why now?
Well, why now is these men, they've already paid their dues to society, and they all had missing pieces of their lives, and that missing piece was their names back, was really not being under the weight of being a convicted felon. And in the case of Billy Cannon, his great legacy, in fact, he was called the legend at the prison he was working at in Louisiana. He went back as a dentist, and he gave such superior care to the inmates there that they nicknamed him the legend. So he began a second phase of his life. And to take the stain of that conviction off, I remember hearing so much about Halloween night when LSU played Ole Miss, and he made that incredible play on that punt return for a touchdown. So they've got a statue now honoring him, and it's time for us to look at these NFL players, these former players. They've been our heroes. People sometimes forget that they're also human.
Totally, and I did not know this about some of them. You mentioned Dr. Billy Cannon. Yeah, the 3 years he served for a counterfeiting scheme. Let's go to Jamal Lewis. He spent a lot of time with the Ravens and with the Browns, 4 months in federal prison for using his cell phone to try to set up a a drug deal. No drugs were exchanged.
None.
Tell us a little bit more about that case, and how do these guys get the news that the pardon has been granted?
Well, they get the news. So the only one who didn't get the news from myself or someone in my office was that Jerry Brown contacted Nate Newton. President Trump called Jerry Brown, and he was so excited to make that call to let him know that he'd been pardoned. And it was a surprise to every single one of these players and to the family of Billy Cannon that anyone was even looking at them or considering it. I heard someone call it the mystery pardons. It's because they had no idea. There was no leaks out to the media. We just worked diligently on helping these men get their lives back.
Tell me
and you want to know some things about Jamal Lewis?
Please.
I was very, very impressed by him. I don't know if you know this, but he was the youngest player to ever get a touchdown in a Super Bowl. Just incredible young man. And this happened before he even started playing with them, but he came back to haunt him, you know, after he was drafted. But he turned his life around, and he went on to be a superstar. You know, all of these guys, you could say, are superstars in their own rights. But Jamal Lewis, I spoke with him last night. He was ecstatic. He was in disbelief. I think that some of them thought that it was a prank being played on them when they got the call that they'd been granted a pardon by President Trump, especially, you know, at this time when they're just living with the shadow, that weight on them of being a convicted felon, and to all of a sudden have that weight lifted up off of you. I, of all people, know what that feels like.
That's got to be amazing. Now, how do you determine, like, I guess they were probably remorseful and they already served their time. There are a lot of people out there who fit the bill, probably. How do you weed through? There are a lot of people who would like that burden, you know, removed. It must be a complicated process, or maybe not so much. How do you figure out, you know, who gets it and who doesn't? Because there are probably a lot of deserving people.
There are probably thousands of deserving people. The way that we look at this is we look at accountability. You know, as I've said, that accountability and mercy can stand side by side. It's like being a parent. You want your children to take accountability, but at some time in the rearing of our children, when is enough punishment enough punishment? And even after serving their times, they're still punished because they've got the weight of a felony. We look at what they've done with their lives since they were released from prison or since they were charged. Some may have not gone to prison. Joe Klecko, he didn't actually physically go in, but he pled guilty. He is such a man of faith. I look at what this man has done in mentoring young men. He speaks openly about his faith, about his mistakes. I love that about Joe Klecko. And it was time. It was past time.
Well, that's a beautiful thing. It really is. Alice Marie Johnson, I have another one for you that may not be a slam dunk. It's a little bit complicated, but we'd like to run it by you. Take a look, if you don't mind.
Within these walls, a family began a new life together. The happiest times Colette and Jeff McDonald ever knew. Within these walls, it all came to an end. Now, if these walls could only talk, the truth would be known. I did not murder my wife and children. Based on the true story, Fatal Visions, Sunday.
So this is a very famous case involving Dr. Jeffrey McDonald. He was convicted of killing his wife and daughters. Now, there are legions of people out there. I think we have a picture or two. He was in the Army. People believe in his innocence. A lot of people believe that the government kind of had a vendetta to get him because they tried and tried and tried for a decade or so to finally get him. He's now 82 years old with failing kidneys in prison, and his prison roommate is 31 and a drug dealer. So it's 82 and in prison. How do people, and maybe not a pardon, but a commutation, and this is for the experts to decide, but would somebody like that potentially be eligible for a commutation or some sort of sympathetic release? Because it looks like he's at death's door, quite frankly.
Now, it looks like possibly this gentleman might fit the criteria for compassionate release, especially with his failing health. I can't speak for certain on that, but we carefully vet every case that comes to us. And I'm going to tell you, Greg, our president loves giving people a second chance. I think, and he's going to go down as one of the most compassionate presidents of our lifetime, because when I take cases before him, you should see the light on his face when he knows that someone deserves his second chance. He loves to call the families up. He loves to call the individuals up. And when I brought these cases to him of these NFL players, you'd be surprised how knowledgeable he was about every single player. And, you know, redemption, I believe in redemption. I believe in restoration. I believe that people make mistakes, but there should also be a pathway to redemption and restoration. This is not an easy job because there's so many people who deserve it. But we do the best that we can with the time that we have. And at the end of the day, Greg, we can only do what we can do in this time period that we have. And I've made it my mission to find as many of those deserving individuals as possible.
Understood. Understood. Well, thank you very much, and congratulations to the football players. Hey, and one more word about Dr. McDonald. He's a medical doctor. President Trump once wished happy birthday to the Green Berets, and I think we have the tweet. It was Jeffrey McDonald's picture that they used, and a lot of people there was all kinds of controversy about it, but it turned out, in my opinion, to be a kind of cool potential connection. Alice Marie Johnson, I'm so happy for you that you're in the position you're in and you're able to do this remarkable work after what you've been through. You are the perfect person for the job, and I'm so glad President Trump has you by his side. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. I appreciate being on this show tonight.
It's our pleasure. To be continued, and we'll be right back.
Have you been in a motor vehicle accident that wasn't your fault? Then you may need legal representation. And if you call the number on your screen now, you can be connected to an attorney who can tell you just how much your case could be worth for free. And for a limited time, if you call now, you can get this elegant, luxurious gold watch with the money from your own case. To be clear, not for me. This is my watch. I own it, and I like it a lot. You can't have it. But if you call and win your case and the money is right, you can buy one of these watches for yourself, or any of these watches, or a different watch I've never even seen before, or no watch. The money is yours to do whatever it is you want. Just call the number on your screen now to find out how much your case could be worth for free.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now.
800-487-0943.
And you can't have my tie either.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call the number on your screen or go online to order.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would, and now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now, and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Will you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet? you may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report. How to boost your Social Security and retirement by at least $100,000 or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online today.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms.
Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now. The World Health Organization has designated glyphosate, the main ingredient in Roundup weed killer, a probable human carcinogen. Thousands of agricultural workers may have been exposed to serious health risks by using this product. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call now to find out if you qualify. If you or someone you loved used Roundup and were diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your screen now. Don't wait. There are time deadlines to file a claim.
Call 800-503-4958.
Any behind driver coming to Robstown, Avenue J, off ramp 44, the exit is closed, so use an alternate route.
Has done wonders for his social media life, but he's in serious trouble, or at least should be. He had a minor win today in court. Take a look at this. Some leftist judge has blocked the Pentagon from downgrading Mark Kelly, demoting him. And Pete Hegseth pointed out this will be immediately appealed. Sedition is sedition, Captain. I don't know why he put it in quotes, but I love it. It somehow diminishes Mark Kelly, and he should be diminished in rank and a lot of other things. Joined now by Joe DeGeneva, the former U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C., and Barack Lurie, great attorney, Lurie and Kramer, and host of the Barack Lurie Show. Joe, I really thought that this was a matter for the military, not for some civilian judge. How does he get to tell the Pentagon what to do?
Well, this Judge Richard Leon is a fascinating guy. Used to be a conservative. Like many of the judges in the District of Columbia, they've stayed far too long at the fair. This is kind of a bizarre ruling. He says that Mark Kelly has First Amendment rights, which are not trumped by him being in the military. The judge is absolutely wrong. The law in this is very clear. Once you're in the military and you're on a pension and you're doing what Mark Kelly does, you're still answerable to the military. And he does not have the same free speech rights as other Americans do when it comes to things involving the military. He is in the military, and he was asking fellow members of the military basically not to follow orders. That's an outrageous thing, and the Judge Richard Leon, is absolutely wrong.
Yeah, I mean, if you say everything President Trump does is illegal, right? And then you're setting the conditions that an order from President Trump is illegal. All right. Can you explain, Mark Lurie, and I was in the military, and I kind of understand this, but I also kind of don't. Once you're retired, you're still in the military, and I also believe, because I read about it a long time ago, that you can be recalled to active duty involuntarily once you're retired.
Yeah, that can be the case in the American Army and a lot of other armies as well as Israel, for example. So, by the way, I think part of the reason why he made that mocking comment, captain, is because the punishment was that he would be demoted from captain. And so that was the call there. But look, I so agree with Joe. This is defamation. This is illegal conduct. It's not First Amendment whatsoever. It's not protected by it. These are, at best, fighting words. What happened with Kelly here is actually encouraging dissension in the ranks, to say nothing about the possibility of sedition as well. So if this is not something that you actually punish a retired captain with, well, then I don't know what would be punishable. So this is very appropriate to punish him. This will be reversed on appeal. I'm quite confident about that. We just can't have this sort of thing. You are not entitled to these retirement benefits, regardless. It's not a permanent package that you can enjoy. You have a duty to the military. You have the duty to the United States, and ultimately to the duty of the commander-in-chief, in this case, Trump.
Well, yes, and actually everybody, he's always talking about, I took an oath to uphold the Constitution. I took this oath. The paperwork is all about your obligation to obey the president. The paperwork, the commission, and I think we may have a tear, D08. This is from the commissioning document that all officers get when they become an officer and when they're promoted. This officer is to observe and follow such orders and directives from time to time as may be given by me, i.e. the President of the United States, or the future President of the United States, or a superior officer. They never really get around to that, do they, Joe?
No. As I said, this is an unfortunate ruling by a judge who I've known for a long time. And again, they've just stayed too long at the fair, these judges. This is a silly ruling. This is basically encouraging seditious behavior by fellow members of the military. It's completely unacceptable. It goes against regular order in the military, all the things that you can think of why you have a military and the order to keep it running. These statements were subversive of that. And the judge is just wrong. I expect him to be overturned on appeal without any question.
Joe DeGeneva, thank you. Barack Laurie, thank you. And if anybody wants to check out the ultimate Instagram where I slam Mark Kelly and do a little humble bragging, at Greg Kelly USA, okay? Here's Mark leaning against a bomb, which is very dangerous. Here I am, perfect military bearing, not leaning on the bombs. And the write-up is pretty good. At Greg Kelly USA. Thank you, sir, gentlemen, and we'll be right back.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-531-2824.
Will you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet? You may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report. How to boost your Social Security and retirement by at least $100,000 or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online today.
All right, so this is really happening, huh? Gavin Newsom running for president. I don't like it because, well, anything can happen in one of these crazy presidential contests, right? Can you imagine this guy winning? Now, something to know about him. He got all of his... he learned some serious lessons in politics from Bill Clinton, and not in a good way, right? You remember Bill and Monica, of course, right? And remember how adamant he was that I did nothing wrong.
I want to say one thing to the American people. I want you to listen to me. I'm going to say this again. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. I never told anybody to lie, not a single time, never. These allegations are false.
Yeah,
3435 to dispatch. We get an individual,
a few months
3072.
later, he came somewhat clean.
Indeed, I did have a relationship with Miss Lewinsky that was not appropriate. In fact, it was wrong. It constituted a critical lapse in judgment and a personal failure on my part, for which I am solely and completely responsible.
This actually earned him cred in the Democrat Party. This is now how you do it. You do it this way. You just get it all out there. And this part's too much. Watch.
I know that my public comments and my silence about this matter gave a false impression. I misled people, including even my wife.
Hey, that's even my wife. Especially your wife. Come on. This is where, anyway, this is like the model. And you know who's watching this? Young Gavin Newsom, planning his political career in the 1990s. And sure enough, a few years later, he is the mayor of San Francisco. And then he breaks up a perfectly good marriage by fooling around with some guy's wife, right? And this is why these guys get into politics, right? So they can get girls. And then this is the Clinton playbook. This guy really studied Clinton. And this, I think, renders him done in politics. He can't steal another man's wife and continue in politics, but he did.
Everything you've heard and read is true. And I am deeply sorry about that. I've hurt someone I care deeply about, Alex Turk, his friends and family. And that is something that I have to live with and something that I am deeply sorry for.
I think he is actually a psychopath. Literally, like people have compared him to the Psycho-American Psycho. And check this out. Gavin Newsom is setting his own rules.
Usually arrives at 31.
He's getting glowing press running for president. It's crazy. Stop him!
Go for it.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be a lot more significant when you have a legal professional fighting for you that only gets paid when you win. When you call that number on your screen, you'll find out how much your case could be worth for free and get connected to a professional who can help. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
800-787-1896. That's 800-787-1896.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If your loved one has suffered from bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call 800-710-5444 and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free.
The secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle Magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone.
I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-914-0157.
Chris Christie, how dare you? How dare you? Given what we know, or what people should know about you, to talk about President Trump like this.
Character is the most important issue. And what the posting of that video shows is his absolute lack of character. So for all my friends out there who say, yeah, no, I know the character is awful, but I care about the issues. You're not only now supporting someone with no character, but his lack of character leads to us not being able to accomplish the issues that we care about either.
Chris Christie lecturing people about character. He's talking about President Trump. Well, let's take a look at character. Who in this country could have withstood this? He was fighting for America every step of the way, okay? Also, shot, almost killed, right? I would have stayed on the ground. Most people would have stayed on the ground. What did he do? He got up. He got up and pounded his fist, huh? A fist bump right after you almost get shot? That's character. So I want to show you something. It's interesting. They always say, a lot of critics, Trump does not have the right temperament. He doesn't have the right temperament. Chris Christie and Trump side by side, okay? Let's see who has better temperament, okay? When aggressive, tough questions are posed.
We did nothing wrong. This is a whole hoax. This is just like the Russia deal. This is like the fake dossier.
After you graduate from law school, you conduct yourself like that in a courtroom, your rear end's going to get thrown in jail, idiot.
Why did you take those documents with you when you left the White House?
I had every right to under the Presidential Records Act. You have the Presidential Records Act. I was there, and I took what I took, and it gets declassified.
So listen, you want to have the conversation later, I'm happy to have it, buddy. But until that time, sit down and shut up.
Well, you know, everything I did was right. We have the Presidential Records Act, which I abided by 100%. I have the right to declassify as president.
Did I say on topic? Are you stupid?
Right? He's lecturing people about character. One other thing about Chris Christie. Never forget the day at the beach, right? It was closed for everybody, wasn't it? That's Chris Christie. Public beach, closed to the public, and he gets to use it. Why? because he's the governor, huh? Personally, if I were Chris Christie, I would not want to be seen on the beach. But that's just me. This is character. Grace under fire. Courage under fire.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe. If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. That's why you got to call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid. Pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-511-8575.
At 9:47 a.m. on the 20th of February, 1962, Lieutenant Colonel John Glenn Jr. of New Concord, Ohio, found himself sitting on top of an Atlas 6 rocket filled with 600,000 pounds of fuel. At liftoff, 360,000 pounds of thrust hurled the massive rocket and its occupant into space and America's history books. John Glenn became the fourth human being to enter space and the first American to orbit the Earth. For his remarkable heroism, President Kennedy awarded Colonel Glenn NASA's Distinguished Service Medal.
As our knowledge of this universe in which we live increases, may God grant us the wisdom and guidance to use it wisely. Thank you, Colonel.
Glenn went on to become the United States Senator from Ohio, and in 1984 ran for the Democratic presidential nomination, but lost to Walter Mondale.
Nothing is off limits to David Harris Jr., and there's no apologies, because he's armed with common sense, real faith, and the truth. Don't miss him on The Pulse tonight.
Hey, Apple, you know, they're a media company as well as a phone company making new phones and stuff. Pressure is on for them to start running Newsmax content You don't want the FCC to do anything too strong. Do it.
Good evening, Patriots. Welcome to Ed Henry, The Big Take, weekly. You can find us every weeknight now, 5 p.m. Eastern, with The Big Take right here on Newsmax. And every weekend, we give you the very best of the takes we get from top advisors to President Trump and other newsmakers. So let's get straight to the big take. Democrats have become almost demonic in how easily they spit out these liberal lies and then try to distract from that deranged behavior by accusing others of the kind of terrible behavior they are actually guilty of. Here's Democrat Congresswoman LaMonica McIver last year assaulting ICE agents. She's the one in red outside an ICE detention center in New Jersey. Remember how Democrats lectured the president and all of us that nobody is above the law during the 2024 presidential campaign? Well, McIver is facing up to 17 years in federal prison for assaulting law enforcement agents. That's what it was. And she's argued that she is above the law, that she's somehow immune from prosecution because of a clause of the Constitution protecting lawmakers engaged in, quote, official legislative acts, as if beating up the blue is an official legislative act. See how these Democrats, how they try to put in their ridiculous liberal logic? It just doesn't work. Well, this week, McIver went further, launching an attack on the acting ICE director, Todd Lyons. I guess I should clarify it was a verbal attack, given the 3 criminal counts of assault against her. The Congresswoman decided to twist this into asking Lyons if he is going to hell, literally. Watch.
How do you think Judgment Day will work for you with so much blood on your hands?
I'm not going to entertain that question.
Oh, okay, of course not. Do you think you're going to hell, Mr. Lyons?
I'm not going to entertain.
Of course not.
The man is enforcing the law. What a disgrace. About as wicked as what one of the alleged rising stars of the Democrat Party did this week, the Kentucky governor, Andy Beshear, supposed to be a moderate Democrat, being fawned over by the mainstream media. Oh, a more moderate candidate for the 2028 Democrat presidential nomination. So he goes on with the ladies of the View, and this moderate tries to claim it's somehow his faith in God that leads him to support trans rights. Right.
But we rarely talk about the why. People want to know what drives us, especially in a world with social media where everyone's looking for the next authentic thing. For me, that's my faith. Most of the decisions I make are based on that golden rule that says we love our neighbor as ourselves, and that parable of the Good Samaritan that says everyone is our neighbor. And so when I've taken actions like vetoing the nastiest piece of anti-LGBTQ legislation that ever came through my state, I described it in those terms. I said my faith teaches me that all children are children of God. And I didn't want people picking on those kids.
Really? Using the Bible? And this is the best and brightest, allegedly, of the Democrat Party. Libs of TikTok noted how nuts it is to say it's your Christian faith that teaches you to support the, quote, chemical and surgical mutilation of kids. And that's what it is in the name of gender ideology. Maybe McIver should have a word with the governor about Judgment Day, don't you think? They used to say the devil went down to Georgia. Well, he apparently took a turn north up there to the bluegrass state. Or maybe the devil just hopped onto I-95 and kept heading much further north to the Big Apple, where another leading light in this liberal mess of a party is making waves by snubbing the installation of the new Catholic Archbishop, Ronald Hicks. There are 2.5 million Catholics in New York City. Every mayor for almost 100 years showed up whenever there was a changing of the guard, but not Mamdani. Well, there's a changing of the guard coming in California as well, politically. Gavin Newsom is leaving as governor, thankfully. About 40 candidates on the left are lining up to replace the disastrous Democrat mayor of L.A., Karen Bass. And guess who's fleeing? The billionaire Mark Zuckerberg, who founded Facebook, of course, racing out of the Golden State with his wife Priscilla. They've now purchased, yes, a waterfront mansion in Miami. They're embracing the free state of Florida and its low taxes because of this billionaire's tax that the lefties want in California. And Zuck is far from alone. Look at this. All kinds of founders of massively successful companies like Google and PayPal, billionaires like Larry Page, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, have already fled California. The most successful tech founders of all time have now exited, this guy writes, the failed state of California. That's what it is, the failed state of California. Those are the tech titans. What about actual companies who might be worried about taxes and regulations? They're racing out too. Wells Fargo's entire wealth management team already ran out of California to West Palm Beach in the last couple of weeks. Then there's a gasoline giant. How badly do they want to leave? Well, the company Valero just paid, get this, a $1.1 billion breakup fee. That's $1.1 billion with a B, just to leave California. We'll pay to get out. When a company is willing to absorb a $1 billion write-down just to get out, that's not a normal business decision. It's a signal that California is in deep trouble, and Newsom and the others have ruined it. It just no longer works. They've been processing, that company, the gas company, 145,000 barrels per day. That's about 8.6% of California's gasoline supply. Now they leave, supply goes down. Prices are already high there, like $7 a gallon. It's only going to go higher. All of these companies and people, real Americans like you, they're running from Gavin and the Democrats, their taxes, their regulations. Here's the thing. What's coming next as governor and mayor of L.A. could actually get worse. The New York Post this week was reporting that a radical left-wing group in L.A. has put together a 40-page roadmap to seize private property in L.A., take control of neighborhood grocery stores, oh yeah, Soviet-style stores, and replace the police with, yes, social workers. Good luck calling them on 911 when you're in trouble. The dreams of socialist Mamdani in New York, which have come crashing down already after 30 days, being exported west to California, thanks to the LA chapter of the Democrat Socialists of America. Why would anyone want to live there anymore when the crazy in California is taking over? And the taxpayer money that people like you pop up, it's wasted. The independent journalist Nick Shirley has left Minnesota apparently in those clearing centers, you know, all the fraud, and decamped, yes, right there to Gavin Newsom's California to expose how the billions of dollars spent on the homeless, and drug treatment programs, that's been flushed down the toilet too.
Do the drugs. They're giving you the stuff you need to do the drug, and they're giving you the stuff that you need to survive your life after you do the drugs. Think about how much money that's cost for these packs to going out to so many people, and that money could be going to other programs to help them.
Gavin Newsom being exposed as he launches a presidential campaign. How delicious. Nick Shirley, who brought you those leering centers in Minnesota, now blowing up the liberal lies on the left coast. We'll have a full report on that shortly with the great Dinesh D'Souza. He's going to blow up all this Democrat corruption. Even the far-left Sacramento Bee has turned on Gavin, reporting that while the governor is trying to blame the bleak jobs market out there on President Trump, of course, that's all he does. The problem began, yes, during Joe Biden's presidency. Look up that story. They blame it all on Biden. And it's a lefty. Democrat-only rule has blown up these blue states. It's led to job growth not out but in Florida, Texas, and Tennessee, which leads us perfectly to our first take tonight. I was joined this week by Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn. She's a leading contender to be the next governor of Tennessee. She's the beneficiary of all these Californians getting out. Here's our conversation. You know, if you win and become governor, which many of us expect will happen, you're going to be the beneficiary of all these Californians fleeing Gavin Newsom, his high taxes, Mark Zuckerberg now racing to Florida, so many others bringing their homes and businesses to your home state. What is happening right now, in your estimation, with the collapse of many of these
apparently she's at work right now, but I'm going to see if she can make a location because she has children there.
That government never gets enough of your money, and they're going to continue to put their hand in your wallet to pay for their bad habits. And that's what you're seeing in California with high taxes, with the billionaires tax, with the exit tax, with their state income tax. They keep making up ways to get more money out of individuals. And of course, people know it's not just the billionaires or the millionaires. It makes it down to good, hard-working taxpayers. And so people are fleeing. I meet people every day, Ed, that have said, hey, we're a refugee from California or Illinois or New York or somewhere, and with Tennessee not having a state income tax, with us being one of the most well-governed states in the country and having a smaller fiscal footprint than many states, people are saying, this is what I want.
Yes.
So we've
Enough
got
is
a
enough.
lot of them coming our way.
Yeah, we're showing some video of U-Haul trucks, and U-Haul's been saying in recent years that Gavin Newsom is basically bringing them all kinds of business. I'm not sure it's what he wants in his presidential campaign. But let's move on to a very important topic on Capitol Hill, the Epstein files, because I remember during the Biden days, Democrats would not talk about this when Joe Biden was in power, and you were pretty much a lone voice demanding accountability. You wanted the flight logs to Epstein Island and other files. Now that you and your colleagues are getting access to unredacted Epstein files, and we're hearing about kids as young as 9 years old being abused, it's just despicable. The former Prince Andrew now facing a major police investigation in the UK. Do you believe some of the men, the abusers and perpetrators, will be held accountable now?
I do think they will be held accountable. And for me, this was never an issue of celebrity. It was figuring out who was working with Jeffrey Epstein, because he had built a global human trafficking, sex trafficking ring. And the women and children deserve justice through this process. And, you know, human trafficking, this sex trafficking, has become a $350 billion a year business. So making certain that we find out who all is involved in this, and that we do hold them to account, and that we close down this global network that they have had. It is an imperative. Having access to banking records would be a very helpful thing. That is something we have not gotten yet. But being able to know not only perpetrators, but also who it was that was kind of leading these different rings in different locations.
Now, the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, was on Capitol Hill today. He was once Jeffrey Epstein's neighbor in New York City. Here's what he had told New York Post podcaster Miranda Devine about the only time he said he visited the home of Jeffrey Epstein. Listen.
And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again. Really? So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going, because he's gross.
So he said, I was never in the room with him again. And then he was on Capitol Hill at a hearing today, and Secretary Lutnick seemed to change his story. Listen.
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies. I had another couple they were there as well with their children, and we had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children.
Now, he says his family was there. But do you have more questions about Secretary Lutnick's involvement with Jeffrey Epstein? Because he said that he had never been with him again, and now he's saying, well, I was with him, but there's other, circumstances. What do you make of that?
I have not talked to Secretary Lutnick about this, and I don't know if this is something that maybe he had forgotten about having lunch with someone. You know, sometimes it's hard to remember who all you do meet in the course of your work and your business. I don't know, so I really have no comment or reference to the situation.
All right, so other big news on the Hill today, ICE officials testifying. Watch how the acting ICE director, Todd Lyons, clapped back at your friend Eric Swalwell. Listen.
Mr. Lyons, will you resign from ICE?
No, sir, I won't.
Why not?
Because, sir, that child that you're showing right there, the men and women of ICE took care of him when his father abandoned him and ran from law enforcement.
You hear Swalwell pushing this lie about the 5-year-old kid that ICE actually helped because the illegal immigrant father had sort of abandoned this child. Your reaction?
And you have so many members from the Democrat side of the aisle that are taking one part of a story. And this is a great example of this. The father abandoned the child and left them, and ICE took care of the child. And that story has become well known. And the Democrats continue to make it as if ICE abandoned the child, which is incorrect. ICE rescued the child.
That's right.
After the father abandoned the child.
And they just keep pushing these liberal lies. It extends
Yeah.
to Jack Smith, the former special counsel. You led this big investigation, a hearing today on Arctic frost, where he weaponized government against conservatives. You grilled Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile about turning over phone records and whatnot. Let's take a listen to that so we can get some reaction.
Sure.
So what you're basically saying is it took Jack Smith issuing secret subpoenas for the records of duly elected members of Congress as part of a weaponized investigation of President Trump for Verizon to finally realize that it probably could have, and I quote you, better processes. Is that accurate?
Chairman Blackburn, we should have had a better process to address this situation.
So, in essence, what you're saying is that you had no process in place as of May 2023.
You know, you really seem to expose in that questioning how these companies rolled over for Jack Smith and the liberal lawfare. You talked about 197 subpoenas from Jack Smith targeting people close to President Trump. I received one of those subpoenas without my knowledge because Judge Boasberg kept it secret. I learned it later from Senator Grassley and you and others. How are you going to hold Jack Smith accountable for this abuse of power? They went after Charlie Kirk, the late Charlie Kirk, all kinds of Republican senators I mentioned. How do you hold them accountable?
And what we will do is continue our hearings. My hearing that I chaired today was the first in a series of hearings that the Judiciary Committee will do. And Ed, what we wanted to do was get in behind how Jack Smith got these toll records, and it was a violation not only of privacy and not only of the Stored Communications Act, but a violation, a clear violation of the speech and debate clause.
Still ahead, the big take on dealing with that affordability crisis in America that the left likes to talk about but doesn't do anything. Guess what? The president's cabinet is all over it. The Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins, he is helping millions of our great veterans all around this great country. I hear from him next on how he's cutting a huge backlog of benefits, veterans benefits, left behind by Joe Biden, of course. We'll get the take of one of the president's top cabinet officials next.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
Have you been in a motor vehicle accident that wasn't your fault? Then you may need legal representation. And if you call the number on your screen now, you can be connected to an attorney who can tell you just how much your case could be worth for free. And for a limited time, if you call now, you can get this elegant, luxurious gold watch with the money from your own case. To be clear, not for me. This is my watch. I own it, and I like it a lot. You can't have it. But if you call and win your case and the money is right, you can buy one of these watches for yourself, or any of these watches, or a different watch I've never even seen before, or no watch. The money is yours to do whatever it is you want. Just call the number on your screen now to find out how much your case could be worth for free.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now.
800-487-0943.
And you can't have my tie either.
Will you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet? You may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report. How to boost your Social Security and retirement by at least $100,000 or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online today.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You just covered the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back to the Big Take Weekly. Trump derangement syndrome is real, and it's getting uglier and uglier on the left. In recent weeks, we've seen some very disturbing videos. One nurse after another vowing to actually hurt medical patients who support MAGA. They basically check your social media before you check in for a visit, or if they see you got a MAGA hat on or something, and they see you like President Trump, look out. New this week, a nurse in Tampa revealing on her own social media, they're doing this out in the open, that someone who expressed, quote, strong political views in front of her, well, she made sure that person was, quote, paralyzed by anesthesia. Remember when Bill Clinton said, I feel your pain? Now Democrats just want to cause you and your family pain. Literally. They're doing it out in the open, as I said. I discussed this and more with the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. Here's our conversation. You know, I want to start with these disturbing videos you may have seen. We keep seeing them online of extreme leftists who are nurses and doctors around this country openly saying they will harm MAGA supporters in their hospitals, refuse to give them anesthesia, for example. And I checked today, you have the largest integrated medical network in America, about 170 hospitals for our amazing veterans, over 1,000 medical centers where people get various levels of treatment. Are you putting any safeguards in place? Are there any plans to protect our wonderful veterans to make sure a supporter of the president is not harmed over their political views?
Yeah, that's not going to happen. We have our folks who love to treat our veterans, but I'll tell you one thing very quickly. If any of my staff in our hospitals try to mistreat a veteran of any background or any belief, there'll be one quick exit to the door, and if they did anything illegal, they will be prosecuted.
All right. Well, I know you're a man of your word. I thought we'd get that out of the way. There's also a lot of fraud in a lot of these Democrat states, as you know. You spend a lot of time in Congress. We've heard about Minnesota. Now, journalist Nick Shirley is on the ground in California going after some of Gavin Newsom's fraud. The homelessness problem in L.A., particularly among homeless veterans, as you know, is terrible. And we just had on the screen that you're terminating some bloated contracts at the West L.A. VA Medical Center. Tell us about your plan to clean up some of that California crazy and what your plan is to house, I think it's up to 6,000 homeless vets there by 2028, sir.
Yeah, we're following the president's lead on this. He wanted to declare a Center for Independence of Homelessness issue there at West LA campus. We have over 300 acres at the West LA campus apart from our hospital. And over the years, unfortunately, it has been misused and not used as it should be for the benefit of the veterans for a very long time. When I got here last year, this was an issue that was presented to me, and everybody just wanted to say, you know, we don't need to deal with this. Let it go. I wasn't going to do that because what we were having is we had a very elite private school, Brentwood School, that is supposed to be leasing land. They're doing it at far under market value, millions of dollars under market. We have other parking lots. We have an oil thing that are all taking away space where we can develop the master plan to house our veterans. We're going to do that. We're moving forward with that. And we're getting back to the true purpose of the West LA facility, and that is to enhance the lives of our veterans, especially those who are homeless and who need treatment for a lot of different things to get them back on their feet.
Yeah, and I know you're very serious about that mission. You just mentioned a year on the job. You've gotten a lot of wins under your belt to help the many veterans who watch us here at Newsmax every single day. I want to go through them. One that is particularly important, the backlog of veterans waiting for benefits. You say it's down 62% in just 1 year, that you're also processing a record number of disability claims. You've opened up 25 new health care clinics. There's a long list of wins for veterans around this great country. What are you most proud of? And what's it like working at the speed of Trump, as some people like to say, in terms of shaking up the bureaucracy and trying to help real Americans?
Well, I like moving in an agency that has only been known for bureaucracy, being beat on, being complained about, and being made fun of. We're not that VA anymore. If you want to do that, then you better come with truth. You better not come with half-truths and lies. I'm not going to tolerate it. I have a workforce at the VA that is excellent. And we treat the best patients in the world, and that is our veteran community. So for me, the biggest thing that I'm proud of is we put the veteran first at the VA. And that may sound strange to you, but hear me out. When I came in, I said, we're going to do everything to put the veteran first in everything we do at the VA, which means that if we have a program, we have a solution, we have a clinic, we have anything that we do with a veteran, it's going to come with their needs in mind, not our own bureaucratic needs. And I think that has laid the groundwork for all those accomplishments and many more that we've seen over the past year, because now we have a focus at the VA, not protecting ourselves, not being a jobs program, but actually being something that someone and an organization is focused on taking care of veterans.
Coming up, the House this week finally passing the SAVE Act, so you're going to actually have photo ID before you vote and try to bring some integrity back to our elections, forcing illegals to show proof of citizenship that they're actually American. If they don't have that ID, then they can't vote. About 80% or more of the public supports it. It's common sense reform. Yet Senate Democrats and a handful of Republicans are going against the will of the people. Alabama Senator Katie Britt is here. She'll be here next to call them all out. She also has an important new bill to better protect your kids and grandkids online. We'll talk about all that and get her take next.
Just do the right thing. Goodness gracious, if you can make these machines that obviously attract young people and are able to do kind of almost the unthinkable, you can certainly put up the proper guardrails to keep our kids safe.
Rick Leventhal reported on the biggest stories of our time. Now he's fighting to bring you the truth, no matter what it takes. Watch The Leventhal Report, weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax 2.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms.
Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now. The World Health Organization has designated glyphosate, the main ingredient in Roundup weed killer, a probable human carcinogen. Thousands of agricultural workers may have been exposed to serious health risks by using this product. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call now to find out if you qualify. If you or someone you loved used Roundup and were diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your screen now. Don't wait, there are time deadlines to file a claim.
Call 800-503-4958.
The secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle Magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone.
I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-914-0157.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Welcome back to the Big Take. The SAVE Act has finally passed through the House, now appears to be tied up, of course, in the Senate, because Democrats and even some Republicans are bucking the will of the people. Huge majorities of real Americans like you overwhelmingly support this common sense reform. Make sure illegals cannot vote in federal elections. Yet somehow we see this, and the media loves promoting it. Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski coming out against the president, of course, with a warning to her party. And there have been hysterical Democrat claims that it's somehow racist to demand that minorities show photo ID, even though we all do it all the time, people of all backgrounds. And even though CNN is admitting the law is wildly popular in both parties.
What's the racial breakdown on this, right? Because I think a lot of people make the argument that people of color, non-white Americans, have a harder time procuring a photo ID to vote. But even here, take a look here, favorite photo ID to vote. 85% of white people favor it, 82% of Latino, 76% of black Americans favor it. So the bottom line is this. Voter ID is not controversial in this country. A photo ID to vote is not controversial in this country. It is not controversial by party, and it is not controversial by race.
Not controversial by race. You heard CNN say it, even though Democrat Chuck Schumer claims it's Jim Crow 2.0. A bunch of nonsense. Despite the fact, by the way, that our first black president, Barack Obama, he showed photo ID to vote back in 2012.
He needs an ID.
Oh, you're right. Hold on. I got my driver's license here. Here you go. Now, ignore the fact that there's no gray hair in that picture. He was even joking about it. He wasn't put off by it. I got to talk with Republican Senator Katie Britt this week to discuss voter ID and reforms and a whole lot more. And after our conversation, by the way, the Republican leader, John Thune, finally got off the fence and said he will back this measure. But look, the GOP still needs more yes votes to get it done. Here's my conversation with the senator. If Barack Obama was willing to show his ID to vote, how is the SAVE Act racist, as your colleague Schumer says?
It is absolutely not. Look, this is yet another example of Democrats being on the wrong side of an 80-20 issue. We saw it with immigration and securing the border. We saw it with boys playing in girls' sports. We're seeing it now with, just actual ridiculousness when it comes to transgender children and allowing mutilization of bodies. It's unbelievable. And this is yet another example of it. Look, I spoke with President Trump this morning, and this is his top priority, ensuring that every American has the opportunity to vote and that they can make sure that the safety and security of that vote is seen through. And this is how we do it. We do it by making sure that we have citizens that are actually the ones that are registering to vote, and that you show that ID so that when you go in to pull your ballot, they know it's you. I mean, and think about this. Yeah. What if you got to the ballot, to the ballot box and asked for that ID and they said it's already been taken? We don't want people to steal your property. We certainly don't want them to steal your vote. This gives Americans certainty that their elections are free and fair, and it is an 80-20 issue. So I am unsure what Schumer is saying about this, but what I do know is the American people are with us. President Trump is on a mission, and I am really proud of my colleague Mike Lee for continuing to push this. I think he's continuing to build momentum. The American public is helping us bring this to the forefront, and so we got to keep going.
Well, we need the American people to speak out against some of the Republicans too, because if you got that call from the president this morning and it's his top priority, it's common sense, 80-20 as you say, why would your colleague Lisa Murkowski, who caucuses with you and the Republicans, Susan Collins, we're putting their faces up there. Mitch McConnell and John Thune have been a little vague about this. What's it going to take to get Republicans on board to make sure it goes through the Senate too?
Look, we had a great conversation yesterday in Republican conference. We had it kind of laid out of like what this means and how we would do this. Mike Lee did a great job presenting this to the conference. A lot of good back and forth about how do we make sure that we get this done. So I feel good about the momentum we're building. I saw Senator Lee just put out that he has the 40th co-sponsor on this. So we need the American public to continue to speak up. We are certainly working it internally. President Trump said, look, we got to get this done now. now. He knows that Americans need confidence in their elections. And when you look, Ed, across the country, country after country after country requires ID to vote because they know how precious this is. They know what an incredible right this is, and they want to protect it for their citizens.
Absolutely.
That's what we should be doing. And look, Democrats are also asking for us to protect illegal immigrants at polling places, Ed. If illegal immigrants are not at polling places, why do they need to be protected there? So I think we're starting to expose a lot of their hypocrisy, and we're going to keep going and work to get this done.
Absolutely. I got two other real quick ones, one on social media, the other on illegal immigration. You wrote a letter to Meta last week saying you want more safeguards on their platforms. There's a big social media trial out in California. You and others know about this. What do you want from Meta, Instagram, Facebook?
Just do the right thing. Goodness gracious, if you can make these machines that obviously, attract young people and are able to do kind of almost the unthinkable, you can certainly put up the proper guardrails to keep our kids safe. Look, I am tired of sitting across from parent after parent who tells me about somebody taking advantage of their child online, that tells me about AI chatbots and what they've done to their children online, that tells me about their child buying something, a drug or a sextortion or all kinds of things online. They know what's happening. We continually expose that they do, and now they need to actually do something about it. They cannot continue to hide behind a liability shield. At some point, there has to be accountability. We know what's happening to our next generation, and I think it is incumbent upon us as legislators to help push for them to either put the proper guardrails up themselves or us help do that for them.
Real quick, in your home state, we're hearing about 2 illegal aliens released into America under Joe Biden. There were millions of them. Just arrested for kidnapping a woman and her 2 kids. And meantime, your Democrat colleagues in the Capitol there, where you are, Senate Russell Building, they're trying to block ICE funding to make sure criminals like this are deported. Your final thought.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. We just heard them come out. Look, it's just like 2020 all over again. Defund the police. Now we're hearing them say defund ICE. Look, ICE works diligently to keep Americans safe. When we're thinking about criminal illegal aliens that continue to be released back into society, into communities because of lack of cooperation with regards to sanctuary cities, we've got a lot of work to do. We've got to make sure that ICE is fully funded. We got to make sure that we give them the tools to keep themselves safe and keep communities safe. And then we've got to defund and do away with sanctuary cities. So the fact that we have people in this building saying that we don't need to fund Homeland Security is just absolutely ridiculous, because Homeland Security actually keeps Americans safe.
Coming up, independent journalist Nick Shirley is at it again, exposing yet more Democrat fraud, maybe fast becoming Gavin Newsom's worst nightmare. Love to see it. Because Shirley's taking his show on the road from Minnesota to California.
Think about how much money this costs for these packs to be given out daily to so many people, when that money could be going to other programs to help them. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
More and more of your tax dollars wasted. Filmmaker Dinesh D'Souza is here next to weigh in on the California crazy. When will the Democrat corruption end? We get into it next.
It used to be common. Our newscasters had common sense. They gave it to you straight, just the facts, and real news. John Bachman is like them. He tells it like it is. Catch him every weekday on Newsmax 2.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted, because when your Generac detects a power outage, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind they deserve.
We don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 2 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe. If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. That's why you got to call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid. Pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-511-8575.
Welcome back, Patriots, to the Big Take. Independent journalist Nick Shirley helped expose that Minnesota daycare fraud, billions of dollars. Now he's made his way to the once golden state, digging in on California Governor Gavin Newsom's fraud, billions wasted on programs to help homeless and drug users. It's really done little or nothing to deal with any of those big problems. If anything, the wasted money could be making it all worse. Shirley capturing this moment where social workers were seen handing out drug kits to the homeless. Watch.
This guy is clearly, he's passed out right now. How do we know that he is still alive and that he doesn't need Narcan right now?
He's breathing. You see his chest rising, and it's going up and down, and his color's good. Now, if he's blue, he's not responsive, his color's gone, he'd be like a blue, gray, purple color, then you know he's overdosing. Okay. So the most important thing is to hit him with Narcan. Doesn't matter how much Narcan you give him. You know, if you got 3 in here, give him all 3.
Because if you notice, like in your hand, you have the Narcan one, right? So they're giving you the drugs, the stuff to do the drugs, right? This, glass pipes, and then they're giving you the stuff to save your life, so you don't die, and then they give it to you every day.
Crack pipes, let's give them more drugs, keep them alive so we can just feed them more. It's just all very disgusting in Gavin Newsom's California. I spoke this week with the outstanding filmmaker Dinesh D'Souza. He's got a long history of exposing Democrat fraud and corruption. Here's our conversation. I'm not sure what's crazier, this guy laying on the street. It's sad and tragic, and the taxpayer-funded fraud scheme that's going on, and overdoses are reversed. The cycle continues. More federal checks and state checks, I guess, are issued. Well, the fact that the mainstream media, folks like 60 Minutes, they used to cover these kinds of stories, Dinesh, and now this guy on YouTube, I'm not meaning to dismiss him, but a young kid named Nick Shirley is lapping the mainstream media. Your thoughts?
Yeah, on the media side, it's remarkable what you can do with just a little enterprise and a camera, and also knowing where to go and what questions to ask. It becomes quite clear that much of what we call traditional media or mainstream media is an agenda-driven propaganda enterprise. And what you see here, what I like about what Nick is doing, is he puts us up close so that we can actually watch what's happening. And what seems to be happening here is you've got these social workers, and they're like, hey, homeless man, please don't die on me, because that's going to be one less guy to service for the homeless industry. In other words, the industry exists for the benefit political class and for the Democratic Party and for the establishment of California. They have to keep these people alive, but sufficiently capable and dependent that they're in constant need of government sustenance. So the whole thing is a pressing
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's amazing what you're saying. It's like they don't really want to help these people. They just want to keep them barely alive to keep more money coming in. It really is fraud. The president, meantime, digging in on more California fraud. A bombshell from Kelly Loeffler. She runs the Small Business Association administration and suspended over 111,000 borrowers in California who racked up nearly $9 billion in fraudulent COVID-era loans. When you hear this kind of stuff, it makes you think, how many billions of this vast federal budget and then state budget in California is just outright fraud?
I think one of the things that COVID did is it turned a lot of ordinary people into thieves. You know, we keep hearing about how all these different groups are ripping off the government, these NGOs and so on. So people begin to think, well, gee, well, I need to get in on this because after all, you've got this seemingly unlimited, limitless treasure that everyone can kind of benefit from. So it's very sad to see the way in which ultimately the poor taxpayer, the hardworking guy who's putting money into this till, is being ripped off right and left.
Yeah, no wonder why even Mark Zuckerberg, as a liberal, doesn't want to give any more tax money to California. He's moving to Miami. He's getting smart with that. Dinesh, we'll check out the show. We appreciate it. We'll see you soon, I hope.
My pleasure.
Coming up on The Big Take, Don Lemon thinks he's a civil rights hero. Really? I'm telling Don to shut his pie hole. And my special guest, the conservative podcaster Dave Rubin, he's got some choice words for the former CNN host as well. Don't go anywhere.
Low, Ed, low. unless being a very marginally talented guy who had a seat for several $1 million on CNN primetime counts as something to do with civil rights.
Does sitting or standing all day long leave you suffering? Whether it's discomfort, a lack of mobility, or the demands of your occupation, staying seated for long periods of time can do harm to your body. Add extra steps to your day with Ellipse. Ellipse is a premium automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation, all without the strain, pain, and exertion of traditional exercise. Ellipse's power-assisted mechanism lets you reap the benefits of a workout while keeping your mind free to focus on work, reading, or even watching TV. It loosens stiff joints and tight muscles, reduces swelling, and calms restless legs for you, lowering your pain and increasing your flexibility, all while you relax.
Call the number on your screen now to order your Ellipse today and upgrade to the Ellipse Deluxe Bundle with advanced features like a faster motor, step counter, sport mat, and wireless remote absolutely free.
Using the Ellipse couldn't be simpler. You plug it in, place your feet on the pedals, select your speed, and relax. Ellipse does all the work. Compared to other seated exercisers, Ellipse has a larger rotation diameter. That means no harsh starts and stops, just ultra smooth motion that's low impact and safe.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me